just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
E Kailasa. Listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is E-Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world.
Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrusham Tattvamasyaadilakhyam Ekam Nityam Vimalam Achalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namah. Nithyanandam, I'm welcoming all of the viewers who are gathering right now on Nithyananda TV and Kailasa TV, all of the viewers who are gathering with us on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, and all the different social media platforms, as well as all the celebrated Kailasians who are gathering with us across the world in the different Devalayas, Annalayas, Goshalas, in all the different satsang sectors, the Gurukul that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism established, all the different Kailasas, the de facto spiritual embassies across the world, in different time zones, in different countries, joining now for this Devi Parashakti Akashic reading program. It is always so beautiful to see so many people joining with us at this time for the Devi Parashakti Akashic reading program. Now, today, during this program, we will be having the grace and blessings of Devi Parashakti herself. And if you think this might be your first time having a close interaction with the divine, you should first understand that this is not the first time the divine has descended and manifested on planet Earth in such a way. And it is no coincidence that you are scrolling through and you are watching this right now. This is absolutely not any coincidence. This is a cosmic intervention into your life. You'll see how this manifests into your life and the sweet, beautiful relation with the mother blooms and blossoms and inspires you to live a higher life of inspiration. The first and foremost relationship that we have actually is with mother. And in fact, Devi Parashakti is the divine cosmic mother. She is the source where billions and billions of universes comes in and goes out. And she is the very one who is the source, Shakti, from which all of us came, in which all of us are even in right now, and which all of us are going to merge finally. And the Vedic rishis understood that the first and foremost relationship that we have is with mother. And even today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself is a Shakta, meaning a part or in the path of the sacred mother worshipping tradition. And it is traditionally called as a path, even though, of course, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the incarnation of Paramashiva. And in this relationship, we understood, the Vedic rishis understood that even before the idea of relating comes, we have that first relationship with our mother. Even the idea to relate with life itself comes from our mother, because perhaps, of course, because we were connected to her first and came from her first, even biologically. So even if it comes to our higher cognitions about universe and life, everything will come down to mother. So this beautiful relationship is the way that we see the universe, and literally should be the way that we inspire ourselves, others around us, to live life of higher cognitions and high inspiration and super conscious breakthrough. And during this Bhava Samadhi Darshan, you will be able to experience so much of profound change in your life. What is Bhava Samadhi Darshan? In fact, Adi means source, Sama means oneness with the source, and Bhava means the emotion or aspect. So together, Bhava Samadhi means experiencing oneness with the source through a certain aspect. And during this Bhava Samadhi Darshan, you will be able to experience the awakening of the latent potential energy inside of you, even up to 1300% more of the Kundalini energy, which is literally the energy is roughly equated to the mitochondrial energy inside of your system. And that is literally the energy that is fueling your whole system and allowing you to be more awake and alive. And in fact, even reverse aging and healing so many chronic illnesses that even modern day medicine cannot even begin to fathom. And all of this is what you can experience today, as well as the darshan and diksha of the Devi Parashakti, the manifesting through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasanidanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Parabhashivam. Now, let us just take a few minutes. If you do not know already, let us be introduced to who is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the incarnation of Paramashiva, who happened on planet Earth, descended on the 2nd of January 1978, and the reviver of the ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation of Kailasa. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism from birth was recognized as an esteemed and incarnation of Paramashiva by all of the well-renowned gurus and adepts who lived in Tiruvannamalai, the birthplace of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And from a young age, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had imbibed the science of yoga, the science of power manifestation, so many different beautiful sciences from Sanatana Hindu Dharma, which ultimately he imbibed in order to revive for each and every one of us today, and for the whole humanity to have the superconscious breakthrough. And since the age of 16, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated and as the incarnation of Paramashiva by the esteemed gurus who had literally created the ecosystem around him. And after which, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism began his hard work for the revival of Kailasa, this entire global civilizational nation. And today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revived the ancient indigenous kingdoms as a part of the revival work of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. So today he is ordained as the 233rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Tonde Mandala Sarvagnapitam, or the Kanchi Kailasa Sarvagnapitam. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the incumbent emperor of the Suryavamsa Surangi Samrajyam. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Madurai Adinam. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as well is the Mahamandaleshwar of the Mahanirvani Akhada, which is one of the oldest apex bodies of Hinduism, the governing bodies of Hinduism. And as well, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is coronated as the 1008th Acharya Mahamandaleshwar of Atal Akhada. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 23rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Dharma Mukti Swargapuram Adinam. And in 2015, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was elected as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by a congregation of over 1,000 spiritual leaders. And there's so much more, of course, that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has done for the revival of Hinduism and the revival of the Hindu nation, including today being recognized as the author of over 300 books, which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had written and authored in either English, Tamil, or Sanskrit, and then had been translated to more than 50 other languages, and today have over 1 million copies in all of the different countries, and continuously enriching digitally and physically 1 billion people all over the world. Not only this, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has spoken and delivered a spiritual discourse for 20,000 hours, which is actually all available on the Kailasa's SPH Nithyananda YouTube channel. Not only everything that has already been made available, but continuously every day there are new uploads and new additions to the YouTube channel of Kailasa that you can go and immediately subscribe to as well, and have access to all of the more than 7,000 videos that are available on YouTube. In addition, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is recognized as a commentator of the Brahma Sutras, the Yoga Sutras, the Jain Sutras, the Bhagavad Gita, the Upanishads, and so many more scriptures. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is internationally acclaimed, recognized as the reviver of Hinduism, as well as the reviver of the sovereign order of Kailasa, the 108 different sampradayas, including the Rudras and Rudrakanyas, the Rishis and Rishikas, the Sannyasis, and so much more. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has also revived over 100 Sarvagnapitas all over the world, as well as he has also ensured to revive so many hundreds of Gurukuls, so many hundreds of Jnanalayas with more than 1 million scriptures and as well as 20 million digital books on Sanatana Hindu Dharma, and made that available through so many different platforms on the internet, as well as physically available as well. And that brings us to a conclusion for this segment on the introduction to this whole program. I welcome you, each and every one of you, again for this beautiful Devi Parashakti Akashic reading program as we continue today. And the next segment will be the most exciting power demonstration by the Nithyananda Gurukul Paulasan, the initiated disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who have been initiated into manifesting Shakti. So with this, we'll take a short break and be right back with you.
bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyananda. Yes. Thank you, Ma Sadashiva Priya, for the beautiful introduction to this program. So the first segment you will be witnessing is the power manifestation segment, where we will be learning about what are Shaktis and how these divine Shaktis are awakened in us. So first, what are Shaktis? In the source scriptures of Hinduism, the Vedagamas, Paramashiva reveals in elaborate detail that every human being is hardwired to be able to manifest these extraordinary Shaktis. And Shaktis manifest from the fundamental cognition that you are the this program. So the first segment you will be witnessing is the power manifestation segment, where we will be learning about what are Shaktis and how these divine Shaktis are awakened in us. So first, what are Shaktis? In the source scriptures of Hinduism, the Vedagamas, Paramashiva reveals in elaborate detail that every human being is hardwired to be able to manifest these extraordinary Shaktis. And Shaktis manifest from... Yes. So there are two ways of manifesting powers, Shaktis and Siddhis. Shaktis manifest from the fundamental cognition that you are the divine and you need to manifest the divine. And they manifest from a space of deep feeling connection and oneness with the divine. Shaktis are the source of enlightenment, whereas Siddhis, they manifest from intense tapas or penance for enlightenment. They are on the path of enlightenment. Shaktis manifest through ordinary human beings in an extraordinary way, just with initiation. and Shaktis are permanent. Siddhis, whereas, are not permanent and they may divert you from enlightenment. So who is the source of all these Shaktis, Siddhis? Who is the source of the universe, of the whole cosmos? Paramashiva. Paramashiva is the primordial divinity, the ultimate reality and cause which is self-effulgent, Swayam Prakasha, all-pervading, unchanging beyond time, space, form and causality. As the fundamental of Avyakta, the unmanifest, and Vyakta, the manifest existence, he performs the Panchakritya, or the 5 cosmic acts of Srishti, creation, Sthiti, sovereign rulership and maintenance, Samhara, rejuvenation, Trobhava, pulling out of delusion, and Anugraha, liberating grace for all living entities. And Paramashiva himself has come down in the form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, as the 1008th living incarnation of Paramashiva and the representation of Kailasa. The representation of Paramashiva and the reviver of Kailasa, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation, which is a great cosmic borderless Hindu nation. Ever since the beginning of the civilization, the Sanatana Hindu Dharma has been the cradle for enlightened beings and highly advanced sciences. It is where the science of enlightenment and powers, Shaktis, was lived and taught as a lifestyle. For the first time in the modern day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving these yogic sciences and transmitting it to the world at a record-breaking speed. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was recognized as an avatar at a very young age by the enlightened gurus. So you can see so many of the enlightened gurus here in the Guru Parampara. You can see Mata Vibhudananda Puri, Fundi Swamigal, Isaki Swamigal, Annamale Swamigal, Yogi Raj Yogananda Puri, Visiri Swamigal. You can see so many of the enlightened gurus who have initiated and passed down the knowledge and science of manifesting these Shaktis through Diksha. So this has been passed down to Swamiji, just for Swamiji to revive the initiations and knowledge repositories for billions to manifest this science from the disciplines of Vedanta, Tantra, Shri Vidya, Yoga, Yogic powers, Mantra Shastra, Siddha Vidya, the science of Aushadha, Advaita, Bhakti Yoga, Paramashiva Jnana, and Paramashiva Vijnana. So how do we awaken these divine Shaktis in us? Every ultimate truth, Jnana, mapped into your consciousness, Prajna, manifests as a power and a possibility of every being, Prajnana. So now we'll be watching a small video which explains and shows how the Diksha is transmitted from Guru to the disciple and the power of initiation.
Diksha is the direct transfer of spiritual energy by an enlightened being through look, word, or touch. The traditional Vedic book Navaratneshwara states, Sarva samapi dikshanam muktihi phalamakhanditam avirodhat bhavantyeva prasangyastu bhuktayaha. The main benefit of all initiations is moksha, enlightenment. As a side effect, health, wealth, leadership, and well-being happen. And in Rudrayamala Tantra, Shiva says, Devi Diksha Vihinasya na siddhihi na cha sadgatihi tasmat sarva prayatnena guruna dikshito bhavet. The one who is not initiated does not attain liberation nor a better future. So by all efforts, one should get initiated by Guru. What is the science of initiation? Neuroscience has proved that the process of initiation floods the brain with energy. This is the superconscious energy of Kundalini, our own highest inner potential energy. As the Kundalini flows from the thalamus to the cortex, it sets up a powerful energy loop within the brain, which awakens the latent non-mechanical parts which we have never used before. With increasing levels of coherence, the whole brain comes alive, turning into a superconductor of conscious energies that heal, empower, transform our lives, bliss and fulfillment. Initiation creates high awareness, visualization, creativity. It also slows the aging process and improves the immune system. Kundalini awakening, healing experience, levitation, teleportation, materialization. Experience the power of initiation through a range of exclusive programs conducted at the ashram. Nithyananda Dhyanapitham.
Yes. So let us now see how the science of power manifestation is authenticated through 4 evidences or pramanas. So the first is the Shastra Pramana, which is the empirical. The first is the Shastra Pramana, which are the unchangeable eternal truths revealed in the source scriptures. The next is the Apta Pramana, or the experiences and results of Aptas, or the authorities of Hinduism, the extraordinary science. Next is the Atma Pramana, the account of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasanidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. This millennium's avatar's personal experience of power manifestation. And the last is the Pratyaksha Pramana, or the empirical evidence from observation and scientific experimentation. So, where do we get all these Shastra Pramanas, the Atma Pramanas, the Apta Pramanas from? Where do we get all these references from? From the Vedagamas. The Vedagamas are the ultimate superior authorities for Hindu. Vedas are the pure science where the ultimate truths are explained. Agamas are the scriptures where the applied technology, the applied science is expanded. Vedas and Agamas, Vedagamas, are given the status of Shruti as they are directly revealed by Paramashiva. They are the eternal, unchangeable truths revealed by Paramashiva himself. So, any reference cited from these Shastra Pramanas, from these Vedagamas or the source scriptures is called a Shastra Pramana. So, now let us get ready to witness a very unique and exciting demonstration of the power of third eye. Along with me, I have 2 Balasans, Manitya Kaladharananda and Manitya Virajananda, who is Ma Kaladhara, who is 15 years old, and Ma Virija, who is 16 years old, who is going to be demonstrating these extraordinary Shaktis to you. So, before that, let us see the Shastra Pramana for the power of third eye, which comes from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. Kapalantar manonyasa tishtannilitalochanaha kramena manasodadyat lakshaye lakshamuttamam. The translation goes, by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession, by that stability of the mind and inner space, through the power of the third eye, one directly sees the ultimate goal Lakshyam by having the vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place, attaining the space of Paramashiva. The next is the Apta Pramana, which is the experience of Aptas who have time tested and verified this extraordinary science. So the Apta Pramana for the power of third eye goes back to the time of Dwapara Yuga, where Bhagavan Shri Krishna initiates Arjuna into the power of third eye. So in the Hindu Purana Bhagavad Gita, Bhagavan Krishna initiates Arjuna into the power of third eye just to behold his Vishwarupa Darshan. And the 11th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita contains the description of Bhagavan Krishna's cosmic form, as it is narrated completely by Arjuna as he sees Bhagavan Krishna through the third eye. Natumam shakyase drashtum anenaiva swachakshushaha divyam dadami te chakshuhu pashyame yogamaishwaram. Bhagavan Krishna says to Arjuna, but you cannot see my cosmic form with these physical eyes of yours. Therefore I grant you the divine third eye. Behold my cosmic opulence. The next is the Atma Pramana, where Swamiji shares in his own words the experience of third eye. Where Swamiji shares, the first experience that I was able to see everything around me, above me, the whole 360 degree, the 10 directions below me, everything, I realized not only I was able to see, I was able to feel and experience all of that as well. And the last is the pratyaksha pramana, or the empirical evidence from observation and scientific experimentation. So the study measures compare the metabolic cell activity of the brain in the conscious and meditative states using the PET, the positron emission tomography. So it beautifully says that when Swamiji is doing daily activities, high activity is measured in the brain where the third eye is located. And when Swamiji is in the deep state of samadhi, only the third eye region is active and almost 90% of the rest of the brain is at peace. So next is the Sakshi Pramana, where you will be seeing how the experiences and the results of the extraordinary manifestation happening through the initiated disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So I have two eye bands with me, and in both you can see in front is a complete opaque sheet and behind is a thick sponge. So you can see, stop putting stop putting. Yes. So you can see in front is a complete opaque sheet and behind is a thick sponge. And there is no gap between the sponge and the opaque sheet. There's no possible way of light entering in this eye band. So this is actually a medically tested and medically certified eye band by one of the top 10 hospitals of India. And this is actually made for people who have insomnia, who find it really hard to sleep. So this is the eye band which I'll be placing on Ma Kaladhara and Ma Viraja. Ma Kaladhara, are you comfortable? Yes. Ma Viraja, are you comfortable? Yes. Yes. So now Ma Kaladhara and Ma Viraja are comfortable and they're having their eye bands on. So I request all of you to go ahead and post your comments in the Kailasa's SPH Nithyananda YouTube channel. You can go ahead and post anything, medical terms, scientific terms, sentences, paragraphs, letters, numbers, shapes, emojis, anything you want. And Ma Kaladhara and Ma Viraja will be reading your comments out live. I request the comments to be projected.
Yeah, so actually before me and Makalara start reading the comments, both of us would like to show all of you that the eye band which our yoga put on both of us is completely stuck to our eyes. So we will turn to our right, left, up, so, and all around. So you can see that it completely is stuck to our eyes. So yes, so now, or like whatever you want to post, like with the numbers, emojis, words, sentence, anything you can post in Kailasa's SPH YouTube channel, and we will be reading from there. I request the comments to be enlarged.
Yes. The first comment is from PIOTRW. Has posted Namaste Modi.
And the next is by Ma Piotr And she has posted a file, like a high five, like a blessing, namaskar, and like a bless, like something like that emoji, and a namaste emoji, a blessing, and a heart.
Beautiful. How Ma Virija and Ma Kaladra were able to read both the comments fluently through the third eye, and how they made no mistakes. So I request all of you. I can see a few more comments coming in. So Ma Kaladra, Ma Virija, why don't you go ahead and read?
Yes, the next comment is from Raman
Vashishta.
Yes, he has posted, please body scan and heal my mother, Ram Kumari Vashishta. I have heard concern Nithyananda Paramashivan.
Yes. Next comment is posted by Ma Piotr Vajda, and she's posted, wow, perfect. Actually, the spelling of perfect she's posted is PEREFECT.
Beautiful. So Ma Virija, Ma Kaladra, how do you manifest the power of third eye? How are you able to see with your eyes closed? How are you able to read those comments so fluently without any mistake? Are you able to see how you are seeing with your two eyes? Or are you seeing in black and white? Are you seeing in color? Why don't you go ahead and share? How are you able to manifest this external Shakti?
Yeah, so I manifest all the powers, especially power of third eye, just by surrendering to Swamiji. Like I asked Swamiji what's posted in the comment section. So basically I asked Swamiji what's the best thing to basically give like a kind of a breakthrough to the other person and make them feel like, how to say, a really huge breakthrough, huge experience when they watch this power manifestation segment. So I'm based on the Swamiji shows. Like, of course, from my side, I do a complete surrender to him. I open myself up saying, Swamiji, please show me. And actually, yeah, once I surrender to Swamiji completely, he does show. Like, it's completely HD quality, actually, like more than that.
Oh, wow, amazing. Ma Kaladra, what about you?
All I have to do for manifesting the power of third eye is just to surrender at Swamiji, and he will show what has to be shown and what is there.
Okay, amazing. Very beautiful. Just with simple surrender, Swamiji will show you whatever has to be shown and whatever is in front of you. Okay. And Raman Vasishtaya, you have requested for a body scanning for your mother. Please stay tuned, as the next power after the power of third eye is the power of body scanning. So please stay tuned, and definitely we'll be doing a body scanning for your mother. Okay. So now I'll be removing the eye bands of Ma Virija and Ma Kaladhara. You can see that it is the same. There's no change from how it was before. Yes. So the next power you'll be witnessing is the power of body scanning. So now we're going to be chanting the Shastra Pramanas in front of all of you for the power of body scanning, where one awakens the ability to scan another person's body, illnesses, diseases, medically diagnosed issues, and any problems that that person has, along with revealing the solution and the root cause of the problem. See, anytime you have any problem, you go to a doctor and the doctor will diagnose you with the problem and give a medicine for that. But the one thing which the doctor can do is reveal the root cause, why that problem started in your body. As all of us know, our body is very mysterious. Stomach pain, a sinus, head pain, anything can be related to some small childhood incompletion, or it can be related to some root cognition, or it can be related to anything. It's just that we don't know the root cause, and the doctor also cannot tell us the root cause. The doctor can only externally heal our problem. It's just like how if you have a huge weed plant in your garden, if you keep on cutting its branches, it's only going to continue growing more. Only when you uproot the plant completely will it stop growing. So the third eye reveals the root cause of the problem. The third eye reveals why the problem even started in your body in the first place, and reveals a solution based on that. So I request all of you to go ahead, start posting your comments. And you can post your comments and request. Please do call your family members and friends to witness this extraordinary power and understand you are not just going to be witnessing it after the Parashakti Darshan today. You are also going to be manifesting these extraordinary Shaktis. It's not just you seeing the Balasans and the Nithyananda yogis manifesting. You are also going to manifest. You are also going to get initiated into this. So I request all of you to go ahead, call your family members and friends, and start posting your requests and comments in the Kailasa's SPH Nithyananda YouTube channel. So we'll now be chanting the Shastra Pramana for the power of body scanning, which is from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. Swadehe Jagato Bhapi Sukshma Sukshmatarani Cha Tattvani Yani Nilayam Dhyatvante Vyajyate Para. Bhagavan Parameshwara says, cognize deeply that from the subtle to the subtlest constitutive principles of the whole body, Swadeha, or of the whole universe, simultaneously consists of the essential reality. They are being absorbed in their source cause, Paramashiva. And by the experience of such restful awareness, one becomes complete from all the thoughts, and the ultimate universal divine power, Paradevi, Adi Shakti, is revealed, and the supreme power manifestation happens. The next is the Apta Pramana, which is the experiences of Aptas from the life of a Siddha named Terayar. Terayar was a Siddha and one of the prominent disciples of Agatya. One day, a man suffering from a severe headache came to Agatya for healing, and Agatya just used the power of body scanning and revealed that the root cause of the headache is that there is a small type of terai, a frog, sitting in the person's brain. Agatya immediately instructs Terayar, his disciple, to perform an open head surgery. Remember, this is 5,000 years ago. He instructed Terayar to perform an open head surgery and remove the frog. And once the surgery is completed successfully, the person is completely healed and cured of the headache. Thus, he gained the name Terayar. Next is the Atma Pramana, the experience of Swamiji, who has also time tested and authenticated this science. Swamiji reveals on the 22nd of December 2019 how he used the power of body scanning. Paraphrasing his words, only when I had a multiple compound hand fracture was I forced to go for surgery and therefore for medical checkups related to that. At that time, they detected heavy metal quantity in different organs of mine, and it was revealed that I had been poisoned without our knowledge. I immediately used diagnostic methods instead of medical facilities to study the body condition due to the poisoning. And through body scanning, I found out what the problems and imbalances had happened and where the balance had to be done. And I used allopathy as a second opinion just to verify my findings. So beautifully, Swamiji shares how he manifests not only one power, but two, the power of Shushada, going beyond pain, and the power of body scanning, scanning and seeing where the imbalances had happened after the poisoning was done. Last is the Sakshi Pramana. So you can see how not only the Balasans, so many of the participants who have attended the Paramashiva Home Level 2 program are able to manifest these extraordinary Shaktis. And now you are going to be witnessing a live demonstration by the Balasans of the Nithyananda Guru. So go ahead, post your comments, and we'll be right back after a short break with the Balasans and the Nithyananda Yogis. Yes. So I'm back with the Balasins and the Nithyananda Yogis. So along with me, I have Maniti Brahmayogananda, Ma Soni, Maniti Mahavidyananda, who are going to be manifesting and demonstrating to all of you this extraordinary Shakti, the power of body scanning. So I request the YouTube comments to be projected. All of you, go ahead, feel free to post your requests and comments and request for the power of body scanning. If you want a body scanning, go ahead and request. And the Balasins and the Nithyananda Yogis are eagerly waiting just to do a body scanning for all of you and to help all of you out. So I request the YouTube comments to be projected. Yes. Okay. So Raman Vasishta has requested for a body scanning for his mother, Ram Kumari Vasishta, and he has told that he has her consent. Yes. Ma Brahma Yoga, you can go ahead and do a body scanning for Ram Vasishta's mother, Ram Kumari Vasishta. And Durga Devi has requested for a body scanning. So Ma Soni, you can do the body scanning for Ma Durga Devi. And Payatar Vajda has requested for a body scanning. So Ma Mahavidya, you can do a body scanning for Payatar Vajda Ayya. Yes. So Ma Brahma Yoga, are you ready?
Yes, I have done the body scan for Raman Vasishta Aya's mother, Ram Kumari Vasishta, and Aya very much convinced me that the place is just saying has a lot of chemicals full of factories and a lot of pollution is there in the air. There is no clean oxygen at all. And that is affecting especially your mother. Like it's affecting your whole family including you, and it's especially affecting your mother. She's starting to get these black type of circles type things on her lungs, and she's getting these black type of circles on her lungs, and she's getting a lot of other body problems, and everything is due to the pollution in the air. So immediately Parameshiva revealed that you should change the place in which you're staying. You should change the place in which you're staying and move to a different house, and that will automatically clear everything from your body, and all along with that, all the other body problems your mother has will also get healed.
Yes, that was a beautiful and a very detailed scanning for Ram Kumari Vasishta. That was amazing. Raman Vasishta Aya, I request you to get back whether you were able to relate with the scanning, whether your mother was able to relate with the scanning. Yes, Ma Soni, are you ready? Yes, you can go ahead.
Nithyananda Ma Durga Devi Ma Paramashiva revealed that you get severe headaches, and Ma you have allergy with mud like whenever you go near the mud, your body reacts. Like your body start itching or you get some kind of allergy. So for severe headache, Paramashiva revealed a solution as to put a warm castor oil whenever your head hurts. And for mud, your Paramashiva revealed that you are having allergy. It's because because you don't eat veggies and fruits. So Paramashiva have revealed a solution as to eat more and more veggies and eat and fruit also.
Yes, that was also a very beautiful scanning. As all of you saw how Ma Soni revealed the root cause. Ma Durga Devi is allergic to mud because she's not eating vegetables and fruits. She has revealed the root cause through her third eye. Very beautiful body scanning. Ma Durga Devi, I request you to get back whether you were able to relate with the scanning. Yes, Ma Mahavidya, are you ready?
So this is a body scanning for Peter Vajda. What Paramashiva revealed immediately is that you have a lot of things on your on your mind, and continuously you are seeing yourself go between delusion, and then remind yourself that Swamiji is with you and come out of it. So consistently you're feeling yourself go to and fro. What Swamiji revealed is that you need to have lots of water, just hydrate yourself so you can remove the toxins, just detox yourself with a lot of water, and this will also heal the sore, the little bit of soreness that you have on your fingertips. Rest of it with your hair, all of it is actually just related with what you're feeling inside. So just detox your body and remember yourself that Swamiji is with you, and you all of your little problems that you're feeling in the side of your stomach, your fingertips, little bit on your hair, all of them will be healed immediately.
Yes, so that was also a very beautiful scanning for Payatar Vajita Aya. I request you to get back. And Raman Vasishta Aya has gotten back telling the first part of the body scan explanation was voice was not clear. Can you please repeat for your mother? Yes. Yes, Aya. Ma Brahma Yoga will be repeating. But before that, Mahesh Aya has also requested for a body scanning. So, Ma Soni, you can do the body scanning for Mahesh Aya.
Yes, Raman Vashishtaya, Parameshwar revealed that the place in which you're living has a lot of pollution, and that is affecting your whole family, especially your mother, because she's getting these black spots on her lungs. And not only that, but she's getting a lot of other pains, like she's having pain in her knee, and she's getting regular headaches, and all of this is happening only because of the pollution which is there. So Parameshwar revealed that immediately you should change the place in which you're living, and everything will get automatically, it will get cleansed, and all the body problems your mother is having, including the black spots in her lungs, will get healed.
Wow, a very beautiful solution for that power of body scanning. Yes. And Ma Durga Devi, Ma Soni has already done the body scanning for you. Once she's done for the body scanning for Mahesh Aya, I will request her to repeat. But she has actually revealed through her third eye that you are allergic to mud, and that is because you are not eating veggies and fruits properly. And there's a few more things which Ma Soni will be repeating again after she's done with the body scanning for Mahesh Aya. Yes.
Then the Mahesh Aya Parameshwar revealed that you are having kidney stones in your lungs, Aya. So Parameshwar revealed the solution as to take castor oil in the morning, empty stomach. When you go to the washroom, it will come out. All the stones which are there in the kidney, it will come out.
Yes. So, very beautiful scanning and a very simple solution for this scanning. Ramanaya has gotten back to ring. Thanks, Ma. That's very helpful, Nithyanandam. Yes. So, Ma yes, Ma Soni, can you repeat what you have revealed for Ma Durga Devi?
Yes, Nithyanandama, Ma Parameshwar revealed that nowadays you get severe headaches, Ma, and you are allergic to mud. So, like whenever mud touches your body, your body starts reacting. Like you get your body start itching, and you get rashes. So for headache, Parameshwar revealed the solution as for whenever you get headache, to put a warm castor oil on your head. And for mud, Parameshwar revealed that it's due to you are not eating veggies and fruits. So Parameshwar revealed that to eat more and more vegetables and fruits.
Yes, that was a beautiful scanning for Ma Durga Devi. Mahesh Aya has gotten back telling gratitude, Ma. Yes. And with that, I request all of you to get back in the comment section with that, we are going to be ending and concluding this power manifestation segment. We thank all of you for joining us in this power manifestation segment. And there are many upcoming interesting segments, like where you will be learning about who is Devi Parashakti, what are the Akashic readings, and much, much more. So we'll be ending this power manifestation session. Please stay tuned. Thank you, Nithyanandam.
Nithyananda, everyone. Welcome back. So now we will be moving into the next segment where we will be learning about divine feminine consciousness, about Devi Parashakti. So we will be first seeing the Dhyana Shloka for Devi Parashakti, which comes from the Lalita Sahasranama. Sindhuraruna Vigraham Trinayana Manikya Mauli Spurate Taranayaka Shekharam Smitamukhi Mapina Bakshoruham Panibhyam Alipurna Ratna Chashakam Raktotpalam Vibratim Saumyam Raknagatasta Rakta Charanam Dhyayet Paramambikam. And the translation for this is: the Divine Mother is to be meditated upon as shining in a vermilion red body, with the triple eyes, sporting a crown of rubies, studded with a crescent moon, a face all smiles, a splendid bust, one hand holding a jewel cup brimming with mead, and the other twirling in red lotus. And then another verse from the Lalita Sahasranam. Arunam karunam tarangatakshim dritapashankusha pushpabana chapam animadibhiravritam ayukaihirahamityeva vibhavaye bhavani. So the translation for this is: I meditate on the great empress. She is red in color. Her eyes are full of compassion. She holds the nose, the good, the bow, and the flowery arrows in her hands. She is surrounded on all sides by the powers such as anima forays. She is the self. And Devi Parashakti is the ultimate feminine consciousness. Parashakti is the cosmic mother, and it is in her cosmic what this betel leaf and betel nut might do. The betel leaf and betel nut may look too small, but in a few days you will see how much it adds to your sentiment that really she is there. You will not take the Devi Darshan for granted. Rituals will break your monotonous unconscious mentality and lifestyle and remind you to raise you to the powerful cognition, and it will break your unconscious behavior. And now all of you can also see how you can set up the tambulam. You can arrange the betel leaf, the betel nut, and the banana and coins in a plate. You can also add some kumkum. So we can go to the previous. Yes. So you can arrange everything in a plate. And if you would like, you can also keep a coconut, red bangles, and few other things which are set up in a tambulam. But the main few simple things as part of tambulam is the 2 betel leaves, 1 betel nut, a coin, and bananas. So you can arrange it in a plate and keep it in front of the screen. And now with this, we come to the conclusion of this segment, and we will be moving on to the next segment. So we will be back after a short break to see about what Devi Parashakti has revealed for humanity and how she is helping humanity. So we will be back after a short break. Please stay tuned.
So now we will be entering into the next segment where we will understand some of the revelations made by Parashakti and how the revelations have been made to guide humanity during this present and to guide them through. So if we can share the slides on community, we can get started and understand some of the. I think this is the wrong slide deck. If we can share the on community. Sorry, Mom, these are the wrong slides. We can continue to slide to the community slide. So in this segment, we will understand some of Devi Parashakti's revelations on the Pralaya and how they have been guiding humanity during this time of extreme uncertainty. And during this time where we are not sure where we can get the right information, Devi herself has been revealing through the Supreme Consciousness of Hinduism guidance and blessing humanity during this time of darkness and this great deluge where thousands and thousands of people have been So let us enter into this where we understand some of Devi Parashakti's relationship. We can move to the next slide. Yes, we can move to the next slide. Yes. Out of his extreme passion and love, the Supreme Consciousness of Hinduism has been manifested in Devi Parashakti herself, and gracing us, answering all of our questions, attending to our prayers, giving boons, healing us, revealing our past, present, and future, delivering profound spiritual truths, and ultimately giving us the experience of Parameshwaram itself. So now let us understand some of Devi Parashakti's revelations on immunity and COVID-19. So as we look at the current state of the world, we can see that the rate of coronavirus infection has been increasing, especially in the United States and India has been very drastically affected. You can see that over 186 million cases have been confirmed, and over 4 million deaths have been confirmed. And this continues to be on the rise, unfortunately. So let us understand some of Devi Parashakti's revelations on COVID-19 and immunity.
That's the first priority. Still, you are all not realizing the power of my words when I say Corona is very much out there with the support of decision makers, rulers, people who are supposed to protect all of you. Due to their irresponsibility, it is there and getting more and more strengthened. It is becoming more and more stronger in multiple forms. And all the other diseases which are waiting to attack human bodies, because corona has made the immunity strength weak in human bodies. Human bodies have lost the strength of immunity power. All the multi-layer after effects and side effects of this pralaya in political situations, economical situations, social situations, mental situations, in every level. Cannot be described. Wait. This year, focus on keeping yourself alive.
So let us reiterate what Baby's revelations on 18th of June 2020. Still, you are not realizing the power of my words. When I say Corona is very much out there with the support of the decision makers, rulers, people who are supposed to protect all of you, due to their irresponsibility, it is there and getting more and more strengthened. It is becoming more and more stronger in multiple forms. And all other diseases which are waiting to attack human bodies, because Corona has made the immunity strength weak in human bodies have lost the strength of immunity power. All the multi-layer after effects and side effects of this pralaya in political situations, economic situations, social situations, mental situations, in every level cannot be described. Wait, this year, focus on keeping yourself alive. So let us look at the three main revelations made by Devi Parashakti. The first revelation was that Corona has made the immunity strength weak in human bodies. So let us look at how Corona has been affecting human bodies. So in Science Daily, it has been shared that new research suggests that a coronavirus infection actually alters the biochemical properties of red and white blood cells, in some cases for months, a possible explanation for long COVID, which is when people experience symptoms well after the initial infection, which can be up to months after the initial infection. So this was published on June 29, 2021, just 11 days after Devi Parashakti's revelation. And this article stated that COVID-19 significantly changes the size and stiffness of red and white blood cells, and sometimes over months. So these results explain why some affected people continue to complain of symptoms long after an infection of COVID-19, which is what is considered as long COVID. You can see that COVID-19 actually alters your immune system, and as Devi revealed, affects the strength of your immunity. So in the Academy of Medical Science, it states that the way that the body defends against a virus is that it recognizes and neutralizes it. However, in Forbes, a recent article published says that Corona actually suppresses the immune system by disrupting the actions of the body's immune cells. And this immunosuppression allows for the 2-week incubation period, which gives Corona enough time to attack the body. So just as they revealed, it suppresses the immune system and affects the immunity strength in people, which is why many people are facing such strong symptoms of COVID-19 and are being not only affected by COVID, but other diseases as well, as they do. So here we can look The initial incubation period happens between 0 to 5 days, and then from 5 to 10 days, the prodromal period takes place, and then the onset of acute infection, which is when many times people end up going to the ICU or facing much stronger symptoms of COVID-19. So you can see how this progresses throughout the 2 weeks and sometimes for much longer. And here you can see the comparison of COVID-19 to other deadly diseases throughout history. You can see HIV on the far left, which has taken the lives of more than 35 million people over the course of 4 years. Whereas when we look at COVID-19, it has been around for about 2 years now and has already taken 4 million lives, and which is severely underreported, as much of the data shows that the numbers could be much, much higher than what we know. So you can see that COVID-19, the fatality, the effect, the death rate, and the amount of people, the number of people that COVID-19 has been affected is well within the range of how HIV, which is considered to be one of the worst pandemics throughout history. And here you can see the long-term effects of coronavirus on immunity. Recent data published in the Immunology Network has showed that the University of Oxford has found that the cells are profoundly impaired after recovering from COVID. And the British Society for Immunology has also claimed that the effects of COVID are far beyond respiratory health. It also affects our cardiovascular and renal systems. And this long-term impact of COVID-19 shows that the cellular immune system in individuals recovering from COVID-19 reveals that a profound NKT cell impairment has been affected. So you can see that COVID-19 actually affects the immune system just as Davy had revealed. So we can see that in recent research published that the exposure to the disease COVID-19 causes symptoms in multiple organ systems across the body and is not limited to only the lungs and respiratory system, as was originally thought. In addition, patients are reporting chronic symptoms such as fatigue and shortness of breath that last for months after the original infection. And the name given to the suffering from COVID-like symptoms, like after the infection has passed, is called long COVID. So just as Davy revealed, that COVID-19 actually affects the immune system long after the initial infection and creates a weakness in immunity. It affects the immunity strength, which is affecting how patients long after they recovered are responding to other diseases. And long COVID can affect not just the lungs, but also the cardiovascular system, the circulatory system, and can cause fatigue and inflammation because the effects on the immune system. And here we can see an example of how the lungs are affected in someone who has suffered from COVID-19. You can see on the left side the healthy lungs, and you can see on the right side the COVID-19 affected lungs, which have much more scarring and dark areas, which are the parts which are affected from the coronavirus infection. And we can see that even after contracting COVID, your immune system has been weakened and you are much more susceptible to other diseases. And in an article published by CDC, you can see that the symptoms that can last for weeks or months after first being infected with coronavirus can actually have effects on multiple organs, and not just the lungs, but the kidney and heart and other in the skin and the immune system, which is exactly as they revealed. And so now let us look at how all the other diseases are waiting to attack the human body after the immunity strength has been weakened in human bodies by coronavirus. So, as many of us have heard, black fungus, white fungus, and other fungal diseases have been sweeping the nation in India and have been affecting mainly patients who have recovered from COVID-19. And there have been around 9,000 rare cases of COVID-19 reported in this article. And in other news, that out of 5,474 cases, over 4,556 patients were patients who had been affected by COVID-19. We can see it is mainly affecting patients who have recovered from COVID-19. And here are some photos of patients who have been both affected by coronavirus and have been having also infected with black fungus, white fungus, and other fungal diseases. You can see how much of suffering and pain that many of these patients have been going through. And as they revealed, it really eats the skin and the brain. And this is exactly what many patients are experiencing with this fungal infection. And let us now look at the last revelation, which is that it is becoming more and more strong in multiple forms. Coronavirus has been becoming more and more strong in multiple forms, and you can already see that across the globe there have been several variants which have been recently discovered, and we can see that in India, Brazil, South Africa, UK, there have been several variants emerging, and even in India, which has been affected by the most recent variant, the Delta variant, which has been the main cause of the second wave and has been severely affecting the population and creating a very dire situation within the country, and has been spread to other countries from India. So we can see out of UK, the Alpha variant has emerged, and out of South Africa, the Beta variant has emerged, and out of Brazil, the Gamma variant has emerged, and out of India, the Delta variant has emerged. And viruses generally mutate, but in the case of COVID-19, we've seen that they've become much more dominant. And here above, we can see the table of the different variants that have been sweeping the world. And in recent articles published, you can see that the Delta variant has been the primary cause of India's second wave of COVID-19, and the dangers of these variants have been further highlighted when the World Health Organization categorized the Delta variant as the most highly transmissible variant of COVID. And as the Supreme Council of Hinduism has recently revealed, that the Delta variant is not just the only variant that will drastically affect India, but we are now seeing cases of the Delta Plus variant and the Lambda variant, which will affect India much, much more. And we can see that that already there is a cause for concern for a third wave within India, with new variants emerging, as just as they revealed, and as the Supreme Council of Hinduism has revealed in such as well. And here are just a small infographic of the 4 variants that are currently circulating, been affected and which the variants have come out of. And other variants of coronavirus have also been recently discovered, as we shared, that Supreme Pontiff Hinduism has revealed that the Delta Plus variant is slowly emerging out of India and will severely affect the population, and the Lambda variant will also be a serious cause for concern. It is not as maybe many people think that coronavirus is becoming that the pandemic has been slowing down. However, there are very serious causes for concern, and there are multiple reasons why we need to be on alert, making sure that we are following the multi-layer quarantine guidelines and ensuring, especially if you are in India, that you are taking care of yourself, that you are quarantining yourself, isolating yourself, and ensuring that you are maintaining social distancing. If you are living in India, take this opportunity to avail the offering that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made to allow anyone who is wanting to protect themselves from coronavirus to quarantine within India, within the Kailasas within India, and ensure that they are having multi-layer quarantine, because that is the only way to protect yourself. As we can see that more than 4,500 sequences of variants have been detected in about 60 countries, and the most recent one, that the Delta variant, is 60% more transmissible than the Alpha variant, and the is said to be much more transmissible than that even, and even the Lambda variant is going to be much more strong. And you can see that the secondary attack rates have been known to be 51 to 67% higher than that of the Alpha variant. And as the Supreme Pontiff has revealed, that you are not protected if you have already been infected with COVID-19, that you are not necessarily going to have the protection just because you've already been infected, and that the other variants will still be able to affect the patients who have already been infected with COVID-19, and that even children will be affected with this third wave. So it is highly, highly important to ensure that we take heed to Devi's words. Now let us look at Devi's revelation made on the 14th of April, 2021.
ஷர்மிளா, கொரோனா ஒழிந்தது, கொரோனாவை வைத்து அரசியலும் அழிவாட்டமும் செய்ய நினைக்கும் மனிதர்களின் சதிராட்டம் முடிய இன்னும் 4 ஆண்டுகளாகும். என் பக்தர்களையும் சீடர்களையும் கைலாய வாசிகளையும் நானே காத்துக் கொள்கின்றேன், நானே காக்கின்றேன். என் பக்தர்களுக்கு ஒரு துயரும் ஒரு துக்கமும் வாராது. ஆனால் உலகின் இந்த கொரோனாவின் சதியாட்டம் முடிய 4 ஆண்டுகள் ஆகும். 2025 தான் அடங்கும். இது சதியாட்டம், மனிதர்களின் சதியாட்டம்.
And the translation is as follows: Corona is destroyed, but it will take 4 years for the political conspiracy done by humans to end. I will protect my devotees, disciples, and Kailasavasis. No suffering will come for my devotees, but it will take 4 years for the conspiracy of Corona to end. It will come to an end only in 2025. It is a conspiracy, a human conspiracy. And as per Devi's revelations, we can see from below that India is still being affected by COVID-19 and that there are more waves to come in India. That the article continues to say that if a new variant is discovered, it would spread faster than in the 3rd wave. And we can see that already there has already been information that the Delta Plus variant and the Lambda variant will be affecting India. And as the Supreme Pontifice individually revealed, that will be the cause of the 3rd wave, which will be much more destructive than what we've already seen. And Devi has also revealed that within the Buddhadasi month, will be coming up in August, that there will be crores and crores of people dying, and that even children, this revealed that even children will be unfortunately affected in the 3rd wave. And we can already see that this is already coming to light as we are approaching the month of Buddhadasi. We can already see how this is coming to reality and how it will severely affect the Indian population, and how the coronavirus, COVID-19, as they revealed, is not coming to an end. The pandemic is not coming to an end. It will continue to affect India in the coming months and even years, up until the conspiracy ends. And let us see how we can protect ourselves during this time, this dark time. So, as David revealed, there are more and more waves of COVID-19 coming, and that will affect India. So what is the best way to protect ourselves? And does anybody have a solution? Kailasa is the only safe place within India, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the only hope. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has opened up Kailasa, all of the Kailasas within India, to protect yourself with multi-layer quarantine, as has been shared in multiple research articles published and multiple data published, that the only way to protect yourself is through multi-layer quarantine, through isolation, through social distancing, to ensure that you are not being infected with this next wave of COVID-19. And the only place that you can really truly have multi-layer quarantine is within the Kailasas within India, which are taking all possible preventive and protective measures to ensure that the residents of Kailasa are protected with multi-layer quarantine, with the spiritual protection and with all possible amenities provided, including the best Sattvic food, the most comfortable possible care, and all Ayurvedic, Siddha, homeopathic, naturopathic, and even allopathic medicine available for all the residents, and multiple aushadas and different immunity boosts that have been provided to the Kailasa community. And if you are interested in availing this opportunity, you can go to kailasa.org/Kailasa Care to sign up today and take care of yourself, protect yourself, and protect your family with this opportunity for multi-layer quarantine. And with this, we will be concluding this segment and entering into the next segment, where we will understand some of the offerings that we can make to Devi Parashakti, and how through these offerings we can connect to Devi Parashakti much more deeply, and how Devi has been making herself available to each and every one of us to attend to all of our prayers, give blessings and boons, and to just give her deep love and compassion to humanity. And now is our opportunity to receive those beautiful blessings and boons given by Devi, to experience her in a much deeper way through various offerings made to Devi Parashakti. So we will be right back with these offerings, these beautiful offerings that we can make to Devi. And if we can actually start by careful.
Nithyanandam, welcome back to all of the viewers. let us now understand the different offerings that you can make today. We have a various exquisite array of offerings that you can do in order to experience the ultimate oneness with Paramashiva. Now I request if we can go back to the previous slides. Yes. Now, today we will be understanding and going into this next segment on the different offerings that you can do to Devi Parashakti, that you can offer at the sacred feet of Devi Parashakti. And there has been so many different ways, of course, until now that you have understood the different powerful cognitions that Devi Parashakti embodies. And you will be able to now see how those powerful cognitions, through the science of ritualistic sevas and the science of worship, can literally manifest that into your reality. So yes, if we can go to the previous slide. Yes, the previous slide, please. Now, in the Hindu tradition, I'm sure many of you who are Hindus, who are practicing Hindus or even born Hindus, you know that the tradition, at least in our families, in our homes, and even in our communities, is that whenever we have a birthday or a marriage anniversary or a wedding anniversary, or if we have a, or if we're starting a business for the first time, or a school for the first time, whatever it is, whatever new venture we are entering into in our lives, we always see how we can invite God into our lives and how we can ultimately see the beautiful significance and see the way that God has made his presence in our lives. Now, this is often done through the ritual. And in the ritual, we are offering our gratitude to gods, the goddesses, our Ishta Devata, or our favorite deity, or the Kula Devata, the community god. We offer our gratitude in order to we offer our gratitude and ask them and request their guidance further in our lives. Yes, and this is the custom, the tradition in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, where we often, every single opportunity we have, we seek the loving, graceful presence of the divine in our lives. And that's what we call practicing the presence of God, and even what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revived as the science of enlightenment. And literally the science of living enlightenment, where we're literally living with God. We're living with the presence of the divine and continuously relating with them, continuously having a beautiful relationship with them and holding them dear in our hearts. And that ultimately is the way that we can manifest whatever we want in reality. Now, yes, thank you. Let us first chant the Dhyana Shloka we'll first chant the Dhyana Shloka for Devi Parashakti. Sorry, Mark, we can go to the previous slide. Yes. We'll chant the Dhyana Shloka. Induni Vabeda Karavahni Syat Pankajavarabayam Japakshasara Yuktam Angahima Bhushana Vishitravasanam Syat Tungamukatojjala Manonmani Swarupam. And the translation now I'll chant. Moonlight face, holding the Vedas on hand and fire in eyes, with lotus flower gracing and blessing hands, and one hand with the Japamala, beautifully decorated with jeweled ornaments and wonderful clothes and shining bright crown. Her name is Manonmani. Yes, and now I'll be chanting the next verse. Dhyaye devim trinetram shashini bhavadanam vedahastam dadanam savye padmam varadam apare chabhayam chakshamalam divyeravarana vibhushitatanum brahmadi vipujitam devimeva manonmanim pratidinam kamatradatrim shubham. The next slide, please. I meditate on Devi with 3 eyes glowing like the moon and holding the Vedas, lotus and gracing with blessing and gracing hands. She is wearing beautiful ornaments and she is worshipped by Brahma and other many gods and showers auspicious boons for all actions every day. Yes. Now, let us understand the significance of the divine element gold in this exquisite array of offerings that you can do today that we'll be presenting to you. You'll see that many of them are offerings in gold, and many of you might realize or might try to understand, what is this? Why is everything in gold? Even you might be thinking, why does Swamiji himself wear so much of gold? What is the significance? And what does it mean to us, and how does it actually transform or benefit us? The beauty is that everything within Sanatana Hindu Dharma is a science. It has a beautiful significance and a role in us, each and every one of us, experiencing enlightenment. Now, in the Atharva Veda, there is a verse where it speaks on the divine element gold and how the gold has virtuous properties. And I'll just be chanting the English translation. It says here, triply born by birth is this gold, from the atoms of Agni is one. It becomes dearest to Agni, and one fell away from the Soma when it was hurt. One they call the seed of virtuous and powerful Apaha, the watery molecules. Let that triple gold be for your long life. Yes. And now, so many of us understand and know the value of gold. We often give it as gifts when we are talking to or when we are relating with our parents, perhaps on Mother's Day, on Father's Day. We always give gifts of gold, a gold bracelet, a gold earring set, a gold necklace, or we want to give them gold items like a gold trophy or a gold watch. All of these are the different ways that we want to gift people with gifts of gold. And we know that giving a gift in gold, it has high value. It places value in that relationship. But have you ever wondered, do you actually know the properties of gold? Why it has so much of significance in our society in this day and age? Not just because of the economic value or the value that it has in currency, but because of its divine properties, its sacred properties. The Vedic ancient rishis, the ancient scientists of the Hindu civilization, they actually understood the divine properties, the scientific elements of this beautiful element, gold. And they had so much of reverence for it, and they understood it so deeply that they applied it in all aspects of life. The Vedic rishis had seen the divine qualities of gold much more than its economic value. And in fact, that is the root of how gold is seen as such a valuable item in modern day age. It is because our Vedic rishis first recognized the value behind gold much more than its economic value or its economic price. Because gold is actually a divine element. It literally purifies anything it touches. It is an element of spiritual significance and great spiritual power of healing and enlightening. The vibration of gold has the power to infuse sattva energy and positive thought currents in anyone who wears and anyone who sees or operates in its vicinity. And gold is present in all of the scriptures, the Agamas, the Vedas, the Shrutis, the Itihasas and Puranas. In all Hindu scriptures, it is abundant that gold is the most auspicious and the purest metal, which can literally purify the being. In the Hindu civilization, everything was built in gold and exchanged in gold. Ritual fees were offered in gold bricks. When one was to be saved from life-threatening illnesses, gold was offered as a ritual fee. Gold was in abundance and used for weighing equivalent amounts of commodities, including cows. And kingdoms were built with huge doors of gold. The streets would have huge columns and huge archways of gold, and even horses and cows that were both, and all animals in the Vedic civilization recognized for their infinite possibility, for the pure consciousness that they embody. All of them were also dressed and decorated in gold. And not only this, the Hindu civilization thrived on the banks of rivers of gold. It was called the Hiranyamaya. The Indus River was called the Hiranyamaya, or the river of gold. And in the this was in the Rig Veda. And in the Atharva Veda, the river Saraswati is called the Hiranyavartani. So gold is a supreme element for offering gifts to the ones you love and revere. And temples are constructed and paved in gold. Deities are made in gold and decked and adorned in gold. And because it preserves the enlightenment energy for thousands of years, it lasts forever. Now, let us begin entering into all the different offerings that we have available for each and every one of you today. The first offering is the E-Hundi offering. And in this, we see how Devi Parashakti literally reveres and she adores any kind of donation. You can offer any kind of donation and she will accept it. She will grace you with all the blessings that you want. She will remove any fear. She'll do anything. And you don't even have to give anything, do anything. Simply if you express your devotion, Devi Parashakti will just pour herself on you. And there's in fact a verse in the Lalita Sahasranama which describes exactly this. Devi Parashakti is described Bhakti Priya Bhakti Ghamya Bhakti Vashya Bhayapaham Shambhavi Sharadaradya Sharvani Sharmadayini. Devi is fond of true devotion and is realized through true devotion. She can be won over through true devotion and she removes all fear. Yes, and if there is any fear in the minds of devotees, Devi is sure to remove that fear. It is stated that Devi likes to be worshipped in autumn, and here it is meant that autumn of our lives when thoughts turn more and more inward. And this is when the role of the divine is known and understood clearly. The need for Devi worship becomes stronger. So this E-Hundi offering is an offering that you can make for any amount of money. You can offer it for $1, for how much ever you feel you'd like to offer as a donation out of your gratitude to Devi Parashakti. Yes, and the next offering is the Sankalpa chanting. I'll just be chanting the English translation for the Devi Mahatmyam chapter 12 verse 14, where it says, the goddess enchants this universe and she herself gives birth to this universe. The goddess, being prayed without interest in anything, gives out knowledge that leads to salvation and gives wealth in the materialistic sense. Now, the offering of the Sankalpa is the offering of the conscious resolution. And many of you might be wondering, what is the conscious resolution? And actually, in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, there is a beautiful tradition where we are literally offering the Sankalpa. And for every ritual, for every single ritual, this Sankalpa is a very important part. There is no ritual without a Sankalpa. And you can change the wordings, and cater it exactly to what you want to manifest in your reality. Every day during the Guru Puja that we offer, even as Kailashians, the Sankalpa is a prayer for deep devotion and manifesting whatever we want into reality. And even if that might be having the eternal celebration, or if it is requesting the blessings for going beyond greed and fear and lust, or if it is even all of being blessed with all of the different shaktis of having eternal wisdom or having eternal wealth, whatever it is, the Sankalpa is chanted as a way to basically just make that conscious resolution for the day. And every single day we chant it during the Guru Puja, and as well as every single ritual, it is chanted, and it can also be chanted by itself in order to manifest what you want into reality, because it is a powerful way to manifest what you want in reality. Just chanting and creating that vibration, even another person, a Pujacharya, Shivacharya, who is chanting it for you, can create that energy in order to make that conscious resolution happen in your life. So this offering can be done, and it will literally give you the blessings of and the fruition of all the desires and wishes that you are yearning for. And the next offering we have is the Sahasranama Swarna Kasu. And in fact, in the Lalita Sahasranama, verse 731, Devi Parashakti is described as Nama Parayana Prita, meaning she who likes the repetition of her various names. And I understand at the first hearing of this first, you might think, what is this? Why does she like hearing her own name heard so many times? Or literally hearing her repeating herself, her own name. But understand the deep spiritual significance of this beautiful verse, and of like just this sentiment that Devi Parashakti expresses. When Devi Parashakti says, or when she is described as Nama Parayana Prita, out of her own compassion, knowing very well that when we chant the Parayana of her own Namavali, of her own names and the 1008 names, we will be able to experience the oneness with her. That is the beautiful context behind which this verse is laid. And thus, in this offering, we're offering the 1008 names of Devi Parashakti, and it's a very special and unique archana offered to the Mahameru of Devi Parashakti. And you can offer a gold coin inscribed with each and every one of the 1008 names and receive the blessings to have the Ananta Kalyana Gunas, all the divine qualities of Devi Parashakti. Yes. And the next offering is the Mukta Anguti. So now, and I just like to say first that if you knew that your mother had a liking to pearls, or if you knew that in a sacred part or a secret part of her heart, she just really loved pearls, and you don't necessarily know why, she doesn't necessarily tell you, but you know that she loves pearls. When it comes around to her birthday or Mother's Day, you would like to offer her a pearl ring or a pearl set or a pearl necklace, and you'd like to adorn her with pearls. And if you just like to win her favor, you know that you would want to offer pearls. Now, in the same way, we can relate to Devi Meenakshi, Devi Parashakti, the incarnation who descended as Devi Meenakshi. And Devi Meenakshi was a very incarnation who had literally manifested the very state, space, being, and the reality of Kailasa on planet Earth. And she had literally, in all the senses, she had conquered all of the directions of the whole universe, and she had gone all over the universe and conquered every single direction. She united all of the 56 kingdoms. In fact, there were only 56 in that part of human history. There were only 56 kingdoms and civilizations that all lived in different tribal units and were all isolated all over the world. But it was Devi Meenakshi who united all of the 56 kingdoms and brought them under one rule and one civilization, and ruled from Madurai along with her divine consort, Lord Sundareshwara, the incarnation of Paramashiva himself. And that is the beauty of the whole thing, is that Devi Meenakshi had literally come down, and she had the power inside of her and the strong, powerful cognition to literally manifest Kailasa on planet Earth. So you can offer this Mukta Anguti in the very same way and offer the this pearl ring in order to have the blessings of Devi Meenakshi to fulfill any of your business endeavors. And just in order to revere Devi Meenakshi, I'll be chanting the verse now. Muktaharanala satkiritaruchiram purnendu vaktra prabham chinjannu purikinkini manidaram vakta padma prabhavasuram sarvabhita falapradam girusutam vani rama sevitam Meenakshim panatosmi santatamaham karunyavaram yadim. And the English translation: I bow down to the goddess Meenakshi, whose crown has garlands of pearls and fish shining like the full moon, who wears anklets that are studded with gemstones and has small bells, who is shining like the splendor of a lotus and who grants all wishes, the daughter of the mountain, and who is worshipped by goddess Vani and Rama. I remain ever bowing to the goddess Meenakshi, the ocean of compassion. Yes, and as I was saying, the offering of this Mukta Anguti is a
我
very
们现在
beautiful
可以向
offering
女
that
神
you
供
can do
奉
in
的
order
有这个黄金的莲花。
in all of your different endeavors.
就这一切来自于阿格玛经文之中。
Now, if you'd like to go through the further steps in order to make your payment today and make this offering, you can go to the link which is projected, which is tiny.cc/Devi-offerings. However, if you are just having a few questions about how to make the payment, please stay tuned until the end of this segment, and we will be able to walk you through what is the different links, how to pay, and what options that you have. Stay tuned for that.
那么在就是这么多的崇拜之中，就这么多就是对 Shiva 的崇拜之中，然后我们这个崇拜者神灵，它不仅仅是一个金色的，就是它不仅仅是花朵，就是它也是这个 lotus， 就是 lotus 也就是这个莲花也被称作为这个神明的花束。 那么就是 Paramashiva 给我们的灵感，就是它也是莲花。你可以向任何就是形式的去供奉这个金色的莲花。就在你的这个就在你这个能量空间中供奉它。你也可以看到这个黄金的莲花，它有就是多重的记载，就是在各种各样子的经文中，它有多重的记载。这是一个美丽的神明的花束。
As well, the base of the Paramashiva Linga is the lotus, and the
在任何
disciple
形式的
of
水
Paramashiva is
上面
also considered as a lotus. You can offer the golden lotus in any size that you wish and be blessed to have the state, space, powers, and being of Devi in your inner space amidst any and every adverse situation in your life. There are hundreds of
这就是我们看到神灵的时候，这个莲花的质量。 它依然就是可以美丽并且高贵的，所以这样美丽的品质，
lotus, such a beautiful and divine flower, is because of its radiant and resilient property, its quality of resilience. In any kind of waters, whether
就是向女神供奉这个黄金的莲花，可以帮助你们中的每一个人，就是向女神供奉你们的感恩。
And it will be that divine, beautiful, radiant flower that is known for, that it is very.
那么下面一个供奉就是。
And that is a quality
这个金色的脚趾的环脚趾，就这个脚上的戒指。
It can still be strong, beautiful, and elegant. That's like Devi Parashakti. So that is the beautiful quality.
老师现在正在唱诵我们的这个经文。
Just offering this offering is such a beautiful way for every one of you to experience oneness with Devi Parashakti and receive her blessings to overcome any situation in your life and radiate that same radiance and resilience in any adversity. Yes. And the next offering is the golden tool.
就是这个，它耗金会是$750。
Offering.
就所有的这个印度的女性。
Golden tool ring. And I'll be chanting the verse. Nakadiditi samchana namajjana tamuguna padadvaya prabha jala parapita
结婚的女性有这个美丽的脚趾的戒指，因为在印度的传统之中，所有的女性都崇拜着 Parashakti 她本人。
Yes. So the Swarna Meti, this Meti, the Meti is the golden toe ring. And in fact,
然后他这个给他供奉金色的脚趾的戒指，可以移除我们所有的无知，然后移除我们生命之中所有的黑暗。
Why society as a whole or this ritual adorns women or married women with this beautiful toe ring is from this very verse.
就是显化。 就在地球上显化各种类型的女性。
All women are worshipped as Devi Parashakti herself, just like Devi Parashakti wears. And
那么她也相同的通过地球上所有的女性来这个崇拜 Parashakti。
And being able to remove any kind of darkness in your life, we adorn that with the golden toe ring, and we offer the toe ring to Devi Parashakti. And being the manifestation of all of the different, being manifesting in all the different women in the planet Earth, Devi Parashakti.
那么通过这样子的供奉，你可以真正的向女神所鞠躬，让她移除所有的黑暗。那么下面一个供奉是供奉金色的发饰。 这是一个非常吉祥的供奉。
In this verse, you can see that the very reference
女神 Parashakti,
and you can offer this ring in order to experience Devi Parashakti
给予了非常愉悦的终极的体验。
Any and every difficult aspect of your life.
那么当你供奉这个的时候，你这个顶轮是完全开启的。
Be assured that she will remove all the darkness, all the ignorance from her. Now, the next offering is this Swarna Mauntika, the golden hairline jewelry. Another very auspicious, offering. And in fact, in the Lalita Sahasranamam, Devi Parashakti is referred as the Shuddha Sarabhi Varshani. She who makes the nectar flow in all of the
会被戴在前额上，就是被印度这个传统戴在前额上。所有的女性就戴佩戴这样的珠宝。
And in fact, Sahasrara chakra is known to be the chakra at the very crown of the head and is representative of the brain. And it is known as the 1,000-petaled lotus. So when the 1,000-petaled lotus blooms and it is in full ripe bloom, that's when the nectar is pouring out of this chakra.
那么这个空间是完全不同的。
Was represented by and many times If you see in the Hindu tradition, the Mangtika is a jewelry which starts at the center of the forehead and comes down to the center of the head, the crown of the head, and comes down to the forehead. And even all women, again, all women wear this jewelry as a representation of Devi Parashakti. As once again, we worship and revere all Hindu women as forms of Devi Parashakti herself. So this beautiful offering of the Mangtika is what you can offer today in order to achieve the blessings of the blissful state of overflowing gratitude and the space of complete completion. Yes. And the next offering is the Pratyakshapada Puja.
那么这个是通过持续的不断的触碰而变得锋利。就这个桑达利亚拉哈瑞的这个第83号 Shrikam 书说，指甲被不断的触碰而变得锋利，因为天上的人们总是匍匐在他面前，然后他在黑暗就是在黑暗中匍匐在面前。那在这首诗中，这个他纳代表了奉献者心中的无知，通过不断的跪倒在这个就女生的面前，他们的无知被消除，他们获得了知识，提供这个帕达普贾以这个就是以这个印度教教皇的吉祥的祝福，就是向女神提供帕达普贾可以获得印度教教皇 JMHDH 8万水尼夏南达的祝福。你可以获得所有的吉祥。
Will literally liberate you and remove all the darkness, and that is also indicated here when it says that tamoguna. Literally, it's saying that
那么下一个功夫是 Pratakshi 帕达夫甲，你可以供奉这个帕达夫甲 Pratakshi 帕达夫甲。并你可以显化有所多的改变在你生活里。 老师现在正在这一位讲课的僧侣正在沟通这个技术的问题。然后我们可以看到这个链接作为我们这一个项目的终结。各种不同的供奉，各种基于印度教皇不同的供奉，就带给阿迪卡拉萨。所以，那我们现在要放出这个链接。然后我们马上就可以进入下一个项目。他在与我们所有人圆满，因为他们现在有一些技术性上的问题。我邀请你们中所有人。这个超等意识的突破发生在就是这个数据的时代。无论你是从视觉或者是数字上看到这一切，就或者是你从脸书上看到，那么他们现在真的给了我们如此多已经完成的工作，就是给我们有很多可以获取的。我们可以在所有的社交媒体的平台上，我们现在也知道，就是下一位斯拉米已经加入了我们，他要来开始这个项目的下一个环节，就是阿迪卡拉萨的这个，就是多重的 给予世界的多重贡献。就是苏拉米底为我们创造了一个什么样的世界，就什么样的生态系统。就在这一次大洪水之中，为我们创造了一个。我们中所有人已经知道，这个印度教的寺庙已经被关停，就很多非常著名的这个寺庙，就它已经在上千年运作着，所有这些寺庙被关停了，就是都是因为这一次新冠的疫情。
Adi Kailasha ship, how it is protecting so many, and let's understand more about this. Let me start with the Sadguru Vandana. Nithyanandam Paramasugadam Kevalam Jnanamo Vanvati Tam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. So, as all of you already aware that across India, many temples are shut down, many states. The famous temples, which have been a continuous lineage of thousands of years functioning, all these temples are shut down due to the COVID-19 surge. For example, let us see some of the temples which are the famous temples. The Shirdi temple and the Siddhi Vinayaka temple.
不仅仅是这一个寺庙，很多的这个不同的宗教的寺庙都被关停。
Officiating the chief executive officer, the Sai Baba Samsthan Trust, that this administration took the decision after the Maharashtra government recently announced a weekend lockdown and night curfew till indefinite date due to the widespread of coronavirus. And in another state, the famous Puri Jagannath temple will remain closed for public, keeping in view the surge of COVID-19 cases in Odisha. And also in Puri, the authorities of the temple, Lord Jagannath, in the pilgrim town on Sunday.
因为就在这一个，就是因为有太多的新冠确诊的案例，所以这些寺庙都因为疫情关闭，并且拒绝信众的进入。就在这个疫情激增之际，就是从4月11日开始，这个苏纳的寺庙将无限期的关闭。
Bhubaneswar, our city records the highest daily COVID surges recently. The local municipal authorities recently declared a closure of all religious places like temples.
那么在这个泰米尔邦德的这个普地科坦 这个一个Kola 时代的寺庙，它的神像被破坏了。就是这个时候，一位信徒去了寺庙，真正发现这个寺庙里所有的神像都被斩首了。后来他也向当地警方提出了申诉。那么湿婆谁是主神？寺庙里还有其他的神灵，那么他们都是前2天被发现的时候被斩首的。
The famous Somanath temple is closed for darshan due to the rise in the COVID-19 surge. The Somanath temple authorities announced that the temple will remain shut down for devotees since last April 11th from an indefinite period. And in South India, the murtis of one of the Chola era temple have been vandalized in Pudukkottai, Tamil Nadu. A devotee who went to the temple was shocked to find all the murtis in the temple in a beheaded state. He lodged a complaint.
这古代的寺庙被封锁了，所以就是来到这里拜访神明，并且接受打显的这个。这个信徒他们都以前来的心态去拜访，但是他们就是不能进入到这个寺庙之中。那么他们在这一次的大洪水之中感觉到迷失。
All of these murtis were discovered in a beheaded state just few days ago. So what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism tirelessly working to revive for all of us the temple experience. Now, in the times where all the temples are shutting down across India.
那么这下面就揭示了为什么神明的崇拜对神明的崇拜要持续下去。就是印度教正在复兴着什么？
The devotees of these temples were visiting and having darshan of their gods and goddesses for thousands of years.
那么这个神明他不仅仅是偶像，他们也是这个理想。就是我们并不崇拜偶像，我们崇拜的是这个理想所代表着的偶像。
The religious power of the devotees due to the pandemic. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving the
那么当神明一种他能看见、触摸和联系的形式出现在面前的时候，转变就变成了一种简单而快乐的过程。 那么在这个真正的 creature 的时候，神总是以古代大师和觉悟者的形式去雕刻，即使不在身体中，他们也可以通过他们在物质层面中的名称或者是形式被呼唤或者是唤醒。
The Kailasa's department of enlightened civilization presents why deity worship, why the religious fervor is lost, why are we saying, and what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving. So why deity worship? What happens with the deity worship to us? So please understand, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says deities are not mere idols. They are embodiment of ideals. We do not worship the idols. We worship the ideals represented through the idols. When the divine is present before him in a form that he can see, when we see a form we can relate with. So when we touch the deity, when we do the abhishekam, when we relate with the deity, the transmutation becomes an easy and joyful process. It is so easy to relate with the deity when you see in front. When your eyes
我们掌握了这一个把神明带到神像上的科学，我们掌握这一整门的科学，就成为了印度教的传统。就是恢复这个寺庙的传统。 这也是为什么这个传统复兴如此出现的，它以真正的现实的合一所出现。
They're no longer in the body, but they can be invoked through the name or form they used while in the physical form. When we pray to the deity or chant its name, the corresponding divine vibration is automatically awakened and becomes available on the energy plane to guide and bless us. So the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says,
在这个山上的奉献中看清楚，
the signs of bringing and expressing the divine through the deity.
就是神明立刻显化，就是拯救了人类。
Will be the revival of world peace and world bliss. Revival of temple culture, the deity worship, where people are made to look in. That is where the revival of Sanatana Dharma, the Advaita Satya, that means the oneness, the truth of oneness, is going to happen. Now, any deity, be it Paramashiva, be it Mahavishnu, any deity, be it Muruga, be it Ganesha, they all have the infinite auspicious qualities. In Sanskrit, we call Ananta Kalyana. That means
就是它与帕玛施瓦深深的连接着。
Kalyana means the auspicious attributes.
当这个时间来临
attributes, the auspicious attributes. A devotee calls in with the deep devotion to save. Whenever the world is at stake,
那么帕玛施瓦与女神一起出现，然后这个拯救了他。帕玛施瓦显化了他本人。
For example, Shiva saved Markandeya from death. Markandeya is a child who was destined to die at the age of 16. That's how the destiny is. But he connected with Paramashiva intensely. His parents were so devastated with his upcoming death because they knew he was going to die shortly and they were devastated. But to remove their sorrow, he connected intensely with Paramashiva with the utmost faith that Paramashiva will save him. And when the time has come, the Lord of Death, life away, that he intensely hugged the Paramashiva, intensely connected with him. That's when Paramashiva
这样跳舞的形式，帕玛施瓦是跳舞的形式，就成为了纳塔拉扎。那么帕玛施瓦每一个就是沐浴的方式。 向全世界沐浴恩典的方式就成为了拉克什米。
Amaratva. The Markandeya was destined to die as a young boy who become immortal by worshipping Paramashiva, and the Paramashiva manifested to save Markandeya, become the independent.
就是当你与神梦相连接的时候，无论你想要的什么都会即刻发生。所以这样子的崇拜，
the creation，
就是这些，就是通过这些独特的就是行为，他们与这些神灵相连接。 你可以达成你生命中想要的所有的一切。
Dance form of Paramashiva we call he became Nataraja.
让我来看一看，可能会奇妙的系统。
On the world. At the same way, Brahma's every action of constantly sharing the wisdom.
所以卡拉萨是一个地方，所有的一切。 都连接到这个超等意识被接收的地方，所有的这个ensemble，所有的这个灵性的生态系统，所有这个多重的印度教系统的被创造。那它以它这个独立的可能性存在着，
right? Those divine energies who are the personification of those specific actions. So you will expect the immediate result are achieved by connecting with those deities. In this world, this can be a
那么
powerful
这个
method
整
to
个
which
生态系统被创造
achieve
者，
whatever you want in your mind, connecting the deities.
所以它再也不会被遗失。
And
只要
let
我
us
们
see now
就
the
是
Kailasa's temple
服务着人类。
ecosystem. So Kailasa is a place
我
where
将复兴
everything
共主教
related to super consciousness.
通
All the
过建立
sampradayas,
一
that
个
means the
现代的
traditions,
生态系统，一个现代的开悟的生
all
态
the
系统。
sects, all the
我将
multiple
会创
sects
造，
of Hinduism, each exploring
对，从这个全新之中
awakening
创
the
造出来一个
individual, nothing but the divine, which is time tested, foolproof
这
way,
个寺庙被
everything
基于
related to that, to give a super
印度
consciousness
古代的
breakthrough to humanity,
开悟的生态系统，
which is includes all the sampradayas, all the
和这个
spiritual
文明
ecosystems
基于
created
基于这一切的
for
文明所起的理解，海拉萨
divine
就是
and
复兴者，
never
这个
get
古代的
gain. They
印
forever
度
serving the humanity.
开悟的文明。
Let's listen from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's own voice about the
好吧，是吧？
Kailasa.
I am going to revive Hinduism by
他本人显化了这个凯拉斯的
setting up
曼陀罗，
a
显化
model
了这一开悟的
community,
生态系统。
enlightenment ecosystem. I'm going to create absolutely from the scratch newly self-sustaining, temple-based Hindu ancient enlightenment ecosystem and civilization based on that. Understand? Kailasa is reviving the ancient Hindu enlightened civilization. Paramashiva
就印度的教皇皇帕玛
himself
就是尼西亚
manifested
南
this
达帕玛
Kailas
修，
Mandala, the enlightenment
把他的一
ecosystem,
生的奉献给了世界的和平，并且以此作为他的使命，通过凯拉萨的宗教崇拜和人类的这个为人的服务，从底层带来全球的和平。
enlightenment ecosystem,
他通过恢
Kailasa,
复寺庙的生态系统，为人
by
类带来和谐，
creating
为地球上的每一个人
model
创造自由和平的
Kailasas
生
all
活。
over the world.
See, the adulation of violence in recent lifestyle has enabled disruption in several nations, affecting millions of lives with mental distress, physical health elements, and defalcation of food supply and pinpointed destruction to the infrastructure of several countries.
那么，
The Supreme
就
Pontiff
这个
of
博士，
Hinduism
他是这个国家心理健康研究所的主任，他指出环境因素对心理健康具有风险与保护性的影响。他把这些因素分为3类，就是这个个体因素、生物群、自然和建筑组成的部分，包括说绿地、住房、高速公路，这些在可能的健康差距中发挥着作用。还有这个社会因素和家庭结构、贫穷、健康和其他社会决定因素。
and peace for every individual on the planet Earth through the revival of the temple ecosystem. The director of the National Institute of Mental Health, the Joshua Gordon,
从1994年到现在呢，印度教的最高教皇不知疲倦地致力于全球寺庙生态系统的复兴。他通过凯拉萨的宗教与崇拜神灵和这个 SPH 的人力服务部门，他对这种全球和谐、可持续性的这个生活和再生的系统的终身承诺，已经在世界各地建立并且积极奉献的寺庙生态系统中得到了证明。那么这个就是尼西亚南达与这个古鲁库的孩子们在一起的时候，他是来自2006年10月21日，在凯拉萨神圣的大榕树冥想之后，凯拉萨的维和人员与尼西亚南达古鲁库的孩子们一起庆祝这个吉祥日子。
Through Kailasa's Department of Religion and Worship and the Department of Human Services, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, this lifelong commitment to the mission
那么凯拉萨的维和人员和这个
global harmony
帕玛修后冥想工作坊的参与者呢，他参加到这个传统的升旗仪式的庆祝活动中来。
Contributing temple ecosystems around the world. Now let us see some of the pictures how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revived since.
那么这是他在2006年12月14日主持生活极乐计划第2集。
Picture that you see is from 21st October 2006, following a sacred banyan tree in Adi Kailasa. The peacekeepers of Kailasa, along with the children of Nithyananda Gurukul, celebrate the auspicious occasion of Diwali. This picture is taken from Vidadi, Bangalore in Adi Kailasa. And you can see this blissful pictures, which is taken in 2018, 2018, where the peacekeepers of Kailasa and the participants of the Paramashivoham meditation workshop, which took place in this Adi Kailasa, Bangalore, the celebration of the ceremony. That you see where you find the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducting the meditation workshop called
这个特罗瓦纳马来寺庙生态系统就是维持这个特特罗瓦莱纳马居民健康、财富、福祉生活方式和系统元素。
17th December 2006, which is the program Nithyananda Spurana Convention, which is also called Life Bliss Program Level 2 at St. Peter Engineering College, where you can see thousands of devotees attending this program. And this picture, you will see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism embark on Himalayan Yatra, the traditional sacred pilgrimage to the Himalayan mountains and up the river Ganga, Harshil, India. This picture is taken on 26th May 2006. And this picture will see where the Supreme, you will see thousands and thousands of devotees are in a procession. This picture is taken on 20th December 2011. The temple ecosystem in Tiruvannamalai serves as the driving factor in manifesting the lifestyle of health, wealth, and well-being of for the citizen of Tiruvannamalai, one of the remaining living temple ecosystems. And you can see this blissful, beautiful picture, which is taken on 31st December 2018. The peacekeepers of Kailasa and participants of the Paramashivoham meditation workshop take part in the morning meditation and the traditional puja or ritualistic worship. This picture is taken in Adi Kailasa, Bidadi, Bangalore. And you can see this blissful pictures are taken on 17th August 2014, where on the eve of Krishna Janmashtami celebrations, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is distributing the butter as part of the celebrations and at the Bidadi, Bangalore in Adi Kailasa. And you can see some more pictures. You can see the blissful faces of the continued celebrations on the Krishna Janmashtami celebrations. This picture again taken on the same date, 17th August 2014. And you can see some more pictures where the food distribution is happening as part of these Krishna Janmashtami celebrations. And you can see this picture where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism demonstrating and he himself participating in the Kara Seva, the
那么这
peacekeepers
个
of
卡拉萨
Kailasa,
在
led by
全
the
世界的
Supreme
电子
Pontiff
生
of
态系统，
Hinduism, took part in the Kara Seva with voluntary contribution of physical service towards the cleaning or construction of the sacred Hindu temple in Agra. This picture is taken on 11th September 2016. And you can see this picture where you find the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, arrives with many volunteers and the peacekeepers of Kailasa to provide the relief efforts to the cyclone-hit Pondicherry region through the distribution of food, water, and basic necessities, medical camps, and the clearing of the local roads for further relief efforts. This picture is taken on Pondicherry, India, on 2nd January
那么这一张照
2013.
片的话，它是在2011
And you
年
can
的
see some
1月份，这个是印度教教皇他本身直接去服务安纳达哈的图片。
January 2012. And you can see some more pictures on 3rd January 2012, where medical camps on relief of the Thane flood relief.
成千上万人前来庆祝这个开悟的生态系统，并且就是用传统的方式遇到 SPH， 就是巴克万尼夏南的帕玛水网，水网。
Way back in 2001, where you can find a picture where in 1994, Kailasa in Tiruvannamalai is traditionally passed on to the hands of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam by Mataji Vibhudanandapuri. And you can see in the same ecosystem where in the picture taken on 2017, the Kailasa in Tiruvannamalai receiving thousands of visitors and delegates for the Kalpataru meditation workshop and the Shiva Diksha. You can see Kailasa in Tiruvannamalai, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism directly serving the Annadan and the traditional temple services. This picture is taken on January 2011. And you can see this picture is taken on 11th March 2017 in Kailasa in Tiruvannamalai, where thousands arrived to celebrate the enlightenment ecosystem in Kailasa in Tiruvannamalai, where you can see the thousands and thousands of devotees are meeting traditionally the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. And you'll see the picture now of the first Adhinam, Tiruchengodu Sarvajna Peetham, which is also called as Adi Nithyananda Peetham. The first temple ecosystem established
那么这
by
个
the
通过神
Supreme
圣的融
Pontiff
入
of
和神秘的
Hinduism.
直播 ，AD 卡拉萨的这个寺庙生态系统可以持续向所有人开放，无论他们身在何处。
Way back in 2001. This was the start of the borderless Hindu temple ecosystem we now know as the Kailasa. And you can see this picture is the headquarters in India, the Adi Kailasa Nithyananda Peetham, Bidadi, Bangalore. After having a vision of the sacred banyan tree, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has established the Adi Kailasa temple ecosystem with the same banyan tree at his heart, the main headquarters of Kailasa way back in 2003.
你现在看到这个合约，
You're seeing the picture
建立在卡拉萨和汉武州的这个寺庙之中。
The leftmost picture through the live stream, you can see these pictures continuously. You can have the darshan of the Kalpataru, the banyan tree, the Kalpa Vriksha, and the main deities of the temple, Adi Kailasa Sarvajna Peetham, the Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva, and Nithyanandeshwari Paramashakti, and the Nithyanandeshwara Linga, the rightmost picture, which is continuously available to all of you from wherever you are through live stream. And you can see the Adi Kailasa Nithyananda Peetam in Bidadi, the continuous flow of worship and rituals. The temple services are happening. Now you can see the picture from the outside of India, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has established the various temples, the Sarvagya Peetams across the globe. And this picture that you're seeing is from Kailasa in Columbus, Ohio, where the first temple established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism outside of India. This temple physically come to life in just 9 months. The chief presiding deities of this temple are Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva and Nithyanandeshwari Paramashakti. The deities of the chief presiding, the deities are 7 feet tall granite and weighing 6 tons. And their divine faces have been carved directly, hand carved by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And you can see these pictures are from the headquarters of the Western Hemisphere, Kailasa in Los Angeles, California. The Los Angeles temple first inaugurated in 2005, then established in its permanent location in 2007, which houses the largest Shivalinga and the Rajarajeshwari Devi in North America. You can see more blissful pictures from this Kailasa in Los Angeles, California. The temple actually consists of 25,000 square foot and housing over 80 plus deities. It is one of the largest Hindu temple ecosystems in the West. And you can see the pictures that you find in another ecosystem where Kailasa in Seattle, Washington, the housing the blissful dancing form of Ganesha and the largest living Nataraja deity outside of India. The Kailasa in Seattle,
密苏里州圣路易斯的喀拉萨，在这个希瓦灵港很下，它是在旁边。这个圣路易斯的喀拉萨携带着南印度的这个出玛拉出 party 的能量，并居住着北美最高的62神之一以下的妻子 Sridev 和这个布黛维。美丽的风景依偎在密苏里州的树林和奇特小山之间，连延20英里。
Inaugurated in 2009, Kailasa in San Jose radiates the energy of the Madurai Meenakshi Amman temple. The chief presiding deities of the temple are Devi Meenakshi, the Shivalinga, and the Nithyanandeshwara Linga, and Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva and Nithyanandeshwari Paramashakti, which have been created, installed, and energized by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. Now, you can see the pictures are from St. Louis, Missouri. Along with the Shivalinga and Nithyananda Ganesha, the Kailasa in St. Louis carries the energy of the Tirumala Tirupati of South India, which houses one of the tallest Venkateshwara deities in North America, along with his consorts Sridevi and Bhudevi. The beautiful landscape nestled among the woods and the rolling hills of Missouri stretches for 20 acres. Tirumala Tirupati is one of the most beloved of Lord Vishnu's temple, whose temple is the most visited of any religion in the world. Now you can see the pictures are from Kailasa in Phoenix, Arizona, home to over 21 deities, and with a temple structure of 2,500 square foot. Kailasa in Phoenix has been directly established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, serving as an energy field of worship, meditation, and celebration for over 7 years. Now you're seeing the pictures of Kailasa in Houston, Texas. Formally inaugurated in 2017, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has declared Kailasa in Houston as the Parihara Sthala for all the Navagraha doshas. Dosha is a sin that you committed, a karma that you did, which you have to bound to experience the result of what bad action you did. So Navagrahas align to that and make you get that result. But when you are repenting that, when you are realizing your actions, the karmas, to nullify that, to reduce that effect, you can do the parihara, that means the prayashchitta. So that is the Kailasa in Houston represents that, which all this temple, all the ill effects of the 9 celestial bodies are removed. Now you're seeing the picture from Kailasa in Toronto, Canada. Inaugurated on July 2011, Kailasa in Toronto is the only Hindu temple in the West with all 63 Naimanas and the 18 Siddhas residing as deities. The temple deities here are seated exactly as they existentially preside in Kailasa around Paramashiva, the primordial deity of Hinduism. Kailasa in Toronto, active and alive from 2011 onwards, the Kailasa in Toronto has been blessed to radiate the super consciousness energy of Kailasa. This temple ecosystem goes on providing various temple services
你可以看到这个
such as Annadan
线上的直播，就是在尼夏南达线上的直播，就是一棵大榕树线上的直播。
Kailasa's department and worship. The Department of Human Services and each of Kailasa's temple ecosystems consider the right of happiness to be the highest fundamental right of all humans, in fact all beings. The ultimate goal for Hinduism and Kailasa, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the material and the spiritual well-being and prosperity to humanity. Now, if you'd like to join one of these Kailasas, join COVID Care Protection Centers and register now through the link below. The link is https://kailasa.org/kailasa care. Now let us understand the contributions from the Kailasa's Department of Religion and Worship during the COVID-19 pandemic. You can see the live stream, the Kalpataru, the Kalpa Vriksha, that means the wish fulfilling tree, the sacred banyan tree. From the Adi Kailasha Sarvajna Pitam, continuously you can put a request and fulfill your wish. The Kalpa Vriksha grants the wish that you request. You can see this is the service from the live stream. You can watch the Kalpa Vriksha tree.
我祝福你们，所以听着，人们听着，为了你们所有人的行善，为尼夏南达的神圣降临，成为内扎芬达印度人民听着，仔细听着。尼西有一次，普罗多是詹纳布米开悟者来到这里，我们不能让这个詹纳布米不孕开悟之人必须来。
Which enriches, transforms, and various initiations that we get via two-way video conferencing every day. On 12th May 2021, Devi Parashakti herself revealed through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism that I came as Nija Avatar. I am blessing you. Listen, people, listen. To do good to all of you, I have taken the form of Nithyananda and came down as Nija Avatar. People of India, listen. Carefully listen. Time after time, Bharatam is Jnana Bhumi, where enlightened being comes. We cannot make Jnana Bhumi as infertile. Enlightened beings have to come. They have to live. It has to flower. The few hypocrites, because they are stuck in delusion, we cannot sacrifice the world. To save the cost of being asteroid that is called Adi Kailasa. The ship I did to protect beings from Pralaya is Adi Kailasa because of conspiracy of Drohis and enemies rule. The captain has to leave the ship. However, knowing the great deluge that is going to happen, all Aushadas, by this Guru Purnima, that Jnana Rasavadam, Navapashana is going to flower. Allow people to come and take a dip in Navapashana flower. People, whoever comes and dip in Vaidya Sarovar, they will not have death. They will not have corona. Crores and crores of people will come in line. Every day they will have a dip in an Ananda Lingam. On 13th May 2021, Devi revealed further that listen well to my words. For India, I made ship as protection. The Nithyananda Navapashana Lingam in Vaidya Sarovar. Go to Adi Kailasa, O Indians, listen. Losing Nithyananda Nija Avatara without confusion and without talking just as a lip service, go to Adi Kailasa. The scores of people will come there looking for health, Navapashana, water feast, and medicine to get health and protection and enlightenment to protect India from the great destruction. I, Parashakti, made this huge ship. Even if captain is not there, ship is there. When the first world countries closed their borders during a massive global emergency, Kailasa has opened its not only doors to all without exception. Join COVID Care Protection Centers. Register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/kailasa care. Now you see the glimpses of Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Devalayam in Adi Kailasa ship. The various temple rituals that are happening, the various fire rituals, and you can see more of these pictures. Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Devalayam Adi Kailasa. You can see the various abhishekams, archanas, chantings, and fire rituals. See the abhishekams happening, the alankarams happening, and the kalyana utsavam happening, the festival of various festivals happening. Join now COVID Case Protection Centers. Register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/kailasa care. Take few minutes and join now. Register yourself, and we'll have a next segment in just after a short break. Now let's understand the various Annadana services across
因为疫情导致全球粮食关悬状况加剧，几乎每个国家弱势的家庭都受到影响。它加剧了现有的不平等，使数百万人陷入了经济的停滞、生计丧失和粮食不安全加剧的恶性循环。
So how, once you join, how you are protected? How the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has provided the multi-layer quarantine in these COVID care centers. let us understand a little bit more. The multi-layer quarantine COVID care protection centers at the de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa, with the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivan's blessings, Kailasa Department of Enlightened Civilization presents this. Now, across the world, due to the rise in pandemic, it's creating hunger catastrophe across the world, not only in India. The pandemic has led to increase in global food insecurity, affecting vulnerable households in almost every country. It has exacerbated
这是美国最大的国内饥饿救济组织喂饱美国，在疫情期间，他们已经有5000万人进入粮食的不安全，远高于这个2019年的3500万人。
Creating a hunger catastrophe in India. The World Bank estimates that the 71 million people will be pushed into extreme poverty across the globe as a result of pandemic.
那么，随着新冠19感染人数的激增呢，海地的儿童营养不良和饥饿状况呢也急剧出现。根据与联合国儿童基金会的这个消息来源称，今年海地至少有8.6万名儿童面临严重急性的儿童营养不良的风险。由于这个贫穷的国家继续努力应对这一流行病加剧严重的政治和社会危机，今年将遭受饥饿的儿童人数增加了1倍。
And hunger in plain sight. COVID-19 worsens the plight of food insecurity. More than 50 million people have experienced food insecurity during this pandemic, up from 35 million in 2019, according to
那么，难民弱势群体在2019冠状病毒大流行中付出了最高的代价。我们看到令人震惊的趋势，这表明世界各地许多难民无力支付食物或者房租，以获得保健和教育。那么，当地市场上这个价格上涨的引火，导致进一步的流离失所，使得许多的家庭进一步陷入了粮食不安全。在4月和5月期间，考克斯巴扎尔难民营的约3万名难民提出了问题和担忧，其中63%的人寻求包括紧急食品救济和住所菜的这个服务，但略多于1/3的人要求的健康或者是医疗服务。那么，世界粮食计划冲突、新冠19和这个资金缺口导致饥荒风险的这个激增。他说呢，徘徊在饥荒边缘的人数已经从年初预计的3400万人上升到6月份预计的4100万人。如果没有立即的紧急粮食援助，他们也会面临饥饿，因为最轻微的震动就会把他们推入饥荒的深渊。那为了应对2019冠状病毒大流行，世界银行发布了一份关于粮食不安全率上升的分析报告。这份2021年5月20日发布的报告指出，2019冠状病毒的影响导致全球粮食不安全状况严重和普遍加剧。报告还指出，2020年1月以来，全球粮食价格大幅上涨30%。
就是说从这个链接进入，然后进入这个凯拉萨保护的这个链接。那我们来看一下印度教皇向我们揭示了什么。他说我们会成为我们所吃的食物。所以你吃什么就会变成什么。
into the drugs and try to explore the hallucination, imaginary, illusionary dimensions of the universe. Human body is naturally designed for vegetarian food. The inner mechanisms like feeling, thinking, words, everything is designated to function with vegetarian food. It is like having a generator which can handle only 220 volts current, or a UPS which can handle only 220 volts current, but it is given 20,000 volt current. What will happen? It will get fused. The food without anxiety, fear, depression, biomemories, if they are consumed by the person, the energy with which they think, the energy with which they utter words, the energy with which they act, the energy with which they feel, everything will be aligned to the natural source of energy. It will be aligned to nature, which is the inner potential energy. Kailasas and Nalayas, the free organic vegetarian sattvic meal for everyone, one and all, to eliminating the hunger. The developmental, economic, social, and medical impacts of malnutrition and famine have a critical impact on the individual, familial, community, national, ultimately on the global level. With the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic triggering an alarming spike in food insecurity, the United Nations have given warnings of famines of biblical proportions. In 2020 alone, 690 million people were estimated to be pushed into food insecurity. The access and availability to organic food has become the utmost importance. Through the Kailasas Department of Agriculture, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, has committed to the distribution of free organic food to everyone, not just since the beginning of his public life, but from his very upbringing itself. Kailasas Annalayas, the food bank established all across the globe, distributes and serves free vegetarian organic food for people of all castes, creed, religion, race, gender, and social standing. The Kailasas Department of State under the red Om, providing relief work for natural and man-made calamities, working to eliminate world's hunger. Personally organizing relief efforts and free organic food distribution for the Thane food relief in Pondicherry region. The picture that you see, we will revive the food supply system of Kailasa. Before you get hungry, food will be ready. Continuous Annadan. I am not giving any fantasy. It is already becoming a reality. You can see Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. On 17th June 2019, he himself serving to everyone present. You can see some more pictures way back in 2002. On 22nd November, you can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism serving early days of Kailasa spiritual mission, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism offering the Annadan, providing a free organic vegetarian meal on Kartikeya Deepam, Tiruvannamalai, India. You can see some more pictures way back in 2013. Even with a fractured hand, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism engaged in selfless work day and night, inspiring the peacekeepers of the sovereign order of Kailasa to engage in selfless service, leading the nation of Kailasa by example. In 2011, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had a multiple compound fracture with the bone protruding out of the skin. In 2013, the two steel implants that were fastened in 2011 were removed as the bones had healed completely. This picture is after that surgery. You can see this picture in 2012, 3rd Jan, Pondicherry, Thane Food Relief. And you can see this picture, again another picture from Thane Flood Relief, 3rd Jan 2012. And some more pictures of Thane Flood Relief, 3rd Jan 2012. And you can see this picture from 9th September 2012, Nithyananda Annalaya inauguration in Tiruvannamalai, India. And on 25th 2005, Ananda Yoga Health Workshop, where the food is served to thousands of devotees. And you can see the thousands of food distribution is happening, where you find the Supreme Pontiff of himself serving the food. This picture was taken on 12th December 2007, Nithyananda Spurana Meditation Workshop, Salem, India. And you can see this picture in Tiruvannamalai on 20th September 2012. And you can see this picture, Kartikeya Deepam celebrations, 27th November 2012, the Kartikeya Deepam celebrations, where the food distribution to thousands of devotees, in fact, lakhs of devotees, were done on a single day. 10th May 2017, the Inner Awakening Meditation Workshop, where the food is served in Tiruvannamalai. 10th April 27, Kalpataru Meditation Workshop, where the food distribution is happening. 5th May 2016, Bandhara Feast, served for respected spiritual leaders and Hindu monks, where you see thousands of monks and devotees are distributing a served food. And you can see this picture taken on 28th April 2016, Kalpataru Meditation Workshop. Arunachala Sarvajna Peetam, Tiruvannamalai, India, where the 11th March 27, where the free distribution of food. Then 18th August and 2019, Tiruchangadu Sarvajna Peetam, India. And Annadan distribution during the Guru Purnima, the traditional celebrations of Guru, the Kailasa in Houston in the Western Hemisphere, and 6th July 2019. You can see this picture from 8th December 2016 during the program of Sada Shivoham Meditation Workshop, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself serving the food. During the pandemic, 30th May 2020, the picture is taken on this day. Annadan is serving the Kailasa's peacekeepers are distributing the free food to in the midst of the COVID-19 crisis. This picture is taken in Madurai, India. Now let's watch a video, the proof of necessity for Annadan, the Bengal famine.
What I found in researching the Bengal famine was that Churchill did several things that greatly aggravated the death toll. India was being used extensively for the war effort. Indian resources, Indian soldiers, and Churchill repeatedly refused to acknowledge the fact that the extent to which India was used could lead to famine.
Viceroy to India, Archibald Wavell, called the Bengal famine one of the greatest disasters to have befallen people under British rule, and said the reputational damage was incalculable. During one government discussion about famine relief, Secretary of State for India Leopold Amery recorded Mr. Churchill saying that any aid sent would be insufficient because Indians bred like rabbits.
What I found in researching the Bengal famine.
In 1943 to 1944, in the man-made famine of Bengal, as per existing records, 3+ million were murdered. The Prime Minister of the world's biggest empire, controlling the 1/3 of mankind, claimed they could not do anything about the people dying of hunger because Hindus bred like rabbits and the famine was their fault. In 2016, Ujjain, in Ujjain Kumbh Mela, the peacekeepers of Kailasa served organic food to over 3+ million. The peacekeepers of Kailasa, under the leadership of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, has served more than 1 billion free meals in past 26 years and are determined to end hunger and poverty in all its forms. Kailasa, with 200 peacekeepers at any given time, can deliver what even one of the biggest countries could not deliver. Kailasa is not driven by war, fear, or greed. It is an enlightenment-based nation driven by selfless service. The Vedagamas, the source of Hindu scriptures, declares Annam Bahukurvita. That means let us provide food, let us produce food in large quantities. Through the widespread distribution and promotion of free, healthy, organic food, Kailasa's global peacekeepers, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, serve such that we may achieve food security, improve nutrition, and promote sustenance agriculture globally. Annadan is the vision to end poverty and hunger in all its forms. Join now to protect yourself and save your life from this pandemic. Join the COVID Care Protection Centers. Register now through the Kailasa link below. http://kailasa.org/Kailasa Care. On 12th May 2021, Devi Parashakti revealed that through Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, revealed that I came as Nija Avatar. I am blessing you. Listen, people listen. To do good to all of you, I have taken the form of Nithyananda and came down as Nija Avatar. People of India, listen, carefully listen, time after time. Bharatam is Jnana Bhumi, where enlightened beings come. We cannot make Jnana Bhumi as infertile. Enlightened beings have to come. They have to live. It has to flower. Few hypocrites, because they are stuck in delusion, we cannot sacrifice the world. Cosmos cannot be destroyed. The ship I did to save the cosmos from being destroyed, that is Adi Kailasa. The ship I did to protect beings from Pralaya is Adi Kailasa. Because of conspiracy of Drohis and enemies rule, the captain has to leave the ship. Before 12 years, knowing the great deluge that is going to happen, all Aushadas by this Guru Purnima, that Jnana Rasavadam Navapashana is going to flower. Allow people to come and take dip in Navapashana flower. People, whoever comes and dip in Vaidya they will not have death. They will not have corona. Crores and crores of people will come in line. Every day they will come and dip in Ananda Lingam. On 30th May, Devi continued to reveal that, listen well to my words. For India, I made ship as protection. Nithyananda Navapashana Lingam in Vaidya Sarovar. Go to Adi Kailasa, O Indians, listen. All those regretting losing Nithyananda Nija Avatara without confusion and without talking, just as lip service, go to Adi Kailasa. Scores of people will come there looking for health. Navapashana, what a feast and medicine to get health and protection and enlightenment. To protect India from the great destruction, I, Parashakti, made this huge ship. Even if captain is not there, ship is there. When the first world countries closed their borders during a massive global emergency, Kailasa has opened his doors to all without exception. So there are the free COVID care centers opened across India. Adi Kailasa in Bidadi, Bangalore, Salem Adhinam, Tamil Nadu, Tirunamalai Adhinam in Tamil Nadu, Rajapalam Adhinam in Tamil Nadu, Puduvai Adhinam in Pondicherry, Pattanam Adhinam in Tamil Nadu, Srirangapadi Adhinam in Tamil Nadu, Sripuram Adhinam in Hyderabad, Madurai Adhinam in Tamil Nadu, Avattipalam Erode and Hosur Adhinam in Tamil Nadu, Baroda Adhinam in Gujarat. Kailasa rushes to aid India as India finds itself on the verge of COVID-19 third wave. Multiple free COVID care centers opened across India. Various social services offered during the pandemic in Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies across India. Spiritual services offered during pandemic in Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies across India. Cosmic revelations on global pandemic. The free social services offered during pandemic in de facto spiritual embassies across India includes medical care, which includes allopathy, Ayurvedic and Siddha medicine, infrastructure to accommodate thousands, accommodation for multi-layered quarantine, and emergency ambulances with ICU on wheels, personal protective medical equipment, food security management through food banks, organic farming. Join now and protect your life. Join the COVID care protection centers. Register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/kailasa care. The groceries, you can see the pictures, various pictures of the measurements that are taken on these COVID care protection centers. The groceries collected for Annadan. You can see Ayurvedic, Sattvic, vegetarian food distribution. The Adhinavasis of Adi Kailasa continued working round the clock in organizing the storage of groceries to accommodate the large number of people arriving for Kailasa's COVID protection initiative. Adi Kailasa Sarvajnapeetham, India, the Kailasa Department of Agriculture providing the banana plantation in Adi Kailasa Sarvajna Peetham, a glimpse of self-sustainability, a lifestyle being cultivated in multi-layered quarantine facilities. You can see some more pictures of the Kailasa Department of Agriculture, present the Adi Kailasa Sarvajna Peetham, India. The Department of Agriculture's mission is to research and implement environment-friendly, sustainable, economy-friendly methods of agriculture. The next pasture of land was prepared by de-weeding, irrigation, and preparing of manure. You can see these pictures. And you can see more blissful pictures from this Adi Kailasa Sarvajna Peetham, Department of Housing, present in the Adi Kailasa Sarvajna Peetham, that Adinavasis are working in full swing, helping facilitate all the requirements needed to accommodate the hundreds and hundreds of people coming in for protection from the COVID-19 pandemic. This picture is taken on 7th June 2021. You can see this picture from the Adi Kailasa Sarvajna Peetham, the Department of Health. As the third wave of COVID-19 hits the world, the medical and emergency response team raises their preventive measures. The preventive measures, each individual is guided to take at least 11-minute vaporization before meal and receive their supplements. The only hope for humanity. Kailasa Department of Agriculture, you can see some more pictures that from the Adi Kailasa Sarvajna Peetham. The organic sattvic meals include a balance of steamed rice cakes, curries and fruits. All items are verified per meal and distributed to different locations in Adi Kailasa campus. Join now for these COVID care protection centers. Register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org, kailasa.org, kailasa.org/Kailasa Care, which is KAILASA CARE, Kailasa Care. Now we'll have a short break. After joining in these COVID care centers, what is your routine? How you are how your level of physical, wherever level you are in, whatever elements that you are in, how you are taken from the next shift in your physical, mental, psychological, starting with the morning spiritual routine. The members of Kailasa Protective Preventive Multi-Layered Quarantine, how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism insists on the morning routine. The morning spiritual routine is the fuel to reach Kailasa. Morning routine and the chemical changes it brings in you and the healing it does in your system and the all of them are very important. It is an important fuel for you to experience the multiple dimensions of the universe. Spiritual routine and integrity to spiritual routine initiations from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism are completely private, personal between you and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So what does consist of the morning routine? Members of Kailasa's Protective, Preventive, Multi-Layered Quarantine Initiative take part every day in the morning spiritual routine here in Adi Kailasa Sarvajna Peetham. The morning spiritual routine consists of Nithyananda Yoga, Panchakriya, Nitya Pratyaksha Paduka Puja, Kashayam, the herbal drink, and Nitya Satsang by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The morning spiritual routine, we tune to your biological clock, to the spiritual practices, because the chemistry you enjoy inside matters. The morning spiritual routine changes, transforms your biological, the system. That the biological, the chemistry, you enjoy inside matters. That decides the kind of plane of the universe, the dimension of the universe you are going to experience. Kailasa or Pralaya, Kailasa or Patala, Swarga or Naraka. The morning spiritual routine is the direct path to Kailasa. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says, person who is in love will wait to spend time with the beloved. If you are a seeker, you will be waiting for this 5 hours every day, because that is the time you get near what you are seeking very closely. A person who is in love will be waiting to spend time with the beloved. A person who is seeking will be waiting to spend this 4 to 5 hours, because this is the time you get closest to what you are seeking. Your seeking takes shape into the system. When your beloved comes near you, if you are tired and love is gone, dead. During this morning 4 hours, if you are bored, your seeking is dead and gone. Now you need to go through overhauling inside you. You need to ask yourself, you need to question many of your answers. You need to bring pure questioning back to your life. So let's see what are these morning spiritual routine and what are they, how do we do. The morning Nitya Yoga, everyday yoga. When you do yoga, you experience your entire body becoming Amrita Sharira, the body filled with nectar. Amrita is nectar, Sharira is body. If it becomes an ecstatic body just by the air, without any external touch. And you'll be guided to how to do this Nitya Yoga with the first yoga series, Pratama Vinyasa Krama. Then before that, actually, you do the Panchakriya. Before you even coming to the yoga, you will start with the Panchakriya. The Panchakriya involves the 5 powerful processes to remove toxins and impurities from your system. Just like how we take a shower every day to clean the external parts of our body, Panchakriya is a powerful cleaning process which cleanses the internal organs of our body. Keeping it cool, these techniques not only cleanse our body, but bring peace and balance to our mind and lightness and bliss to our being. After the Panchakriya and after the yoga, we will do the puja, Nitya Puja, Pratyaksha Paduka Puja to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the other pujas. In puja, you experience a space of bhakti, the devotion, the space of surrender that occurs to you from this devotion moves you from the I, who is so heavy, to the Guru or God. This surrender allows us to drop all the unnecessary baggage from the head. One of the beautiful pujas in Hinduism is Rudrabhishekam. In Rudrabhishekam, we offer sacred bath to the Shivalinga while chanting the powerful mantras. The Shivalinga is a deity which beautifully represents the divine. Its form indicates how God is beyond form and formless. In the puja, we sit down and connect with the God by performing the Rudrabhishekam. O Sadashiva, O God, O Paramashiva, I know you are the source of everything. You are everything and you are in this Shivalinga and you are in this body. Let me connect with me, with my higher self. Let you reveal yourself to me. When we sit in that power, when we sit with that context, and do the action of Rudrabhishekam, we experience the Bhava Samadhi. Only in Bhava Samadhi can give us the higher state and higher joy in life. Rudrabhishekam is a beautiful ritual which allows us to experience the Bhava Samadhi of Shivoham, that I am divine. Manifest Shakti, spiritual powers with morning routine. When you do integrity to this morning routine, you will start manifesting various Shaktis. If you just follow this morning 5 hours enough, you will have the Vak Shakti. Whatever you say will become reality. All Shaktis manifesting in you, because all obstacles for manifesting Shaktis, the tiredness, the boredom, pitta, fatigue, everything will be churned out in that morning 5 hours. The morning puja is the most powerful mandala process, Shakti Pata, melting your being and then sitting and listening to the sacred truths, thus Nitya Satsang by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Just this morning 5 hours, if you can bring integrity and authenticity, all the obstacles that's stopping you from power manifestation will disappear. So if you can perform all the spiritual practices by yourself, like the morning yoga and Nitya Puja, but there will always be a risk of losing your initial inspiration and excitement after a few days and after a few weeks. So living in the enlightenment ecosystem, even if your boredom or tiredness try to pull you down, the Sangha will support you, help you by giving you a wake-up call, supporting you to complete your incompletions. In Sanatana Hindu Dharma, we had at least 10,000 sampradayas, religions, spiritual traditions, keeping this enlightenment science alive. Each Hindu sampradaya is a spiritual ecosystem created for keeping the enlightenment science alive. Every monastery, every adhinam, every mutt, every temple, every Veda Patashala, every Sarvajna Pita is a lineage. Sampradaya created to keep the ecosystem of spiritual enlightenment alive. We may say, some may say Shakta, some may say Yoga, some may be Vedanta, some may be Tantra, some may be Shakta Vedanta, some may be Shaiva Tantra, some may be Yoga Vedanta, some may be Yoga Shaiva, some may be Vaidika Shaiva, all kinds of permutation and combination. But each temple, each mutt, each monastery, each adhinam, each Veda Patashala, each Sannyasa Sampradaya is a spiritual ecosystem created to keep the enlightenment science alive of that Sampradaya. So join now any of these ecosystems, join the COVID care protection centers, register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/kailasa care. Link is projected online, where kailasa.org, the Kailasa spelling is KAILAASA, Kailasa with double A, and /Kailasa care with one A, KAILASA care, Kailasa care. So link is projected online right now. You can register and join this one of the COVID care protection centers and save your life. Now it's time we move on to the next segment of this program after a short break.
we get you health, we get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life, we get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become e-Kailashians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
E-Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. E-Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity. Withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness, we can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you, and make you interested in enlightenment science. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within the next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being, Paramashiva. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashiva will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
What I mean by the word e-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is e-Kailasa.
I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities.
Welcome back. Now we'll see some more facts of Kailasa's multi-layered quarantine opportunity for India during this COVID-19 as a practical solution resulting in health, joy and bliss. With the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashiva's blessings, Kailasa's Department of Enlightened Civilization presents this. Now let's listen from the Devi Parashakti's revelations to the world. Krimi Bhojanam, hell opened in India. Let's listen from in her own words, a short clip.
நீ சொல்லும் நபர்கள் போடும் சண்டை சச்சரவெல்லாம் எரியும் பெருநெருப்பில் இருக்கும் 2 எலிகள் போடும் சண்டை போன்றது. யார் சரி யார் தவறு என்பது இப்பொழுது முக்கியம் அல்ல. உயிர் காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள், எல்லோரும் நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். நன்மையைச் சொல்லுகின்றேன், உண்மையைச் சொல்லுகின்றேன். இந்திய நாட்டில் இருக்கும் மக்கள் எல்லோரும் கேளுங்கள். கருட புராணத்தில் வியாசன் சொன்ன கிருமி போஜனம் என்னும் நரகம் திறந்து நேரடியாய் இந்தியா மீது இடிபோல் விழுகின்றது. ஆதி கைலாசத்திற்கு ஓடிச் சென்று வருமுன் காத்துக்கொள்வது மட்டுமே ஒரே வழி. கொரோனா பெருந்தொற்று கொள்ளை நோய் கிருமி போஜனம் எனும் நரகத்தை பூமிக்கு கொண்டு வந்து விட்டது. அகோர தாண்டவத்தின் ஆட்டம் யாராலும் அடக்க முடியாத அளவிற்கு ஆரம்பித்து விட்டது. புதிதாய் உருக்கொண்டிருக்கும் இந்த நுண்ணுயிரி மைல்கள் கடந்தும் காற்றினில் உயிரோடு இருந்து மற்ற உயிர்களையும் அழித்து உடல்களை தின்னும் பெரும் வலிவு கொண்ட பேரசுரர்களாய் வலம் வர துவங்கி விடுகின்றது. நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். வருமுன் காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள், அது ஒன்றே வழி. அதற்காகவே ஆதி கைலாசத்தை திறந்து வைத்திருக்கின்றேன். உயிர் காத்துக் கொள்ள வேண்டி விரும்பும் எல்லோரும் ஓடுங்கள் ஆதி கைலாசத்திற்கு. இந்தியாவில்தான் இந்த நரகம் திறந்து உலகெங்கும் பரவப் போகின்றது. கிருமி போஜன நரகம் பூமிக்கு வந்துவிட்டது. மனிதர்கள் செய்த மகா கொடுமைகளினால். அன்னை முன்னின்று என் அடியவரை காப்பேன் சொல்வதை கேட்டு உயிர் காத்துக் கொள்ள விரும்புவோர் வருமுன் காப்பது ஒன்றே வழி என்று தெரிந்து செல்லுங்கள் ஆதி கையிலைக்கு. ஓம் ஓம் ஓம். நீ
Devi Parashakti on 31st May 2021 revealed that everyone in India, all of you listen, the hell of Krimi Bhojanam that was mentioned by Vyasa in Garuda Puranam has opened and is directly falling on India as thunder. Running to Adi Kailasa and protection. It is the only way deadly corona life-taking disease has brought the hell known as Krimi Bhojanam to earth. The dance of Aroga Tandava, which no one could control, has started. This microorganism that has formed will be alive in air for miles together. Destroying other souls, it will eat bodies. It has started roaming as great demons with tremendous strength. Understand properly, prevention is the only way. For that, I have opened Adi Kailasa. For those who want to save their lives, all of you run to Adi Kailasa. Only in India, this hell is going to open and is going to spread to the whole world. The Krimi Bhojanam hell has come to the earth because of the sufferings done by humans. Mother, I will protect those at my feet. Those who listen to me and wish to save their lives, learning that prevention is the only way, go to Adi Kailasa. The Krimi Bhojana, the scriptural references in various scriptures. It is of 28 hells described in Hindu scriptures, where people are sent to suffer in a pit to be eaten up by the worms. In Garuda Purana, in one of the chapter, cosmogony of hell and the nether regions and Devi Bhagavata Purana, it is mentioned. In chapter 21 on the narrative of health, it is mentioned, and chapter 22 on the narrative of the sins leading to health, it is mentioned. And in the Shiva Purana, chapter 16, uplift from the hell, section 5, it is mentioned. And in Skanda Purana, chapter 12, redemption from hell, it is mentioned. And chapter 2, the merit of visiting Setu, it is mentioned. And chapter 30, glory of Danishkoti, it is mentioned. The Bhagavata Purana, chapter 20, hells in nether regions, and chapter 106, suffering in hell, it is mentioned. And in Padma Purana, chapter 48, section on the nether world, it is mentioned. And you can see the various statistics and the world, how it is suffering from this statistic. Coronavirus around the world. What are the total deaths, total confirmed cases, and the latest daily figure and latest daily figures of infected disease. You can see the various statistics, current status of the world, and you can see some more statistics. A quiet revelation has permeated global health circles. Authorities have come to accept that many researchers have argued for over a year. The coronavirus can spread through the air. That new acceptance by the World Health Organization and the US Centers for Disease Control and Prevention comes with the concrete implications. Scientists are calling for ventilation systems to be overhauled like public water supplies were in the 1800s after fetid pipes were found to harbor cholera. Cleaner indoors air won't just fight the pandemic, it will minimize the risk of catching flu and other respiratory infections that cost the US more than $50 billion a year. Researchers said in a study in the General Science on Friday, recently, avoiding these germs and their associated sickness and productivity losses would therefore offset the cost of upgrading ventilation and filtration in buildings. The world's most infectious disease, now airborne, published by Mint. And he was right. The SARS, SARS, very small particle that disperse quickly outdoors, but can build up inside indoors. These particles can affect people who stay more than 6 feet away. And the hodgepodge of marks Americans have adopted many may provide some COVID protection, but they do not render an unsafe situation safe. Scientists have been discussing airborne transmission for months. It was only last week that the World Health Organization and CDE made this official. With the vaccine rollout and still in its early days across the world, these officials should follow up these belated admission with guidance that unvaccinated people can use to minimize their risk. It continues. In a letter, who have scientists told the World Health Organization, how does disease pass from one person to another? The story so far is on the recent, on Monday, July 6, 239 scientists from 32 countries put their signatures on the open letter that said COVID-19 is also transmitted via aerosols. Tilted, it is a time to address airborne transmission of COVID-19 and address to the World Health Organization. They said there was enough evidence to show that viruses are related to release during exhalation, talking, coughing as micro droplets small enough to remain aloft and pose a risk of exposure at distances beyond 1 to 2 meters from someone who is infected over the 3 feet to 6 feet recommended for physical distancing between people to avoid transmission. The current state of India, you can see the confirmed cases active, and you can see across the states of across the states of India in Tamil Nadu statistics. The Times of India published the figures to watch in recent statistics. Various statistics and across the districts. And in Maharashtra, statistics, as you see, the cases are in thousands, 10,000s. And in Mumbai, case summary for Mumbai from 3 lakh to 7 lakh, just a day of June 2nd, 2021. And the statement made by the government that home quarantine is not possible in India by Himanshu Biswa Sarma, the Assam Chief Minister, said that the home quarantine is one prime reason for the large number of deaths during the second wave of COVID-19 in Assam. Assam, on Monday, witnessed 92 deaths, which was the highest single-day death in the state. Sharma said that we have seen more death cases happening from home isolation, as several people do not keep oximeters and some do not read the counts in the meter properly. The Economic Times published that Maharashtra government on Tuesday announced the decision to stop home quarantine in 18 districts, which show higher COVID positivity rate than the state's average. State's Public Health Minister Rajesh Tope said that the decision is taken to ensure better healthcare facilities to patients in districts which are showing higher positivity rate. And the Business Line published that about 40% of houses have just a single room, which is shared by about 5 persons. About 41% households in India have just one room or don't have an exclusive living room, and about 5 people share such accommodations. About 32% of the household have just 2 rooms, and adding to the O's is in fact that only 47% of households have access to water within the premises and 42% do not have a bathing facility within the premises. In order to utilize India's healthcare infrastructure optimally to manage the expanding fallout of coronavirus, the central government on 27th April signaled a change in approach from mandating that every person who tests positive for the virus be moved to isolation beds in dedicated hospitals or units. The government allowed home quarantine for these with mild symptoms. The key additional condition was that their house should allow for self-quarantine, that in India, it is easier than said. According to the census 2011, about 42% of Indian households were living in houses where an average 3 to more people were sharing a room. In the context of coronavirus, this challenge of physical distancing is greater in rural areas, the 45% of the households, than in urban areas, which are 35% of households. Only one state, Kerala, is looking relatively dignified on the metric. And all districts reporting at least 250 cases have anywhere between 34% to 54% households averaging 3 or more to a room. In New Delhi, the health ministry last week said that the more cases of coronavirus have been asymptomatic are mildly symptomatic and had advised home isolation for such people. It is also said that 65% cases across the country were reported from the metros and big cities. However, census data suggests and experts also agree that the following the ministry's guidelines on home quarantine is near impossible, particularly in urban households. The guidelines on home quarantine say the person showing COVID-19 symptoms has to remain isolated in a well-ventilized room, preferably with an attached toilet. In another family members needs to stay in the same room. It is advisable to maintain a distance of at least 1 meter between the two, it stated. When the first world countries closed their borders during a massive global emergency, Kailasa has opened its doors to all without exception. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism reveals that at least 6 months back, I became aware that the multi-layer quarantine is needed to protect people. If you are in India and you want to protect your immediate family or extended family, anyone who will listen to you, get them immediately to our campuses. Kailasa rushes to help India find itself on the verge of COVID-19 third wave. Multiple free COVID care centers opened across India. Various social services offered during the pandemic in Nithyananda ashrams across India. Spiritual services offering during the pandemic in Nithyananda ashrams across India. The cosmic revelations on global pandemic. The social services offered during the pandemic in Nithyananda ashrams across India includes medical care, which includes allopathy, Ayurvedic, and Siddha medicine, free fire safety equipment maintenance, infrastructure to accommodate thousands, accommodation for multi-layered quarantine, emergency ambulances, and ICU on wheels, and personal protective medical equipment, groceries collected for Annadan organic farming. Join now and Kailasa's COVID production centers. Register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. Take this opportunity and register yourself. We'll continue with the next segment with a short break. The link is projected. Join now and save your life and protect and save your life. The link is https://kailasa, KAILAASA, kailasa.org/Kailasa care, KAILASA, Kailasa care. We'll continue with a short break. Now, let's see glimpses from Kailasa's, the Department of Health on COVID protection for Adi Kailasa Sarvajnapeetham. The immunity boosters and COVID care, the supplement procurement from allopathic immune boosters, including zinconia and vitamin D and vitamin C, and the immunity boosters and COVID care through Ayurvedic medicine. Immunity boosters are being provided to protect all the residents of Adi Kailasa Sarvajnapeetham. The steaming once a day with tulsi, eucalyptus, nochi, and turmeric leaves. All these herbal leaves are taken from the healing trees here in Adi Kailasa. Twice a week, consumption of Kabasura Kundinir, a mixture of pepper, ginger, and clove, and other ingredients, extensively aimed for boosting the lungs, improving the respiratory system, and treating infectious conditions such as cough, cold, and fever. Neelavembu Kundi near to be taken once a week. Agastya Lehyam 5 days. Talisadi Vatakam 3-4 tablets per day for 5 days. Indugunta Kashayam, then Amrutottara Kashayam, both for 5 days, 1 teaspoon with 50 ml of warm water. Sudarshana Gulika once every 5 days, and gargling with salt and turmeric twice a day. Spiritual routine: Panchakriya, Haritaki, castor oil, neem juice, Pratama Vinyasa Krama, the Nitya Yoga that we do every day, Trinetra Kumbhaka, and Puja. The basic sanitation and safety practices include disposal of sail pads, infected material, and non-biodegradable done through incineration, RO water systems for drinking water, cleaning and sanitization of overhead tanks, regular deweeding, maintenance and repair of electrical circuits, communication facilities for safety of the residents, compost pit filling with biodegradables. Diagnosis, COVID care, quarantine methodology. How this working is immediately upon the arrival to the campus, occupants will be quarantined for 15 days. Swab test, that is RT-PCR test, to be done by day 5th of quarantine. All food handlers to be wearing masks and gloves and keeping a distance. The disposal of waste food to be done with gloves and mask. Disposal of gloves and mask by incineration. In case of an emergency, protective kits ready to hand to take a COVID positive patient to hospital. Hand washing and infection control. Washing hands as often as possible, thoroughly with soap and water or with alcohol-based hand sanitizer. Avoid sharing any item, example dishes, drinking glasses, cups, eating utensils, towels, bedding, or other items with other residents in the Adhinam. Mask protection: wear a mask all times when and if exposed to vendors or outside people. Double-layer cotton mask should be changed every day up to 24 hours and can be reused after washing with the detergent and sun-dried. If it gets wet by saliva, ingredients or secretions or sweat, change it and wear a dry mask. The wet mask can be stored in a sealed plastic cover and washed with the detergent and reused later. The mask protection: a face shield will be provided as an extra protective wear for people at the gate, interacting with the vendors, outsiders, use of hand sanitizer, hand washing, regular steaming, taking of preventive kashayams, a herbal mixture. Kashayam is an herbal mixture, and turmeric salt water gargling, and bathing and washing of clothes with history of any exposure. If symptoms appear, that is cough, fever, difficulty in breathing, he or she should be immediately inform the medical person in charge immediately. The standard operating procedures include the quarantine rules or first line of quarantine. The people in the first circle who are in contact with the vendors, area of stay conform to the outermost area where the communication with the outside is happening with the vendors, etc. Stay in a well ventilated single room, preferably with an attached and separate toilet. Person should not come into contact when inmates of Adhinam, especially elderly people, pregnant women, children, and persons comorbidities, that is hypertension, diabetics, heart problem, asthma, etc. Restrict in his or her movement within the area or room, first line of quarantine. The delivery packages: all parcels received at the gate to be sanitized, spraying with disinfectant. All deliveries will be contactless delivery. Wearing of face coverings and hand gloves are mandatory. If contactless delivery is not an option or request the delivery to be left in a protected and isolated place. The outer packaging of the item product will be disposed before it enters the Adhinam. Packages will be quarantined before being delivered. All the delivery bags, boxes, and containers will be thrown away after transferring the items to their respective places. The surfaces of the package will be cleaned with a simple disinfectant and left to dry. All hands handling the packaging will be thoroughly washed and with soap and water and antibacterial solution frequently. All mail and packaged products, non-perishable, will be left outside for 24 hours before using them. The disinfection, sodium hydrochloride, bleach or chloride will be used. 1 teaspoon of bleaching powder in 3 cups. The alcohol at 70 to 90% will also be used for surface. Clothes to be washed separately with detergent and dried. Sharing of the items is strictly prohibited, thus prevents the spread of the viruses. So, as you see, so many layers of quarantine is provided and various micromanagely prevention measures are being taken care. So join now in this Kailasa's COVID Care Protection Centers and save your life. So you can join with the link kailasa.org https://kailasa.org/kailasa care. Join now and save your life. Now it's time to move our next segment of this program after a short break.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become e-Kailashians. I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that. E-Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. E-Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity, withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you, aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you, and make you interested in enlightenment science. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home, without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive, somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being, Paramashiva. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashiva will reach you with enlightenment science. I know He is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
What I mean by the word e-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is e-Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world. All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. It's a fundamental truth.
Nithyanandam, welcome back to all of the viewers after that very short break. We were just able to understand from one of the representatives from the Adi Kailasa Sarvagnapeetham on the different various contributions that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has done through the Adi Kailasa Sarvagnapeetham, the Adi Kailash ship, literally, which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism built from scratch in order to help each and every one of us, millions of us across the world, and the global Hindu diaspora, as well as humanity itself, to sail through this pralaya. And I'm sure that each and every one of you are extremely excited, and you are just eagerly awaiting, as you have heard the news, that we will be having the live Parashakti Akashic reading at 12 a.m. Indian Standard Time. And you will be able to have the most beautiful darshan of Parashakti. Please make sure that you are signing in, tuning in at that time. Share with all of your friends and share with all of your family members, everyone whom you think. And we can ensure that as many people as possible are tuning in right now for the Devi Parashakti Akashic reading live with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism gracing us in the form of Devi Parashakti. It's going to be an amazing experience, and I invite each and every one of you as we get ready and we are slowly getting closer and closer towards the time to have the Devi Baba Samadhi Darshan. Start thinking of and preparing your questions, whatever you want to ask, request the healing or request any boons, or have the profound revelations of the past, present, and future on which you would like to ask and request Devi Parashakti's guidance at this time. It will be a beautiful way that you can personally interact with Devi Parashakti. Now, you can ask a question on YouTube, on Instagram, Twitter, or on Facebook, and it's a very easy process as well. You're on On Facebook, you can, on the live video, you can ask your questions in the comment section. You can ask your questions as well on YouTube. If you are a member of the Kailasa's SPH Nithyananda YouTube channel, you can ask your questions on the YouTube chat, and it's a very exclusive place where you can chat and interact personally with Devi Parashakti. You can ask your questions, you can request boons, you can request for healing, you can request for wealth or long-lasting relationships in your life. Whatever that you want in your life, you can ask and be blessed with the grace of Devi Parashakti. You also have an option to ask your questions on Twitter, and you can ask your questions by hitting reply to the live feed tweet and using the hashtag #AskTheAvatar. And in that hashtag, you can ask your question. With that hashtag, you can ask your question, and you can request any of the boons that you want, and make sure that it is in the thread for the live video. And also, we have an option on Instagram. If you would like to ask your question on Instagram, then you can ask your questions on the recent post, the post for today for the Devi Parashakti Akashic reading. And as well, if you would like to, if you're not social media savvy and you don't know what social media is, you're not very comfortable with it, then you can ask your question on WhatsApp. Through WhatsApp, you can go to kailasa.org and ask your question for Devi Parashakti through WhatsApp. So now that you know how you can ask your question today, we can enter into the next segment of the program, where we'll be understanding more and more into the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And as it is still July, the official Hindu Persecution and Hindu Holocaust Awareness Month, we are continuously sharing with each and every one of you the details of what is going on, what is currently happening, and what has been happening for more than 2 decades. The atrocities that have been implemented against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and not just the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, but how that literally just that what has happened over the last 27 years is a hologram of the entire Hindu Holocaust that has been going on for 1,000 years. And if you contrast the amount of work the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has done for empowerment of humanity to the amount that he has been literally tortured at the hands of the anti-Hindu militant terrorists that are actively rampaging and destroying Hinduism in all different ways, we would be absolutely shocked at how much has been going on. If I can just give an example of the empowerment of women that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been continuously dedicated himself for the last more than 2 decades. Can I just ask, have you ever heard of a place where a woman can walk absolutely safely at night alone in the dark? Have you ever heard of a place where homes are free of violence and the environment is free of discrimination? Where women can express themselves freely as yoginis, rudrakanyas, as Bhairavis, as sannyasis, and where you can live a life absolutely free from fear and conflict, not just with equality, but with infinite possibility. You can discover the freedom of enlightenment itself. And that is what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has literally made happen successfully through Kailasa and the revival of the Hindu enlightened civilization. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism literally made a place, created an environment in Adi Kailash itself, where without any fear, without any discrimination, without any conflict, a woman can live absolutely freely for her ambition in life and achieve her ultimate possibility. And this very ecosystem, as we all know, is absolutely rare on planet Earth this day and age, where we're facing workplace discrimination, we're facing gang rape in public streets, and especially in a country where the violence against women is absolutely abysmal. And the statistics of the violence against women is simply through the roof. And we have not seen the change in this matter for at least a century. Where did it all start? How did this happen, and how can we solve it? In fact, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been the world's leading advocate and working towards the empowerment of women, working towards ensuring that we can end violence against women once and for all, eliminate it entirely. And if you envision a world where women are absolutely free from violence, then the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is really the only hope. And if we do not intervene right now and ensure that Hindu solutions are used in order to create violence-free ecosystems around the world, as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been doing with more than 2,500 satsang centers and so many huge ecosystems ongoing, we know that if we will not be able to even see the next generation sustain itself without having the violence against women become worse and worse, and it will simply go out of hand. We need to understand, especially with the violence against women, that is happening in India, and the numerous reports of femicide. It is only the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism who has actively been able to voice out the acts of violence against women in an international platform and shed light into the violence that has been made invisible, that has been underreported and not reported at all and made absolutely invisible. The violence that is ongoing in marginalized communities of India, as well as all over the world with the global Hindu diaspora. And there has always been an extremely thought through and cunning strategy that anti-Hindu militant forces have used against the anti-Hindu militant forces have used against all of the people and all of the indigenous minorities in India, a strategy which would silence the whole public and which would not even create an alarm in the international audience. This strategy is with the use of propaganda, with the use of extremely cunning and strategic elements to invade and infiltrate into Hindu communities and destroy it from the inside out. All of this is a strategy been done by anti-Hindu militant forces for thousands of years. And we have seen for the last 1,000 years how against Hindu women specifically, the amount of violence that has been done against them is terrifying, to say the least. Horrifying to see how much violence and brutal force was used against the Hindu women, where literally the heads of the babies of women and mothers would be garlanded around them, where they will be enslaved and moved in cages from town to town, as the Mughal invaders had been continuously rampaging, invading, and looting town after town, temple after temple. And we have seen the record of the number of women who have immolated themselves because they were fearful of the absolutely terrifying acts of their invaders, who would even dehumanize them and dehumanize their dead bodies as well. And not only that, the sacred women of Sanatana Hindu Dharma have always been entirely sexualized and objectified by the propaganda schemes implemented by anti-Hindu militant forces. For example, the sexualization of Rudra Kanyas was a crime done against the most sacred women in the Hindu civilization. And the objectification of them started in the propaganda that the Mughals and the British had implemented in the society. They had first were continuously trying to project in British media and the different forms of media at that time, like newspapers, books, in different magazines, in the media at that time, continuously trying to project Rudra Kanyas as prostitutes. And first, they themselves would rape and dehumanize and enslave the Rudra Kanyas, and then they would project all of the Rudra Kanyas as prostitutes and women with no chastity. And then they would strategically implement laws in order to so-called reduce the crime that they themselves had started in the society. And we have seen this in so many different examples. And even today, as of the Madras Act of the 1800s, there has been absolutely no legal recourse to reverse the laws against and the crimes against the women of Sanatana Hindu Dharma and the Rudra Kanyas. Even today, it is illegal for women to be employed and to be to work in the temples because of the propaganda that they created, as if women were being used and enslaved in the temples. But it was the anti-Hindu forces who had started these crimes against us. And from that time, the Hindu women, the Rudra Kanyas, were always sacred women who were literally the Sangha Jananis, as in the mothers of the whole Sangha, who held the community together and held the whole society together and were responsible administrators for the entire temple ecosystem. But due to the absolute horrendous crimes of the Mughal invaders, this lineage was entirely stamped out. And continuously, women were enslaved, and women ultimately were stamped out, and the roles of administration, the roles of warriors for all of the women, the roles of the beautiful roles, and the ways that women took responsibility in society was slowly dismantled until the Hindu woman was forced not to do anything but be subject to a domestic married life. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but the truth was that the Hindu ideal woman was a responsible member of society. And in fact, the entire society was a matriarchal civilization. In fact, Devi Meenakshi herself had established this matriarchal civilization and run a whole kingdom, the largest civilization at that time on planet Earth. And yet, seeing the richness of the Hindu culture, the terrorist forces needed to steal that, loot it entirely for themselves, and thus an entire civilization was enslaved. And the worst part of it is that today, continuously, we are seeing the denial of the Hindu Holocaust. If you see even the anti-Hindu who had gone against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, they continuously denied the Holocaust of the entire Hinduism itself. And they deny the 1,000-year genocide against Hindus. And even masochists and misogynists of society always deny the inequality, the discrimination, the sexual objectification, and the outright violence done against women. And in this society like this, where I myself, and I know so many other women, would not even be able to hear of one relative or one mother, cousin, who would not know or who would themselves not be subject to violence. And that is the current situation of women and Hindu women today, continuously being targeted by anti-Hindu terrorist forces and being used as a weapon against the entire civilization itself. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism today has helped and ensured, even in the very history itself, that the amount of underreporting that is going on, the amount of violence that is going on, the crimes against women that is going on, is being shed light on in India. And as of even just last week, the UN Special Rapporteur for Femicide, who reports to the United Nations on different reports of the femicide ongoing in various places around the world. Every year, they come up with a report on how the violence against women is being done, and how there are very peaceful strategies being used, bringing light those strategies to the international audience so that those strategies can be implemented, and ultimately promoting peace and conflict-free life, just as, of course, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is spearheading in an extremely grand way. So the UN Special Rapporteur always gives these reports, and this year, the UN Special Rapporteur has recognized the work of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in order to create a female femicide observatory and ensure that the crimes against women are absolutely eliminated. And foremost among all the leaders who are doing
proper customized spiritual service, helping you to complete with your life negativity, withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you, aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life, we can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you, and make you interested in enlightenment science. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home, without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive, somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity.
Siva 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 Aragara Aragara 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 Sugamariye Dukkamariye Sundamum Bandamum Nanariye Agamariye Suddha Puramariye Aruperum Jodi Adisiriye Siva 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 Aragara Aragara Siva 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 Siva.
And the four ancient kingdoms that were once ancient kingdoms but are today reduced to marginalized communities and simply made invisible. And these places, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism started to create the ecosystems for reviving Sanatana Hindu Dharma and empowering women. And actively, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had empowered women to take up the life of sanya. But just for this reason, the women of Kailasa were attacked and used as a weapon against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself in the worst ways possible, and even projected in the media, sexually objectified in the media continuously. Even minor girls being objectified in the media, being sexualized in the media. These are the kinds of crimes that the anti-Hindu militant forces have done against the ancient Hindu communities and the Hindu children and Hindu women. And as the foremost leader empowering women all over the world, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has ensured that finally the violence against women going on against Hindu women and even Hindu women in India, as well as Hindu women in the global Hindu diaspora, is is being voiced out in an international platform. And this is the way that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has ensured that the violence against women is absolutely eliminated. And the way that the anti-Hindu militant terrorist forces continuously strategize with more than 14,000 hours of media coverage of hate speech and discriminatory content, with violence against all of the women of Kailasa and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, and with brutal physical acts of violence against all the different adinams and properties, where literally the adinams were destroyed. And even now we have the evidence, we have foolproof evidence that these adinams were destroyed, that anti-Hindu militant forces had literally raided the adinam and had destroyed all the different properties, have turned over the cars, have destroyed and attacked female sannyasis, have raped and gang raped female sannyasis, and yet there's still no legal recourse. A woman who is attacked, for example, if I can take the example of Ma Nitya Achalananda Swami, or Ma Nitya Bhaktikananda Swami, or Ma Nitya Jnanatmananda Swami. In 2012, they were attacked in a raid against the Adi Kailasa Sarvajna Peetham, when anti-Hindu militant forces have raided the entire Adinam and brutally raped the Adinavasis, the female Adinavasis. And among the group that was physically assaulted and raped was Ma Nitya Achalananda Swami and Ma Bhaktikananda Swami, as well as Ma Jnanatmananda Swami, and 16 other sannyasis who were physically assaulted, raped, sexually objectified, and all of this being publicly broadcasted in the media. And yet what happened against these women? Within 24 hours, the women, without even being told, without even understanding why, these women were arrested by authorities who had illegally arrested them, even though it was absolutely illegal to do so. In India, it is illegal to detain a woman past 6 p.m. at night, and it is against the law to detain a woman overnight in any type of cell or authorities which is not her home. Yet, these 16 women in 2012 were kept for overnight in a cell, and in that time, not even being told that the anti-Hindu militant forces were actively trying to file cases against them, and being subject to the most brutal ridicule, harassment, and violence by the authorities in question and in control in that situation. These are the exact rights that we are being denied. Simply the right against not being arbitrarily arrested is stated in the UN Declaration of Human Rights. The right not to be arbitrarily arrested, the right to live a conflict-free life. These are our basic human rights as declared by the United Nations, and yet we have simply not been able to even voice out the crimes done against us. Pleading, we went to different police stations, we went to different authorities, we went to different judges, we went to every single authority in hand, in control. We went internationally, and yet only now, finally, because of the continuous persistence of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to continuously ensure that he makes himself available to each and every one of us and ends violence against women. entirely. Now, the women of Kailasa have the voice, at least one voice, in the United Nations. And in fact, in the United Nations website for the special rapporteur for femicide, the Kailasa is listed among all of the civil society organizations that are actively working in order to stop and eliminate violence against women. And the report of the violence against women done against women of Kailasa was submitted to the UN and accepted, and is now published on the UN Special Rapporteur for Femicide page in the UN Commission for Human Rights website. And this is an amazing victory for each and every one of us who has been literally crying, desperately searching for at least some way, a voice where we can express what has happened to us, the violence which has happened against us. And it is all due to the hard work, the sacrifice of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Because it's not as if, not without the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism having undergone so much and sacrificed so much, himself going through more than 70 assassination attempts. Continuously, we've been seeing the violence against women that has been happening. And the women who have always, for no reason other than that what they wanted was to live the lifestyle of a sannyasi, or live the Hindu lifestyle that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was reviving. For no reason other than this, being attacked and brutally raped, blackmailed, sexually objectified in the media, and the worst, being used as a weapon against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself in their act, in their strategy and cunning manipulation to try to destroy the mission of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And in 2012, the very women who had been brutally raped, who had been attacked, and that attack being broadcasted in the media, as you can see, this is the exact attack that we are showing right now. As you can see, the attacks against the administrators and the women of the whole Adinam, and each and every one of them was attacked brutally, some of them needing to be rushed to the hospital, some of them needing to recover from the acts of violence done against them, but without any ounce of sympathy. Within just 24 hours, the state authorities had come inside once again, and without even telling the women, they had arrested the women and taken them and detained them overnight. You can see some of the absolute violence that is ongoing here against the sannyasis of the Nithyananda order in Pavalakundru. And not only that, there's been violence against the sannyasis in the ancient kingdoms of Tanjavur and Tiruvarur and Vedaranyam and Panchanadikulam. You can see here literally the women who had literally collapsed after the rape done against her, and the sannyasis are trying to rush her to the hospital. People are stopping them. This is the extent of the violence against women that has happened. We have seen the worst kinds of violence that has happened against the women of Kailasa, and not succumbing to this, and standing to eliminate the violence is only the supreme pontiff of Hinduism. Even if you see the attacks that happened in 2017, again, a woman has fallen, a sannyasi has fallen because the brutal rape done against her, and all of us Hindu sannyasis, the women sannyasis, were helping her and rushing her to the hospital in order to make sure that she has the medical treatment required. And we were rushing in that sense. And still the raids against the Adinam were happening. The destruction against the Adinam was happening. Amidst all of that, all we're trying to do is help each other, protect each other, and desperately ensure that we are some way staying alive. You can see here the destruction against the very Adinam. You can see that the whole Adinam, the cars, those are our vehicles, and we were trying to desperately rush to the hospital. And each and every one of us was trying to desperately rush to the hospital while after one of us had fallen and had fainted and collapsed after the brutal rape done against her. We were trying to rush her to the hospital, and immediately the anti-Hindu militant forces had come and pushed over, literally, you can see the footage now, more than 100 of them had come and pushed over the vehicles, had entirely destroyed the CCTV camera footage, had destroyed and punctured the tires in all of the vehicles. And all we're trying to do is rush our sister Sannyasi to the hospital so that we can get her aid and we can keep her alive because she was bleeding profusely. That was what we're trying to do, while all the anti-Hindu militant forces were making sure that we couldn't do anything. And even afterward, we would not even be able to present the footage and present the evidence to the police because they had literally destroyed the CCTV camera footage. Even though millions of dollars was spent in ensuring that every nook and cranny of the Adinams were filmed and under CCTV camera footage, as you can see here, the first thing they attack always is making sure that we don't have any evidence. And one by one, each and every one of the CCTV cameras was entirely destroyed. Even I was present in this attack against while the anti-Hindu Hindu elements had attacked the Trishulam Adinam. And from personal experience, I can say that it was the worst experience of my life, seeing the amount of guerrilla attacks against peaceful Hindu sannyasis. In this moment, in that attack, all of us literally were trying to hide in a corner and protect ourselves. All of myself and all my sister sannyasis, trying to protect ourselves, holding on to each other, praying to Swamiji, praying to Kala Bhairava that we are protected. And at that moment, we thought that literally we would not make it out of this alive. Little did we know at that exact time, one of us in another cabin was being attacked and she was losing her life, literally. So we all rushed to her, and you can see the footage. We actually all rushed to her, and we were helping her out of the cabin and trying to rush her to the hospital because she was bleeding profusely, unable to even walk, unable to even think for herself, unable to communicate. She was not even able to cry or say anything. The amount of absolute devastation she had gone through, I saw, and we're absolutely helpless to do anything for her. Minutes went by as her life literally was going, and In the meantime, the cars were being throttled and thrown over, each and every one of the tires being punctured, leaving us with no way out. Somehow, we were able to call a volunteer, a local volunteer, to immediately rush and come to the Adinam, and that volunteer, that devotee of Swamiji, had immediately appeared within just 15 minutes and had rushed to the site and helped us to take our sister Sannyasi to the hospital. At that moment, we could not rely on even the police cars that were present in the Adinam and that were there. We could not even ask them for help to rush our sister Sannyasi to the hospital as she was losing her life after a brutal rape done against her. We could not even rush her. We could not even ask the authorities. All our cars, our vehicles, everything was destroyed. And we were just trying to protect ourselves and save ourselves and save our sister Sannyasi. And at that time, because of the love and devotion that devotee had for Swamiji, he immediately showed up and rushed to the scene and helped us take our sister Sannyasi to the hospital and save her life. Like this, we have seen so many different acts of violence. In this footage, as you're seeing, another brutal incident where the women sannyasis are being raped, even with children present, and even the children needing to be subject to sexual violence. And then protecting, as you can see, they are simply protecting their own deities, holding on to their deities, and with their own life protecting the deities and trying to save themselves. Whether it is the women or our brother sannyasis who have done everything to defend us, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who himself made himself subject to so much of attack, assassination attempts, and brutal violence. Continuously, as a community, we have been trying to fight. We've been trying to sustain ourselves, defend ourselves, as literally one by one, so many of us are being violated. Today, it brings us so much of relief, so much of happiness and victory that finally the United Nations has recognized the persecution ongoing against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Because ultimately, even with having undergone so much of violence, even having been victim to rape, to gang rape, to brutal assaults, nothing brings more pain in our lives than seeing the one being who has stood up for each and every one of us, the one being who has protected each and every one of us, empowered each and every one of us like a true father, and like Paramashiva himself, who has come down to aid and protect us and empower us, to raise us. Swamiji has gone through so much, and Swamiji has literally been through so much for all of us, ultimately, to live in this Hindu ecosystem. Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, has undergone physical attacks against himself and as well as character assassination against his character, and the so much of work that he has done that is absolutely destroyed as well. And either with the incessant lawfare using and filing illegal, baseless More than 120 baseless allegations in the course of a few weeks were filed in 2010 against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Or using brutal attacks where in just a matter of 3 and 4 days, every single adinam in India was raided, trespassed, was burnt down, all the books burned, and all of everything being just simply destroyed within just 3 or 4 days. And I can list out the number of women, as you can see here, as you've been seeing, the number of women who have literally been assaulted, brutally raped, gang raped, and each one of us trying to protect each other, trying to raise each other and hold on to each other, even in the moments of the extreme brutal attack. It happened in Trishoolam, it happened in Gujarat, it happened in Vidadi, where all of us have been through so much. But nothing brings more pain than seeing the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism undergo 10,000 times more than us. And literally himself going through so much of attack. Because as women, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the only leader, the only being in the whole world who has stood up for each and every one of us to be empowered, to live the empowered lifestyle, to end discrimination and violence. As you can see here, this is the footage from the attacks against Trishoolam, which I myself was present, as well as all my sister sannyasis. And I can say that in a moment of attack, when literally we were being stoned almost to death, we had called Swamiji, and each and every one of us were praying to Swamiji. And at that moment, the leader, the Mahanitya Bhaktikananda Swami, who is the administrator, had been able to reach and communicate to Swamiji that we were under attack. And that moment, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism said, I'm sending Kalabhairava right now there. Don't worry, I'm going to take care. It will stop now. And just like that, within a few minutes, the attack had calmed down. And only then we were able to move out of our cabins and go out and begin the recovery. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has literally been the only being, and today is the only hope to end violence against women and end all violence against women. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has taken a strong stand in order to protect each and every one of us and go through anything in order to protect each and every one of us. And not only that, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has taken so many different types of action in order to establish these violence-free Hindu ecosystems around the world. And now, with the help of the United Nations, where the United Nations has recognized the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and has helped bring the persecution to an international platform and has helped bring international audience to listen to the violence that has been going on for so many thousands of years against Hindu women. And in that way, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has literally been able to helped each and every one of us and empowered each and every one of us to live the Hindu lifestyle that we want to, out of our own strong voice and our own decision. Each and every one of us, women of Kailasa, took up this lifestyle of wanting to live the Hindu lifestyle, of standing for our sacred sentiments, and of standing for the deep, beautiful declarations of Sanatana Hindu Dharma that we are Paramashiva, and fearlessly standing for that. And it was the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism who has unconditionally stood for each and every one of us and supported each and every one of us as guru in our lives and helped us realize that, and is continuously working towards ensuring that we will raise to that ultimate reality, the ultimate reality that we decided we wanted to stand for and live the life of religious freedom. And whether it comes down to reporting crimes, violence, and femicide in marginalized communities and the indigenous Hindu women who are subjugated and made invisible by misogynist, sexist groups in the institution, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been the foremost leader in ensuring that all the crimes are reported either first through the local police stations, then to the courts in states, then to even the Supreme Courts and higher judicial systems. And even then, when there was no legal recourse, now taking that to the international platform and the international level. And also, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has spearheaded and ensured that the research and studies undertaken to analyze femicide or gender-related killings and gender-related violence is being continued, and has in Kailasa itself, through Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations for feminine empowerment, has basically created this kind of observatory where the reports for the number of women who are undergoing violence and the research for how to strategically and successfully create an ecosystem that is absolutely conflict-free be established through Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations for feminine empowerment. And not only that, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has literally given such beautiful solutions and concrete measures to improve the support to victims of violence and to prevent femicide. And this might be through either physically protecting the victims or targets in monasteries, through protective ecosystems, or providing healing through proven ancient therapeutic methods of removing trauma and pain, and also through empowering women with leadership roles and supporting women in traditional business, through economic empowerment, through, of course, through the end of bringing an end to the violence. And also the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has as well ensured to continuously report and also work towards the result and analysis of femicide cases, and by providing guidance and empowering victims to seek legal justice and recourse for the crimes done against them, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been continuously ensuring that the legal systems as well are held accountable for the amount of violence that is ongoing in India. And as well, the UN Special Rapporteur has recognized the amount of work that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been seeing, and in several occasions ensured that even the solutions the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been making and has offered to the world through the Kailasa ecosystems is actually implemented and can be implemented in various ecosystems across the world. As I was saying before, have we even heard of a place where women can feel absolutely safe walking out alone at night, especially in India? Have we even heard of a place where a woman can freely, safely, knowing that she is absolutely protected, walk outside alone at night? I myself can tell you that I have lived in a place, and that is Adi Kailasa Sarvagnapeetham, where I can feel absolutely protected at night walking alone in the dark. And that is because of the ecosystem that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has created. From India, we have heard so many, numerous cases of gang rapes happening at night, of brutal violence and assault happening right out on the street in the pitch dark. But in a place such as that, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has literally created a safe harbor for all women to live. And a place where homes are free of violence, and a place in an environment free of discrimination. A place where women can express themselves as yoginis, rudrakanyas, bhairavis, as sannyasi, and not just express themselves with equality and different human rights, but with infinite possibility, with the possibilities that Sanatana Hindu Dharma promises to each and every one, beyond our human logical understanding. And that is the very place that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has created. Adi Kailasa Sarvagnapeetham is the very model ecosystem where a woman can walk out alone at night in the dark and not even feel 1 ounce of insecurity. She would not even feel 1 ounce of insecurity. She will not feel that somebody is following her or somebody is about to attack her. And she would not even have 1 ounce of that fear. That is the beauty of Adi Kailasa Sarvagnapeetham, the ecosystem that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has created. Not just in Adi Kailash, but in thousands of places all over the world, where women can fearlessly take up leadership positions. And in fact, all over the world today, Kailasa has the most number of women in leadership positions compared to any nation in the world, with 2/3 of leadership positions being filled by women themselves in Kailasa. Whether it is any of the Srimahants, the Mahants, the Kotaris, in the governmental structure of Kailasa, or whether it is in the structure across the world in various different temples and ecosystems that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has created, women are naturally empowered to take up these leadership positions and serve the world with the beautiful teachings of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. And yet, still, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, though he has been continuously advocating for the empowerment of women and has done literally the most compared to any leader in the world to empower women, still, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism undergoes so much of attack day in and day out. Whether it is on the internet, through cyber terrorism, or through physical attack, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has undergone literally the worst kinds of attacks for nothing. The truth is that as a society, we must bring an end to the violence going on in our communities, and especially the violence against women. In the United Nations, and as well as international organizations working towards peace all over the world, whether it is in France, in Switzerland, in United States, all the international organizations see violence against women as the primal and priority agenda that we have to achieve within even the next 9 years. In fact, the United Nations has made it a goal to end violence against women by 2030. Are we able to do that right now? Are we able to, as a global society, able to fulfill the goals that we wanted to end all violence by 2030? Only the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has literally been able to produce the model ecosystems of creating absolutely violence-free communities and standing continuously to end all violence against women and eliminate violence against women. If we don't do something right now and see the value in the teachings of Sanatana Hindu Dharma right now, we will see the continued violence against women and the conditions of violence against women in India and Hindu women all over the world continuously worsen. We will not even be able to see our next generation live on without seeing the worst happen to each and every one. And each and every one of us, Hindus especially, we are responsible for the amount of attacks and responsible for not standing up until now. Perhaps the attacks have been brutal. Perhaps again and again and again we have been attacked. But it is only our fault, and only the blame can come on us if we do not stand up again. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made just simply standing up an extremely easy thing, because he is standing as our foremost leader for the global Hindu diaspora of 2 billion Hindus all over the world. Each and every one of us Hindus must understand the plight of Hindu women in India, of each and every Hindu woman who is undergoing so much of violence, who is facing so much of poverty, who is unable to provide for her own family. Each Hindu should know that we are graced by Paramashiva, and for having and living at the same time as the avatar, the incarnation of Paramashiva, and we are graced to be born in a tradition where we have such beautiful sacred Hindu sentiments, which can naturally empower Hindu women, which can naturally empower every single person in humanity itself, with such the most powerful, empowering tradition with us. Hindus must realize that it is our responsibility now to stand up. I request each and every one of you who is joining today to share this live program in all of the different various social media platforms. Please share and ensure that at least one more person, your friends, your family, whom you know will listen and understand, and whom you'll just say, hey, I saw this today, I feel it's good, I feel that we should do something, then you can please share this program link and spread the message, and also share the link for the UN Special Rapporteur who has recognized the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Please take a few minutes and you can share right now with all your friends, with all your family, and we'll be right back and continuing today's program after a quick break. Yes, completing with all the viewers for that technical glitch. I request each and every one of you to take a few minutes now. Let's go to Twitter and let us tweet using the hashtag UN recognizes the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The hashtag is in the scroll below, and you can use this hashtag and share the link for the UN report, which has been recognized by the UN, and the page for where the UN has recognized and literally listed Kailasa as among the organizations that has been helping. So you can go to Twitter right now and use the hashtag UN recognizes the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And you, in this hashtag, yes, and we'll be right back with you to continue today's program after a very quick break.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become e-Kailashian.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
E-Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. E-Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity. Withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness, we can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you, and make you interested in enlightenment science. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being, Paramashit. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashiva will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
What I mean by the word e-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is e-Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Peethas all over the world. All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. It's a fundamental truth. Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. quite thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem. I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you. You will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together. We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become e-Kailashians. I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that. E-Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. E-Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity. Withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness, we can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you, and make you interested in enlightenment science. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures.
Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrusham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Tribunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyanandam and welcome everyone on today's segment. In this segment, as we are celebrating the happening of the Guru, Lord Paramashiva, as himself happening as Guru in our life, as we are celebrating the Guru Purnima, in this segment we would like to share the offerings from around the world, the Kailasas and the devotees and people around the world showing their humble gratitude and offering to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashiva. Today, we would like to share the proclamations and commendations that we receive from around the world. We received hundreds of proclamations and commendations letters from around the world. From various countries, including the USA, Canada, Trinidad and Tobago, Uganda, Liberia, Lebanon, New Zealand, Ecuador, Brazil, South Sudan, Malaysia, Singapore, Australia, the Netherlands, South Korea, Germany, China, Hong Kong, Taiwan, and many more countries. These proclamation letters honoring the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism were received from various dignitaries, government officials, indigenous leaders, faith leaders, artists, professionals, NGO heads, CEOs, entrepreneurs, and more. As we show our gratitude to all those who have given their commendation letter and proclamations, we would like to thank the Honorable Sam Liccardo, Mayor of City of San Jose, California, USA, for his commendation letter. Thank you. Thank you, Governor Enoro Puloy, Melikiok State, the Republic of Palau, for your proclamation. Thank you, Councillor Javed Mohammed, Siparia Regional Corporation, Electoral District of Otaheite, Trinidad and Tobago, for your commendation letter. Thank you, Ms. Patrice Huang, Director, HSBC Private Banking, Hong Kong, for your proclamation letter.
We'd like to extend our thanks to Ricardo Bharat Hernandez, Chief and President of the Santa Rosa First Peoples Community from Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you so much for your commendation letter. And thank you so much to Kayanja Vincent De Paul, Chairman of the Lake Victoria Regional Local Authorities Cooperation, East Africa, from Uganda. Thank you so much for your proclamation. Thank you so much to Joshua Kitakule, Secretary General of the Inter-Religious Council of Uganda from Kampala, Uganda. Thank you for your proclamation. And thank you to Ms. Maristela Basso, Associate Professor from the University of Sao Paulo, Brazil. Thank you for your commendation letter. And thank you to Feng An Luan, the President of the Rotary Club Taipei, Taiwan. Thank you for your proclamation letter. And thank you also to the Vice President of the Rotary Club Taipei, Taiwan, to Ms. Shuang Gua Ye. Thank you for your proclamation. And thank you to Mr. Alberto Peña Moscoso, Managing Partner of Expertise Abogados of Ecuador. Thank you for your commendation letter. Thank you to Mr. Rabi Fakri, Attorney at Law from Lebanon. Thank you for your commendation letter.
Thank you, Commander Amelia B.T. Gibson, Immigration Support Unit from the Republic of Liberia, for your proclamation letter. We'd like to thank Advocate Reach Malwar, spokesperson, South Sudan Bar Association, South Sudan, for your proclamation. We'd like to thank Advocate Wal Madud Aid, the Ancestral Advocates, South Sudan. Thank you for your proclamation. Now from the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, thank you, Manitya Jalandhara Hita Ananda, from Victoria Education District, Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you for your commendation letter. Thank you, Mr. Rajesh Rupla, Manager, Amara's Jewelry Collection, Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you for your commendation letter. Thank you, Ms. Holly Ja Zinham, Owner, Yahoo Prosthetics, Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you for your commendation letter. Now from the United States of America, thank you, Mr. Ashok Desai, Desai Diversified Investments, California, USA, for all the proclamation letters and commendation letters. Thank you, Mr. John Billingsley, President, Hollywood Food Coalition, USA. Thank you for your commendation letter.
Now let us move to the Republic of Singapore. Thank you to Mr. Peter Fang from Singapore. Thank you for your commendation letter. Thank you to Jayagari Giridharan, Business Associate and Partner of Windmill Management Associates. Thank you for your commendation letter. Thank you to Yu Chen Yang, Director of Bedak North, Director from Bedak North, Singapore. Thank you for your proclamation. And thank you to Ananda Shraddha and Nitya Ramya Krishna and Nitya Prasadini, Directors of Nitya Ramya Private Limited from Singapore. Thank you so much for your commendation letter. And thank you to Ma Nitya Mahakalananda from Kalakasha Company from Singapore. Thank you for your commendation letter. And thank you to Edna Ann Lee Ling, founder of Your Future Forward from Singapore. Thank you for your commendation letter.
Thank you, Mr. Jameson, Manager, the Food Bank Singapore Limited, Singapore, for your commendation letter. Thank you, Manitya Durgananda, Founder, Your Presence Here, Singapore. Thank you for your commendation letter. Thank you, Manitya Jadashaktikananda, Founder, Always in Bliss, Singapore. Thank you for your commendation letter. Thank you, Manitya Maha Adbhuta Charitrananda, Yanglin, Founder, Mindworks Academy Private Limited, Singapore. Thank you for your commendation letter. Thank you, Ms. Suching Yao, Human Education and Training Workers, Kaohsiung, Taiwan. Thank you for your commendation letter. Now from the Republic of Liberia, Bestman De Canto, Founding and Managing Director, Bestwill Enterprise, the Republic of Liberia. Thank you for your proclamation. Now from New Zealand, Ms. Bhakti Todi, physiotherapist in HCA, New Zealand. Thank you for your commendation letter. Mr. Stefan Lucan, Director, Sanatana 2030 Limited, New Zealand. Thank you for your commendation letter. Shiva Bhaskar, Sri Nithya Gautamananda, IT Infrastructure Engineer, Advaita Investments Limited, New Zealand. Thank you for your commendation letter. Ma Vidya Bharati Tangaya, Ma Nithya Deva Vedantananda, IT Business Analyst, Advaita Investments Limited, New Zealand. Thank you for your commendation letter. Mr. Murali Krishna Magesan, Director, Advaita Investments Limited, New Zealand. Thank you for your commendation letter. Now from Malaysia, Tirumurthy, son of Periyaswamy, Selangor Hindu Community Leader, Malaysia. Thank you for your commendation letter. Ms. Cheng Pei Ang, Taiping, Malaysia. Thank you for your commendation letter. Yoke Keng, Self-Employed, Kota Puteri, Malaysia. Thank you for your commendation letter. Ms. Guani Chan, Johar Bahru, Malaysia. Thank you for your commendation letter. Guan Xian Chan, Johor Bahru, Malaysia. Thank you for your commendation letter. Ms. Nelly Liu, Selangor, Malaysia. Thank you for your commendation letter. Ms. Cindy Sinyi He, Sarawak, Malaysia. Thank you for your commendation letter. Sally Ui Pai Kwat, Johor, Malaysia. Thank you for your commendation letter.
And thank you to Chan Guan Siu, a composer from Malaysia. Thank you for your commendation letter. And thank you to Shirena Le Wasim from Taiping, Malaysia. Thank you for your commendation letter. And thank you to Peng Li Jin from Johor, Malaysia. Thank you for your commendation letter. And thank you to T. Suk Ting, business owner from Johor, Malaysia. Thank you for your commendation letter. Thank you to Harichand Balasubramaniam from Penang, Malaysia. Thank you for your proclamation. Thank you to Tek Chi Wong, Director from 3 Business Solutions from Malaysia. Thank you for your proclamation. Thank you to Lo Wei Jun from Taiping, Malaysia. Thank you for your commendation letter. Thank you to Liang Lian Fung From Johor, Malaysia, thank you so much for your commendation letter. Thank you to Lau Yu Zuan from Johor, Malaysia. Thank you for your commendation letter. Thank you to Radha Lu Pai Si from Shah Alam, Malaysia. Thank you for your commendation letter.
Now from Australia, Wei Huang, Sydney, Australia. Thank you for your commendation letter. Now from the Netherlands, Wei Ping Ding, Utrecht, the Netherlands. Thank you for your commendation letter. Now moving to Canada, Ms. Sheila Zeng, Richmond, Canada. Thank you for your commendation letter. Now from South Korea, In Shi Piao, Richon, South Korea. Thank you for your commendation letter. From the Federal Republic of Germany, Zhu Ji Yu, Dresden, Germany. Thank you for your commendation letter. People's Republic of China, Han Jin, Foshan, China. Thank you for your commendation letter. Shandrong Yu from Hubei, China. Thank you for your commendation letter. Min Zhao from Wuhan, China. Thank you for your commendation letter. Fan Xiao from Wuhan, China. Thank you for your commendation letter. Yu Yin Song from Heilongjiang, China. Thank you for your commendation letter. Dao Min Yan from Heilongjiang, China. Thank you for your commendation letter. Xiaolin Li from Chongqing, China. Thank you for your commendation letter. Bei O from Guangzhou, China. Thank you for your commendation letter. Wang Hui from Hong Kong, China. Thank you for your commendation letter. Jen Chai Lin from Guangdong, China. Thank you for your commendation letter. Fan Jin from Guangdong, China. Thank you for your commendation letter. Wen Xian Wan, Zinab, China. Thank you for your commendation letter. Chuan Yan Zhang from Jinan, China. Thank you for your commendation letter. Xiao He Zia from Suzhou, China. Thank you for your commendation letter. Ting Ting Yu from Liaoning, China. Thank you for your commendation letter. Xianing from Shanxi, China. Thank you for your commendation letter. Teng Fei Tian from Tianjin, China. Thank you for your commendation letter. Yan Mi Lian from Yangzhou, China. Thank you for your commendation letter. Utlei Hoi from Macau, China. Thank you for your commendation letter. Yazao Zhang from Zhejiang, China. Thank you for your commendation letter. Yonzhen Quan from Macau, China. Thank you for your commendation letter. Zhudan Li from Zhejiang, China. Thank you for your commendation letter. Dan Li from Nanjing, China. Thank you for your commendation letter. Xiahua Fan from Shandong, China. Thank you for your commendation letter. Fan Sen from Hunan, China. Thank you for your commendation. Shan Zhen from Hunan, China. Thank you for your commendation letter. Lingzi Zhang from Guangzhou, China. Thank you for your commendation letter. Heiying Li from Anhui, China. Thank you for your commendation letter. Peng Liyan from Yunnan, China. Thank you for your commendation letter. Zizhuan Shan from Inner Mongolia, China. Thank you for your commendation letter. Yan Mi Lian from Uzhou, China. Thank you for your commendation letter.
Now moving on to Hong Kong. Thank you to Wan Jinzu, a student from Hong Kong. Thank you for your commendation letter. Thank you to Alice Say from Hong Kong, China. Thank you for your commendation letter. Thank you to Y Sing Chris Wang, an insurance broker from Hong Kong, China. Thank you for your commendation letter. Thank you to Ananda Shankari, Director of Pur Nandini from Hong Kong. Thank you for your commendation letter. Thank you to Lee Sang Chun Jain and Ma Paramashantini, directors from Spare of Purity and Awareness from Hong Kong. Thank you for your commendation letter. Thank you to Shi Hao Ryan Lee, an insurance manager from Hong Kong, China. Thank you for your commendation letter. Thank you to Irene Huang from Hong Kong, China. Thank you for your commendation letter. Thank you to Li Qiangzhu, a freelancer from Hong Kong, China. Thank you for your commendation letter. Moving on to Taiwan.
From Taiwan, Hong Zhu Chen from Yunlin, Taiwan. Thank you for your commendation letter. I'd like to thank Ho Chi Jun from Huasyuan, Taiwan. Thank you for your commendation letter. Lo Zi Yu from Taoyuan, Taiwan. Thank you for your commendation letter. Ying Wen Zhu from Taoyuan, Taiwan. Thank you for your commendation letter. Xu Ling Sun from Tainan, Taiwan. Thank you for your commendation letter. Chuan Zhu Li from Yilan, Taiwan. Thank you for your commendation letter. Brandy Chow from Pingtung, Taiwan. Thank you for your commendation letter. Ichun Chuo from Taipei, Taiwan. Thank you for your commendation letter. Peking Wu from New Taipei City, Taiwan. Thank you for your commendation letter. Hong Su Chen from Yunlin, Taiwan. Thank you for your commendation letter. Feng Fang Seng from Taipei, Taiwan. Thank you for your commendation letter. Ding Yin Chu from Taoyuan, Taiwan. Thank you for your commendation letter. Chao Li Chia from Taoyuan, Taiwan. Thank you for your commendation letter. Ms. Anne Pao Ying from Taoyuan, Taiwan. Thank you for your commendation letter. Se Ziguang from New Taipei City, Taiwan. Thank you for your commendation letter. Hong Lung Peng from Taipei, Taiwan. Thank you for your proclamation. Ms. Peng Ren Wang from Hualien City, Taiwan. Thank you for your commendation letter. Ms. Fang Ru Hao from Kaohsiung, Taiwan. Thank you for your commendation letter. Ki Hua Deng from Pingtung, Taiwan. Thank you for your commendation letter. Di Lan Fang from Pingtung, Taiwan. Thank you for your commendation letter. Yi Ting Lo from Pingtung, Taiwan. Thank you for your commendation letter. That brings us to the end of the sharings of the proclamations, and they are still pouring from around the world to be offered to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashiva. So now, as we continue with further offerings, releases from around the world.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become e-Kailashians. I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that. E-Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. E-Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity. Withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness, we can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything.
Nithyananda, welcome back, dear viewers. And so far we saw the various commendation letters and proclamation letters from all across the globe that were offered at the lotus feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And now we are going to see some more releases that were offered from various departments of Kailasa. So the first one that we are going to be seeing is the Prasthanatraya, the offering of Prasthanatraya. Swamiji Paramashiva himself has bestowed this as a gift for the whole of humanity on the auspicious occasion of Guru Purnima. So let us now take a look at the Prasthanatrayi release.
Nithyanandam. Kailasa's Nithyananda University Press, under the Department of Education of Kailasa, is offering at the divine lotus feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, the Prasthanatraya, the three major Hindu scriptures decoded by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. The Prasthanatraya comprises of the three pillars of Hinduism, the essence of the 108 major Upanishads, the science of Jivan Mukti or living enlightenment, revealed by Paramashiva himself and repeated by the Nijavatara, the living incarnation, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Bhagavad Gita, the ultimate truths revealed by Bhagavan Sri Krishna in the timeless scripture of Bhagavad Gita, repeated for humanity today by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, and Brahma Sutras, the aphorisms of existence revealed by Bhagavan Vedavyasa, decoded and revealed again by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. The Jivan Mukti Bhashya also introduces the reader to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, the founder of Kailasa, the revival of the ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. The countless contributions of Kailasa to Hinduism and humanity at large. The 5,000-year-old Hindu Holocaust that is continuing as the persecution of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, and Kailasa.
Yes. So this is a Prasthanatraya. So the Prasthanatraya means the three major scriptures of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, which are the 108 Upanishads, Bhagavad Gita, and Brahma Sutras respectively. And these three put together are called Prasthanatrayi, means universally all Hindus, all the Sampradayas, all the traditions accept these as the fundamental major scriptures of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. And the Jivan Mukti Bhashya is the commentary on the Prasthanatraya and the decoding of the Prasthanatraya by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And the next release that we have is another beautiful release of Kailasa's Hindu jurisprudence, the offering of Hindu jurisprudence by Kailasa's Department of Justice.
Nithyanandam. Kailasa's Department of Justice, in collaboration with Kailasa's Nithyananda University Press under the Department. Nithyanandam. Kailasa's Department of Justice is offering at the divine lotus feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, the Jurisprudence of Kailasa, Volume 1. This book describes the Dharma-based Hindu legal jurisprudence of Kailasa. The code details the juridical legislative tradition of Kailasa, which is based on the Veda Agamas and principles of life revealed and ordained by Paramashiva.
And the next offering that we have is another beautiful offering. Actually, this is every Hindu, the way we know ourselves. It is based on what we have learned about Hinduism. See, the history literally determines 50% of the way how you cognize about yourself and your entire lineage. Unfortunately, for us Hindus, even in the history textbooks, we are taught our history as mythology. Ask anyone, the great scriptures like Ramayana, Mahabharata are taught as myths to us. They're not taught as history. We only learn our history with more of the Mughal invasions, British invasions, and not what rich lifestyle the Hindus had lived. What amazing, how Hinduism is the greater science of life. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has now compiled this entire Sanatana Hindu Dharma, and this book is
a small glimpse of that, which talks about the grand narrative of Hinduism. And as a gift to the whole of humanity, on the auspicious day of Guru Purnima, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has gifted this book.
Nithyanandam. Kailasa's Department of Justice, in collaboration with Kailasa's Nithyananda University Press under the Department of Education of Kailasa, is offering at the Divine Lotus Feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, Kailasa, the Grand Narrative of Hinduism. This book introduces the reader to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, the founder of Kailasa, the revival of the ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation, the countless contributions of Kailasa to Hinduism and humanity at large, the 5,000-year-old Hindu Holocaust that is continuing as the persecution of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, and Kailasa.
Now, as all of us are enjoying these major big releases, we also have another beautiful offering from Kailasa's Department of Education. One-stop shop for all of the Hindu scriptures, for you to be able to access all these scriptures on Hinduism, palm leaves, and learn about Hinduism sitting right on your couch, but accessing the authentic documents, accessing the authentic scriptures and authentic texts.
Actually, not just the texts, not just the scriptures, but everything about Hinduism. Whether literally a Wikipedia of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the Hinduismpedia, and this is a huge, actually this Guru Purnima, it has been a huge blessing for all the Hindus across the globe. Given that the way how during the pandemic especially, the increased rate of violence against Hindus, violence against Asians. So when all these are soaring high, this time the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has literally given some amazing boons, which will not just protect the Sanatana Hindu Dharma, but also to give the Hindus the individual strength. The strength that you have on yourself, the strength that you have about Sanatana Hindu Dharma, your very lifestyle. So this Guru Purnima was such an amazing blessing for all the 2 billion Hindus across the globe and humanity at large. The Sanatana Hindu Dharma is not just a religion, but it's a greater science of life. Now, this gift that we have from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is this Hinduismpedia, which is a compilation of everything that is Hindu. So let's have a look at it.
Nithyanandam. Kailasa Nithyananda Hindu Library under the Department of Education of Kailasa is offering at the Divine Lotus Feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam. Hinduismpedia is a work to organize and present all the Hindu scriptures available on the planet Earth digitally in multiple languages, authentic translation as it is without any manipulations and interpretations. All the Hindu scriptures from the Vedas, Agamas, Puranas, Smritis, Dharmashastras, the books written by the Acharyas, commentaries, Bhasyas, Tikas, Vartikas, everything available on the planet Earth, all the source books of Hinduism, commentaries on Hindu source books, everything available on the planet Earth as of now. We are collecting, archiving, time capsuling, organizing and making it available to the whole world. Today we are offering a new user interface with a more organized presentation of digital books, wiki articles, dictionaries and e-texts. With the blessing of our beloved Guru, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, we humbly offer the Hinduismpedia user interface at the feet of our beloved Guru, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam.
Hinduismpedia is the Wikipedia of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. So here it is for all of you. Please do visit it and please do get the best benefits out of them. The next that we have is another release from Kailasa's Department of Education and Kailasa's Nithyananda Hindu Library, offering to us the Hindu compliance system. Like everything in Hinduism has a certain standard, a certain system of how it is supposed to happen. Right from the toothbrush that you use, right from the food that you eat, how a person who is interested in enlightenment should dress, how a person who is interested in business should dress. Everything, every aspect of Sanatana Hindu Dharma is beautifully explained to us. The science is beautifully revealed by Parameshwar himself. Kailasa's Nithyananda Hindu Library, in collaboration with Kailasa's Department of Education, has brought forth this beautiful offering of Kailasa's Hindu compliance system, and all of us can enjoy this offering as well.
Kailasa's Nithyananda Hindu Library under the Department of Education of Kailasa is offering at the Divine Lotus feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Kailasa's Hindu compliance system. Sanatana Hindu Dharma is not just a religion, it is a greater science. Hinduism is the most sophisticated scientific representation of existential truth, catered to every unique system of thought capable by the human mind. For the last 2 decades, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, has been reviving all the aspects of Hindu tradition which give life solutions to all problems. These life solutions from Veda Agama were once followed by more than 33% of entire mankind. Furthering his mission and vision of supporting humanity with the best of what Hinduism has to offer, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam has guided Hindu compliance system to formulate these life solutions from the Veda Agamas in the form of user-friendly Hindu standards. Hindu compliance system has a total of 600 standards from the various Agamas, Purana, Bhagasastra in 7 major categories: food standards, lifestyle standards, power manifestations, sacred arts, town planning, fashion standards, and temple managements and rituals. With the blessings of our beloved Guru, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, we humbly offer the Hindu compliance system website at the feet of our beloved Guru, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam.
The Hindu complaint system is a very beautiful offering brought forth by the Kailasa's Department of Education. It consists of 600 major standards brought forth to us from Agamas, Puranas, and various scriptures of Sanatana Hindu Dharma in 7 major categories, which includes fashion standards, food standards, lifestyle standards, education standards, and so many more. Now, next, we have another beautiful offering from Kailasa's Department of Education in collaboration with Kailasa's Nithyananda Hindu Library, which is bringing forth to us a beautiful digital library. Sitting where you are, you get to access some of the rarest manuscripts of Sanatana Hindu Dharma
library, and the best thing is everything completely available for something unimaginable and unfathomable what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is doing to the world. Because these scriptures are not just books, but they contain some of the rarest sciences, sacred secrets, many sciences, including the science of alchemy or the Vaimana Shastra, like the science behind aviation or everything, the gemology, astrology, and a range of other subjects. Shaivism, Kashmir Shaivism, Veera Shaivism, every subject to its core. If all the books are available to us and you can access it, that's the best news about it. So now let's have a look at this topic.
Nithyanandam. Kailasa's Nithyananda Hindu Digital Library under the Department of Education of Kailasa is offering at the Divine Lotus feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam. Kailasa Nithyananda Hindu Digital Library, as part of the Hinduism PDI, is a work to organize and present all the Hindu scriptures available on the planet Earth digitally in multiple languages, authentic translation as it is, without any manipulations and interpretations. Kailasa Nithyananda Hindu Digital Library is presenting a new user interface, added collections of books and manuscripts. Also, we are presenting an added feature to catalog books and manuscripts through this interface. With the blessing of our beloved Guru, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, we humbly offer the digital library at the feet of our beloved Guru, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam.
The next gift that we have from Kailasa is a very, very, very exciting one. How many times have you thought, wow, today's my birthday, I would just like to have the live darshan of Bhagwan Kalavira, just get his blessings in. Or I'm just going to head out, I'm going to go and start this new project, and I would just like to have darshan of Swamiji in. So many times, all of us would have wondered how nice it would be. Like if I was there right now, if I was there in Adi Kailash, I would have just gone to have the darshan of the deities in temple, things like this. The most compassionate avatar has made this possible and accessible for all of us. We can have live darshan, including the darshan of the banyan tree, the Kalpataru, and the darshan of Bhagavan Nithyanandeshwara, Nithyanandeshwari, and the Nithyananda Linga and Swamiji. Like this, a range of deities from Adi Kailasa are digitally available live for all of us to have darshan. And there's also a prayer request form where you can fill in and ask whatever boons that you want to ask. and get the blessings from the deities directly. How more user-friendly can ever a temple be? This is it's just amazing. And Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has given this as gift to all of us. So stay tuned, where we are going to be sharing about that website now.
Presenting a new temple online ecosystem that is virtual, educational, and devotional. Kailasa's Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Devalayam is bringing Kailasa's temple ecosystem to you wherever you are. Become a part of this authentic Hindu experience. Stay up to date on all the latest happenings at the Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Devalayam in Adi Kailas. Discover the Sarvajñapita, the seat of the Vedagamic knowledge. Experience live darshan of all the gods and goddesses in Kailasa and offer your worship and prayers. Don't miss out on the wonders of having a temple ecosystem in your life.
Yes. And the next offering that we have is, now we saw about education and all and the temple, and next is from Kailasa's Department of Food and Agriculture, and Kailasa's Nithyananda Annalaya is bringing forth its offering of the Bhaga Shastra, the Hindu cookbook with 100 plus recipes now made available to us.
Actually, we eating like having whatever food, the recipes, everything completely as per what Paramashiva describes. And this is something amazing. Not just learning the recipes of how to cook, but even learning the fundamentals of what is taste and how Paramashiva describes taste. What directly along with the pramanas, learning with the translation of Bhaga Shastra. So this is something very exciting. So now we are going to be seeing about this offering.
Nithyanandam. This is Manithya Jnanapriyananda on behalf of Kailasa's Nithyananda Annalaya Teamili is offering our most humble pranams at the divine feet of our beloved Guru, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. On this auspicious occasion of Guru Purnima celebration, Kailasa's Nithyananda Annalaya is offering Volume 1 English translation of Hindu Paka Shastra, the science of Hindu cooking directly revealed by Bhagavan Paramashiva himself to Devi Parashakti and revived by the 1008th living incarnation of Paramashiva, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. It's not only just food, but life itself is digested in the stomach. What makes Bhaka Shastra so remarkable is that every sphere of cooking is explained in minute and meticulous details. One dare say, no such cookbook exists today that can match the depth and breadth of wisdom on the science of cooking in this textbook. No facet of cooking is overlooked. The detailed properties of grains, vegetables, fruits, herbs, spices, their qualities and impact on health, the shape and size of the utensils for cooking and storage, the method of cleaning, sorting, seasoning, pounding, grinding, frying, cooking, and the physical and the mental health of the cooks, Trigunas, Tridoshas, along with over 400 original recipes from across the subcontinent are directly revealed by Bhagavan Paramashiva himself. We are very delightful to offer such an ancient wisdom of knowledge at the divine feet of our beloved Guru. And I take this opportunity to thank with full of heart to our Nithyananda Teamily, Ma Nithyananditananda, Ma Atira Suresh, Ma Rekha Rajesh, Vikesh, Kalyana Sundaram and Kavi Pradap for their contribution with utmost devotion and dedication and integrity to our beloved Guru. I seek Bhagavan's blessings for the entire team to be blessed with more Guru Bhakti and all auspiciousness. Thank you, Nithyanandam.
So this Annalaya's gift, Kailasa's Nithyananda Annalaya's gift of Bhaga Shastra is something that's not just useful for us as seeing recipes, but literally something that will revolutionize the way we eat, the way how we experience the taste of it. So something amazing, amazing gift that we have been gifted with. The next offering that we have is a compilation of the Guru Gita chanting.
I still remember once, only one sloka of Guru Gita, Arunagiri Yogeshwara chanted and taught me. Nithyanandam Paramasugadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim. That's only sloka he chanted and taught. Just put his hand on my head. I just know the whole Guru Gita got downloaded. Even now I can chant the whole Guru Gita. If you are an intense disciple and your Guru is intense Guru, I want to assure all my disciples, I am an intense Guru. I take myself very sincerely. I take my responsibility as Guru very sincerely. Guru Tattva is respected and revered in Sanatana Hindu Dharma far more than any idea of God. The highest idea of God is given the seat of third eye, but Sahasrara, the crown center, is given to Guru Tattva. In Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the highest God you can experience is given third eye, means Anya Chakra. But the Guru Tattva is given Sahasrara. So understand, Hinduism itself is Guru Sampradaya.
Parvatyuvacha Om Namo Deva Devesha Parat Parajagat Guru Tvan Namaskurvate Bhaktya Sura Suranara Sada Vidhi Vishnu Mahendradhyait Vandyaha Kalu Sada Bhavan Guru Seva Gaya Prokta Dehasya Dakshayo Vataha Tatpadam Vishnu Padam Syat Tatra Dattamanantakam Guru Murti Smare Nityam Guru Nama Sada Japet Guru Rajñam Prakurvita Guru Ranyanna Bhavayet Guru Vaktre Sthitham Brahma Prapyate Tat
this is a very beautiful offering of Guru Gita, which is now available to us in English for us to read and enjoy. Next, we have few more offerings from Kailasas around the globe. We have the offering of the first offering from Kailasa in San Jose. It's offering its expansion of the Nithyananda Jnanalaya in Kailasa in San Jose. There, the Kailasa in San Jose is offering at the Divine Lotus Feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Shri Nityananda Paramashivam. Its expansion of Nithyananda Jnanalaya. They have added 2,700 books in the categories of Shaiva Siddhanta, Kashmiri Shaivism, Veera Shaivism, Siddha books, Arunachala, Natha Sampradaya, Shaivagamas, Shaiva Puranas, palm leaf manuscripts, and more books. They have added 220 books on Shaivism and 500 books on the Jnanalaya topic.
Now let's move on to some wonderful offerings from Kailasa's United Kingdom, Europe, and Africa, which is inaugurating 3 new satsang centers and 1 Padaka Mandir. The first new satsang center is Kailasa, Russia, in Moscow, Russia. The coordinator is Sergei Kryostov. We have another new satsang center in Denelton, South Africa, Kailasa, South Africa. Coordinator is Mignoni Makonto.
A new satsang center from Kailasa, Austria, Scheffling am See, Austria. A new Padaka Mandir. This, the Kailasa, Austria, new satsang center from Scheffling am See, Austria. The coordinators, Manitya Mahadevananda and Srinitya Mahadevananda. New Padaka Mandir from Kailasa, Switzerland, Schlag TG, Switzerland, Martha Schreiner and Noel Schreiner are the coordinators.
The next offering is from Europe. We have 3 books that are translated in 3 different languages. One is the Living Enlightenment book, the Jivan Mukti book, which is translated and available for free download at Nityanandapedia. This book is the translation of Living Enlightenment in Italian and translation of Living Enlightenment book in Dutch. Both of these are available completely free of cost for download. And the next book is translated to Czech language, which is Arunachala, the giver of Nityananda.
Next, we have inauguration of satsang centers in Middle Eastern zone. We have the satsang center in Doha, Qatar. And the next satsang center, which has been inaugurated, is from Muscat, Oman. And Kailasa in Los Angeles is now also offering us the virtual darshan of all of its deities. Now each of us can have the darshan of the deities at Los Angeles Temple online in their official website.
The inauguration of Swamiji's Utsava Murti from Kailasa, New Jersey. On the auspicious day of Guru Purnima, Kailasa, New Jersey, New York, inaugurated the Swamiji's Utsava Murti, blessed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, And they also offer Guru Homa on this auspicious occasion.
With this, we have come to the conclusion of this segment, and we have a very, very, very exciting news for all of you. 6 a.m. Indian Standard Time and 5:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, we are having the live darshan of Devi Parashakti. So that would be, I think, 6 a.m. Indian Standard Time on 26th of July and 5:30 p.m. Pacific Time on 25th of July. So it's really, really, really exciting. We are going to be having the live Parashakti Akashic reading, where we are going to be having the darshan of the ultimate divine cosmic mother herself. She's going to be coming live, answering our questions, giving us the boons, and giving us the karmic breakthroughs, and answering our prayers, etc. live. So make sure you tune in the same platform that you are watching us live right now through, and you can ask your questions, prayer requests for boon, prayers, etc. while Devi is live. And this is going to be happening at 6 a.m. Indian Standard Time, and the preparations for the darshans begin by 2 a.m. Indian Standard Time, which is 1:30 p.m. Pacific Time. So with this, we have come to the conclusion of this segment, and we'll be concluding with Purna Mantra, and right after this, we are going to be having the power manifestation segment starting. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vasishyate. Om Shanti 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 Hari Om Tatsat. Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you all, Nithyanandam. Thank you all, Nithyanandam. Stay tuned. We are going to be having the live Kailasa's courtyard session starting very shortly.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become e-Kailashian.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
E-Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously.
Taiwan. Thank you for your commendation.
Under the guidance of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam. Nithyanandam Paramasukhanam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadasham Tattamasyadi Lakshyam Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Let's go through the disclaimers. Security measures. No photography, video, audio recording. Important cautions. Please be aware of the important cautions. What is spa manifestation? Let's hear from Bhagavan himself explaining what is spa manifestation.
All the 25 states of consciousness, when they happen in you, due to your chemicals and hormones ups and downs, it is powerlessness. When it happens in you, out of your free will and consciousness, it is powerfulness. That's all. When you fall into sleep, it is powerlessness. When you enter into sleep, it is powerfulness. When you fall into dream, it is powerlessness. When you decide to dream, it is powerfulness. So I've added the ultimate powerfulness, Turyatita, in your whole being and doing. Manifest all the powers.
Beautifully, Bhagavan said how he has added Turiya and Turyatita, and we can manifest all the powers. Power manifestation is a cognitive shift. When you understand from what you are, the body and the mind, to the powerful space of superconscious breakthrough, the Paramashiva, the quantum space, as more of manifesting the conscious sovereignty as your reality. And that is a science which transforms you from the matter to consciousness, who you are, the original space of you. That is the science of power manifestation. The science of power manifestation is authentic, time-tested, scientific, and foolproof. The evidences to support it is a science that each and everyone can experience it, and each and everyone can manifest any number of times. That is why it is a science. The Shastra Pramanas, scriptural evidences, the eternal unchangeable truth revealed in the source scriptures, the Vedas and the Agamas, Apta Pramanas, Aptas. Who are the Aptas? The experience results of the Aptas. Aptas are the Rishis, Munis, Ganas, Nayanamas, Alvarsiddhas, all of them, millions of them, who are the authority of Hinduism, who are the scientists who time-tested, verified the science of power manifestation. Atma Pramana, account of His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, this millennium's avatar's personal experience of a manifestation. Bhagavan's very own Leela to showcase how a human can transform into the space of oneness as Paramashiva in the superconscious space. Beautifully, Bhagavan enacts the Leela to showcase for us to understand the reality. The Shakshi Pramana, the experience of the millions of disciple devotees, followers all around the world, initiated by Bhagavan himself into the science of our manifestation, that each one of us can have a superconscious breakthrough and live in a superconscious space rather than the human body and the mind. Pratyaksha Pramana, the scientific study measuring in the effect of being in the enlightened state. The thoughtless space is quite possible, and that is the science, is all about science of our manifestation. The peace that we can experience is extraordinary when we understand the thoughtless space. That is why each and every human goes into the deep sleep every single day, and that is the most delightful thing that each and every human being attest for. So let's go to the Shastra Pramana. Shastra Pramana, the eternal unchangeable truth revealed in the source scriptures, the Vedas and the Agamas. Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, the scriptural reference for the remote vision. From the Sutra 63, Dharana 40, Vijnana, consciousness, Bhairava, one who experiences consciousness beyond the mind. And Tantra is the method. How step by step we have a science lab, a math lab, methods. We have the conscious lab. That is science of our manifestation. Here in the conscious lab, we do not use gadgets nor the mind. We use only the conscious sovereignty and follow the steps that Bhagavan has given to experience the oneness with Paramashiva. This is from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra.
Pramana, Dharana 40. Sarvam deham chinmayam hi jagatva aribhavayet yugapan nirvikalpena manasa paramodayaha. Sarvam deham chinmayam hi jagatva aribhavayet yugapan nirvikalpena manasa paramodayaha.
Bhagavan Paramashiva says, beautiful steps one should continuously cognize. As step number 1, keeping the mind beyond the movement of thought. Step number 2, free from the doubts or the root cognition. No STHT. Step number 3, then the whole body, even the whole universe, microcosm and macrocosm, are simultaneously the essence of the nature of consciousness in infinity space of oneness. Then the supreme awakening, the final step, the supreme awakening happens as conscious body, cosmic body. The conscious sovereignty happens as reality. Bhagavan Paramashiva beautifully says how Nachiketa was a small boy of 7 years or 10 years who went to Yama, and he challenges Yama to teach him the science of death. And beautifully Bhagavan says, if you understand death, you will understand life more successful, more auspiciousness. And Yama, being so integrated to death, absolutely he has become such beautiful space of compassion, removing us from the suffering to give us the new body, new space. Like Bhagavan says, you are upgraded laptop now to laptop version, the Windows version 10 rather than Windows version 1 that you're struggling with. Just because Windows 1 is taken off, the Windows 10 is given, which is more amazing and it can perform 1,000 times more than the Windows 1. How we understand the software, that's how our matter, our body, if we understand that what we are understanding only from the body, we are stuck with that. But if we understand death, that everybody, one, which is the reality, which is the truth, which is the existential reality, everything, everyone, everything has to become the ash. The ultimate thing that we apply, the ashes, is reminder of everything becomes an ash. Then what remains? The conscious sovereignty remains. One small boy asked the grandfather, who is in that video I am seeing? The grandfather says, oh, it's me. The child says, how can it be you? It is not old, it is a small boy. And the grandfather says, yes, it is me. I am that when I was small. And so the child says, oh, you are that and you are this, what you are. So the child sees there is a change in the body, how we have lost the child body and got a new body of an adult, and how we start changing every minute and everything is constantly changing. But one thing is very clear, that I am existing in all the forms as me, which is not changeable. The conscious sovereignty which does not change. It is the unchangeable, the eternal truth. And if we understand the higher reality, how we exist, and what is eternal, what is that which does not change, we don't have any fear of that. We get fear only from the things which are changing because we have to lose something. Bhagavan beautifully says, life has no hypocrisy. Nothing can be removed from you because you do not change. Only what is changeable is changing in you, which is a delusion. Other than delusion, nothing changes in you. That is a beautiful space to experience, that nothing changes, nothing loses, then the fear that we are holding simply goes away. That is what Nachiketa learns from Yama, that once you learn once you learn about the death, there is nothing for us but only successful, because the way we perceive everything in the outer world is only that is changing, and that is a reflection of my own self. If I understand the higher reality that I am eternal, I am Paramashiva, then that which is going to be in the outer world has to be eternal, has to be permanent. Only because I am thinking I am changing, the outside world also projects as it is changing. Everything is a perception of what we are doing continuous samyamas. Bhagavan says, we are doing samyama on laziness, boredom, tiredness, disease, death. Instead, he says, fake it and make it. You experience the ultimate with Paramashiva as the ultimate, as who you are, which is unchangeable, which is constant, which is always alive, which is always existing as reality. Once we understand this, have a huge completion, lots of things just wither away and lots of things just manifest as ultimate. If I understand that, what is the reality? Then the reality is I am manifesting what I want, when I want, how I want as my reality. That greater science starts happening as manifestation. Nachiketa learns the greatest science from Yama, the lord of death, Dharma. He is known as Dharma because he have an uncompromising compassion, just like Bhagavan, who's always willing to give the best for his disciples and devotees. Beautiful Apta Pramana. Apta Pramana are the truths from the people who have lived and had a superconscious breakthrough as Siddhas, and beautifully here from Sai Satchaditra, chapter 7, page 42. He sees the firing pit in many places, and he sees the woman working with the small baby, and he sees from remote vision that the fall of the baby into the fire pit. And exactly so, the mother tripped on a log and was about to drop the baby in the fire. But because Baba was there, Sai Baba caught the baby and said, just be careful. And he saved the child and the women from the great trauma and agony. When we are with Bhagavan, somebody would come and always save us from all the traumas and living the greatest life of only peaceful surrender to Bhagavan's lotus feet. Again and again, the great science is taught to us how the conscious sovereignty, living that as ultimate reality, like the sutra says, continuously cognizing Paramashiva in your inner space. Every moment is auspiciousness and abundance, and free from all the traumas and all the karmas. Bhagavan beautifully here speaks about how he landed in the body with pure love and consciousness for the humanity.
Borders. 1/10 of that money, if we decide to share with the neighboring countries, there will not be poverty in the neighboring countries, and they will not try to penetrate your fence, and they will not go on digging tunnels to come into your country. It is just a little bit of consciousness on decision makers. Just a simple decision to make all the things available to us as a normal life for human beings. Just like atomic power can be used or misused. It can be used to produce whatever human beings need for all human beings on the planet Earth. Or it can be misused to destroy the whole planet Earth without human beings. Either it can be used to create whatever
luxuries available on the planet Earth. Art can be used to destroy whatever is there in the planet Earth. The whole life can be wiped out. The concept of wealth, which encourages continuous creation, the concept of wealth which continuously encourages creation, not which leads human beings towards destruction, which leads human beings towards creation. Starving and obesity. It is just consciousness which is needed, not the infrastructure. What is going on? I think I need to really create this question towards all the people who are decision making on the planet Earth. 6 billion people, at least 2 billion are working full time. And all our ancestors have created so much of intelligence and infrastructure, machineries and system. What are you guys are doing? Still, if you are not able to provide food, cloth, medical care and basic comforts for the 6 billion people, something is seriously wrong. The right way of using power. Patanjali is now going to talk about the great science of inner nuclear power. That is why he wants you to be prepared before initiating you into the power. It's a very powerful technique. Unless you prepare yourself with the last technique, means doing samyama and love, doing samyama and friendliness, you should not enter into this process. Please understand. If you enter into today's process without doing samyama and love and friendliness, without creating heart, friendliness, love in you, if you create power, it will be almost like a nuclear weapons being caught in the hands of terrorists. It is 131st Sutra of any kind of strength, such as that of the elephant, one obtains that strength. Swami Sachidananda translates as, by samyama on the strength of the elephants and such other such animals, their strength is obtained. Before entering into the sutra, I wanted you to understand few basic truths. You are not as solid as you think. You are just liquid. Any shape your inner space takes, your inner essence also takes that same space. You are what you think you are.
Shakshi Praman. Beautifully, Bhagavan described how the inner space, whatever shape we hold inside, if we hold struggle, inauthenticity, and all the traumas, then outer reality would be that. If you hold Paramashiva, Parashakti, inside your inner space constantly, your heart is the universe. You are projecting Paramashiva as your reality. Now, beautifully, there's a Shakti Paramana for remote viewing. Here he describes even the model that is made from which country by remote scanning the house and the objects. Initiated disciples all over the world manifesting the power and sharing their testimonial. Let's listen to the devotee and that he is doing a remote scanning of others' houses.
My name is Chico Pfeiffer. I'm from Holland but live in Spain currently, and I'm a holistic beauty and health practitioner. It was a remote vision about scanning a house, and I could scan the whole living room of the person which is sitting in front of me, which I never met. I was never even saw his house, and I could see all the furniture, his television, the closet. I saw boxes and books. I saw actually his whole living room. So the guy was trying to get me more difficult questions, and then he said, like, can you see where I bought the table? And then I was able to look under beneath the table, and I saw the mark made in Morocco. And I said that, and he says, oh yes, that's really true. And then he even asked me, can you see a glass and chandelier? And I said, yes, it's on your dining table. I saw straight away where it was. And I could also look under beneath it, and I could see it was made in Italy and Venice. So when I said it, the man really was always like, oh my God, this is so amazing. So yeah, that was our...
Beautiful. You can understand how the beautiful space of oneness manifests as powers. The powerful cognition, when you are in oneness with Paramashiva, you start manifesting powers. Now the guidelines for our manifestation of power of remote vision. Now we can scan anybody's house or childhood home or office, somewhere you have not gone for your friends or family, and you can scan that and tell them very particular details. If you can start recording, that will be the most beautiful moment that you can play and see how you have scanned the house. And if you have the Jnananjan, Bhagwan's very own DNA, in your Kantamala, you can apply in your third eye and your temple. If you don't have, you can apply the Basma and Kumkum, which is also the Aushadas. If you don't have them also, if you can apply the turmeric, that is also fine, which detox the third eye. Now you can sit with any of the partner or call any partner and tell them you're going to scan something in their home. You can scan their house, or you can scan something in their house and scan their childhood home or their office or their friend's home or their grandparents' home. However you are comfortable with and they are comfortable, you can scan that and particularly give them detail, not randomly, so that you yourself feel very authentic about the whole thing. The number of rooms, number of floors, the facades, the unique features of the house, the architectural plan, whatever you think is so particular about that house or that locality, you can write down the detail and then you can share it with them. Even if you got something one correct, it doesn't matter. Don't go for the quantity, go for the quality. You are manifesting the powers even if you experience the Kundalini energy. Constantly, life is a manifestation. We are taught from the society that logically we have to live with thinking. And here Bhagavan says, drop your thinking. Thinking is not required for living superconscious space. Once you drop, you understand the higher consciousness, how you are, existential reality. You are a quantum and you think in quantum, how you function as strings all over the world, how you connect to everything and manifest everything as like you see the house, walking into the house and seeing everything how you do it in the dream. Exactly, you can do that right now and you can experience the oneness and write down the detail or draw the detail and share it with them. So go ahead and let's start the deep meditation to experience the oneness. Bhagavan has beautifully given us the steps. Sit straight with the head, neck and spine in a straight line so that the Kundalini raises from Muladhara to your Agnya. Visualize Paramashiva. Whatever you visualize inside, Bhagavan says, if you can visualize the elephant inside and do a samyama on it, constantly cherish that, you will have a strength of the elephant. What you cherish in your life, you become that. How they say the worm keeps on looking at the bee that it's so scared it'll eat, but finally it becomes the bee itself because it cherishes the bee constantly. That's how we transform into a new reality. Same way, when you cherish Paramashiva in your inner space and go to the Bhava, just sit with Paramashiva, enjoying Para Shakti with her 25 heads, 75 eyes and so alive with 50 hands and all the weapons and so beautiful and graceful. Hold that in your inner space. You will feel so alive, and that space, that bhava and that oneness space, and chanting the Mahavakya, what happens? When you chant the Maha Vakya, the mantra slowly becomes inside you and it becomes the Ajapa Japa. After that, you listen to your sound inside you. That is the Ajapa Japa. You start only listening. There is no chanting. If you listen all the great avatars, Sharada Devi used to chant Ramanama 1 lakh times for every day. And for the devotees who do not chant, who she initiated, she'll chant more times for them also, so that they don't miss the chant. So chanting is one of the most beautiful space, and chanting Maha Vakya itself is the ultimate, the shortest distance that you have between Bhagwan and you is that very chant. Once you chant and make it Ajaba Ajaba, simply you can get connected to Bhagwan any moment. It's like more than 911 call. It's just a thought away. It's just a chant away for us. No thought away. Here we only say it's just a chant away, that you can get connected to Paramashiva, who has come down as our Guru, and get connected to him in your inner space. Simply you see the manifestation, any manifestation happening right in front of you. And all this has been experienced by millions, and we can experience that right now. So let's entangle with Bhagavan in the conscious quantum space and chant the Maha Vakya, be in the bhava of Paramashiva, Para Shakti, and experience the conscious sovereignty as our reality. Let's start chanting. And penning down whatever comes, pen down, and we can circle whatever is right. Then, so just don't have any self-doubt, any self-denial, unclutch from everything. Any thought comes, very clearly say, thought does not belong to me. I am Paramashiva. Very clearly tell and let it go away, and simply you be in the space of Paramashiva continuously, cherishing and melting in the Paramashiva space. And simply you'll see Paramashiva manifesting all your abundance and reality. It is not you're just scanning the house, you are healing the house from the Vastu problem. Any scanning done on the house removes all the karma from the house and liberates and brings auspiciousness and abundance. So when you're scanning, Paramashiva is scanning, literally entering in the house. So with that beautiful space, start manifesting the power of remote vision, start chanting the Maha Vakya.
Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivam. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vahini open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes.
Let the Amrita pour. Let the Varni open up. Nityananda Paramashivam. Nityananda Paramashivam. Nityananda Paramashivam. Nityananda Paramashivam. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour. Let the Varni open up. Manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nityananda Paramashivam. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour.
So beautiful. Whatever Paramashiva has shown you now, please open your eyes, and whatever you have written down, please call that person and verify all these great truths that Bhagavan is giving us prasada for each one of us to understand the superconscious breakthrough. It is like you go to a temple, you get a glimpse of Paramashiva, even just a minute, but after that you get the prasada that you can share with the world and experience the ultimate also, which heals us tremendously. Just even that 1 minute of glimpse, it just activates us to the ultimate space. Even 1 minute of, if you touch the current and you're gone, whether it is a king or a beggar, like that, even a minute of us experiencing the oneness, simply we can manifest powers. Bhagavan says, even thoughtless space for 3 to 4 seconds, we can manifest powers. And if you are 21 seconds, not minutes, 21 seconds in that thoughtless space, oneness with Paramashiva, you are in the enlightened state. That is why it is as more simple than a blink of an eye that Bhagavan says. But simply we have to start living that thoughtless space as the reality. For us to get to that space, for us to understand that the emotion, that whatever we are going through is not the reality, the delusion and the conscious sovereignty who we are, the Paramashiva, the quantum space. Simply if we start understanding, we will be in the ultimate reality. Bhagavan says 30 days to enlightenment if you understand that everything is ashes for 30 days before you sleep and experience the oneness of breathing with Paramashiva, you will be in the ultimate space of Paramashiva itself. The more you understand and let go from this outer world, like how you go to sleep or deep sleep and dream state, you can also let go this world without getting hurt to get the new space of consciousness. When you let go this emotion, the conclusions, all the ideas, thinking from this world, we also reside in the lotus feet of Paramashiva, experiencing the quantum space. So we'll have one more cycle of remote vision. Let's sit straight with the head, neck and spine in a straight line. Continuously chant the Mahavakya, enjoying, relishing the Mahavakya more and more and more as your very own sound, who you are, and more you holding Paramashiva continuously in your inner space while you do all your work. Annamalai Swami was always with Ramana Maharshi and was the guru of Paramahamsa Nithyananda. What Annamalai Swami said when an interview came and asked what tapas he did, he just walked out. And everybody asked, why did you walk out of the interview? And he said, the interview person is asking what tapas I did, what did I do? I didn't do anything. All I held was when Ramana Maharshi told me that I have to hold Ramana Maharshi in the inner space, Arunachala in the inner space, and do all the activity. I just followed my guru as my reality. In every instant, I know that he is functioning, he is happening, he is manifesting. So that's all I did. I didn't do anything. So how can I take the credit of doing a tapas? But actually, he's done the ultimate tapas in every action, every thought, every word. If you're Paramashiva, then your life is Paramashiva. So let's start chanting the Mahavakya, holding that oneness space continuously, chanting the Mahavakya and experiencing the oneness with Paramashiva.
Manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eye. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vani open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
Beautiful. You can all open your eyes. And the last part is sharing. And sharing to the world is constant involvement of your space. When you are so excited, nobody have to tell you to share. You will be constantly telling everybody. If you've just got the best thing, the best prize, you can remember that day only telling everybody what you got, best lottery or best job, the whatever you just desire, or the spouse. You will be telling the world and painting the world with that message. That is how, when you celebrate each and every power manifestation, you are going to be experiencing more and more manifestation. The power manifestation happens more you reiterate to yourself that the Paramashiva space is the most exciting space. Initially, you start faking it, but then you will make it that Paramashiva's ultimate space. It's like somebody giving you $1 trillion and saying, hey, go and spend it. You will be in a speechless space, awestruck space. That is exactly each power manifestation is. You are in the space of oneness. Brahmanya Bahuputratam. You are the inheritance of the cosmos. Each and every one of you who have been here in the power manifestation session. Am I the chosen one? Yes. If you have stepped into this place, then you are the one. You are the ultimate. And that is why you're here and not in the billions of people who doesn't even know their Paramashiva space. If you are here, bless yourself that you are the ultimate and share with the world that you are the ultimate. We fake so many of the problems and struggles and everything, and we paint the town with that. We start painting, I am Paramashiva, I am manifesting the ultimate reality. Then we'll understand that becomes real. What we persist, that is become the reality. So share it in tinyurl.com/powermanifestation or your social media platform and tag it to your friends and families. And if you see the $, you can offer your gratitude. Guru Purnima time is the Chaturmasya time. It's the best time to offer to Kailasha, to your Guru, the ultimate that he's offering you all these gifts, and all these gifts can be made when you offer your gratitude. It can be as simple as 1 unit of your currency, but it counts a lot. Each and every time, each one votes for this Paramashiva space as ultimate. Your Kailasha in your heart expands and you experience the ultimate oneness. These are signs given by Bhagavan himself. So simple integrity, simple obedience makes us the ultimate. Let's surrender all this powerful cognition, power manifestation to Bhagavan's lotus feet, and in deep gratitude and earning, start experiencing Paramashiva as our reality. And thanking Bhagavan and each and every one of you. Let's end this session with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purna Purnamudashyate Purnasya Purnamataya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you so much. See you after next satsang, next darshan in Kailash Kotiyar Manifesting Power session. Nithya.
Connecting with the divine with your eyes closed is meditation. Connecting with the divine with your eyes open is darshan. Slowly, very slowly, let your eyes open to behold the darshan of Mahasadashiva, the great living avatar, His Holiness Bhagavan Paramahamsa Nithyananda.
शिव हर रूपा सांब सदा शिव चिद्रूपा हर हर शिव कर सद्रूपा ओम हर हर शंभो हर हर ओम हर हर शंभो हर हर नमो भगवते रुद्राय 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 नमो भगवते रुद्राय रुद्राय रुद्राय
आनन्देश्वर महासदाशिवसमारम्भाम् नित्यानन्देश्वरि आदिशक्तिमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम् I welcome you all with my love and respects. I welcome everyone sitting with us all over the world through Nithyananda TV and two-way video conferencing in all the temples, adhinams, monasteries, gurukuls and universities. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. Today is Jivan Mukti Jayanti. Understand, every hardware functions with a particular software. Every matter functions with certain program.
The universe functions with a software called Vedas and Agamas. The human society functions with the software called Smritis and Puranas. Understand? The universe functions with the software called Vedas and Agamas. Veda Agamas are the software for the universe given by Sadashiva. Smritis and Puranas are the software with which human society functions. Why do you think there is so much of attack on Brahmins? Because Brahmins are the people who are maintaining, who are supposed to maintain that software. Software of the cosmos and software of the human society. Understand, if a constitutional head of a country is destroyed, you can easily make people lose confidence on that constitution and destroy, change it. Brahmins were the head of the cosmic constitution who were holding it alive and who were constantly applying it. The constitution of the cosmos is Vedagamas, and practice and application of the constitution is Smriti and Puranas. Brahmins were the people who were applying it constantly. Understand, if you attack the body which is maintaining the software and destroy it through the virus, you can easily take over the hardware and fill your software. That is why so much of attack on Brahmins. If you want to destroy the cosmic constitution and people who are applying that constitution constantly and supporting the humanity to apply that constitution, if you attack and finish that small group, it's too easy to make people lose confidence on that constitution. Understand, Vedagamas, Shruti, is the constitution of the cosmos. Smriti and Puranas are the constitution, I should say, applied constitution for human beings. There may be small difference of opinions on how to apply the constitution, but those small difference of opinions should not make us destroy the original constitution itself. That's the biggest crime we Hindus are doing. Small difference of opinion, nothing big. Oh, when I went to meet him, they asked me to remove shirt. When I went to meet him, they did not give me chair. So what they are teaching should be destroyed. What a foolish, stupid mental setup. The fellows who vote for few hundred rupees, today if I get few hundred rupees, that's enough. If you vote, you have no right to ask about corruption. Because corruption starts the moment you touch money for voting. If you don't have the larger vision and vote for few hundred rupees, you don't have a right to ask about corruption. Same way, if you form your opinions and decisions based on small things, nobody can save the larger vision. Every human being should be educated about the cosmic constitution, Vedagamas, and applying the constitution in the day-to-day life, Smriti and Puranas. Vedagamas are the pure science. Smriti and Puranas are applied science. Vedagamas are methodology of writing, the best software based on superconsciousness. Smritis and Puranas are the software written for every age. Understand, living enlightenment, Jivan Mukti, is the software Sadashiva revealed to me for this modern age. Even now when I read the book, I don't feel I missed something which I should have said in that. Understand, how many ever times you read that book, it reveals itself layer by layer. How much you can receive, that much it reveals. She is like Mother Ganga. Mother Ganga can solve your immediate problem of thirst, and she can solve your biggest problem of birth and death and give liberation. She can give you end to end. Whether it is just ordinary immediate thirst, quenching it, or liberating you from this very birth and death cycle. Jivan Mukti is Jnana Ganga from Sadashiva's Sahasrara. I tell you, this is the most powerful spiritual software revealed to humanity in the recent days. Anybody who goes on reading and contemplating, anybody does pratyahara and dharana, dhyana on Jivan Mukti book every day, will achieve the samadhi state of functioning from that highest superconscious cognitions. Understand? Building powerful cognitions in your being manifests as powers. Every line, every word, in Jivan Mukti book manifests powerful cognitions in you. I tell you, the moment you decide even to function on one powerful cognition, I'm not asking you to have faith on it. No. Deciding to be integrated. For example, there is a big difference between faith and integrity. Faith means, oh, I'll start believing. I don't know whether it is right, wrong, truth. I'll try to believe. Faith. Integrity means somebody whom I trust, who will always do only good to me, has given me this understanding. Till I understand, let me work on it. Understand. Patience with yourself is hope. Patience with human beings is love. Patience with the powerful cognitions is integrity. Every word in that book is powerful cognition. Go on playing with it. I tell you. How in the last Mahasdashyoham I gave this one powerful cognition. Static matter, dynamic activity, strategic existence, all three are one and the same. There is no separation between these three. Static matter, dynamic activity, strategic existence, all three are one and the same. With this declaration, powerful cognition, when you generate a will persistence, it manifests as powers. Every single word in this book is a powerful cognition. Take it, apply it in your inner space and manifest it. You will see you manifest powers left and right. Jivan Mukti is not just enlightening you, it is empowering you. Understand, the book does enlightening and empowering. Every single word is powerful cognition. Start manifesting them in your inner space. You will manifest powers. The book is not given to you just to give buddhi to you. It is given to you to give buddhi and shakti. It's given to you to have powerful cognitions and powers. Understand? Powerful cognitions are equivalent to God in Hindu tradition. That is why the Vedas are worshipped as gods. Powerful cognitions are worshipped as gods and goddesses in Hindu tradition. Gita is worshipped as goddess. There are many Gita mandirs all over the India. In Haridwar, there is a big Gita mandir which belongs to Mahanirvani Akada, where Gita is worshipped as the deity with 4 hands holding the Gita book. We will make a deity for Jivan Mukti. We are Hindus, we are very colorful people. We make deities, we make gods, and we celebrate. We enjoy visualizations. We are a far life, pro-life people. A pro-life person enjoys visualization. He enjoys life, enjoys art. We don't grab and convert. You need to know all the temple signs in Hindu tradition, whether the Stapatya Veda or Agama or Shaktagama or Vaishnavagamas, all of them ban building any temple or worship structure on a land in which some other structure existed. So grabbing and building temple is banned in Hindu tradition. No Hindu worship place is built on grabbing somebody else's worship place. Forget about somebody else's worship place. It cannot be built on grabbing some other structure. We are creators, not grabbers. Somebody was questioning me. Oh, there are many temples built on grabbed land. No, you can't. Agama does not allow. We neither built nor our scriptures agree. Understand? Jivan Mukti is the most powerful superconscious based software for modern day human beings to manifest powerful cognitions and powers. Every thought current expressed in that, every idea expressed in that is rooted in Vedas and Agamas. Understand? The methodology of teaching in Hinduism is 4-step. First, Shastra Pramana. The truth should be established in Vedas and Agamas. Shastra. Second, Apta Pramana. Great masters, incarnations, enlightened beings like Rama, Krishna, all those masters, rishis, aptas, Sabdarishis, all those great beings should have applied that science and given their testimony, their input. That's called Apta Pramana. And the person who is teaching, the Guru himself, should have applied and experienced it as Atma Pramana, only then it will become Sakshi Pramana for you as a reality. Shastra Pramana from the Vedas and Agamas, Apta Pramana, the people who applied this science earlier and manifested it, their words and experiences, teachings, and the Guru who is teaching you, his own experience, Atma Pramana. Only if all these three are in tune, it will become Sakshi Pramana for you. Understand, people who claim they have Atma Pramana, but they don't care about the Shastra Pramana and Apta Pramana, they are dangerous. No. Hinduism does not allow any Atma Pramana to be shared with the world for everyone unless it stands the test, scrutiny, acid wash of Shastra Pramana and Apta Pramana. Understand? Atma Pramanas are good for me. My experience, good for me. But only if it stands the scrutiny and acid wash of Shastra Pramana and Apta Pramana. It is useful for the whole world. It can be shared with the whole world. This book, Jivan Mukti, Living Enlightenment, is my Atma Pramana which stands the scrutiny, acid wash of Shastra Pramana and Apta Pramana. So I am sharing with the whole world. It will be useful for all of you. It can become your Sakshi Pramana. This science is basically from the core thought current of the superconscious space, what we call para. Brahmanas call Parabrahma, Vaishnavites call Paramapadam, Shaivites call Parashivam, Shaktas call Parashakti. The space of para, ultimate. Based on that superconscious space, based on that state operating, manifesting powerful cognitions and manifesting powers, is living the life of Jivan Mukti, Sada Shivatva. each thought current either manifests power or powerlessness in you. If it manifests powerlessness, we call that as negative thought current. If it manifests powers in you, we call it powerful cognitions. Understand, powerful cognitions always break the physics of the matter and makes your reality, which is beyond matter. That is what we call miracles or power manifestation. This book, every word in this book is a powerful cognition which can manifest powers. We have this book translated in multiple languages. Soon I'll reveal this book in sloka form in Tamil and Sanskrit. I'm not a poet in Sanskrit, but I can compose verses. That much I can manage. Maybe before the next Jivan Mukti Jayanti, 10th year, you will have Sanskrit verse form of Jivan Mukti. In the form of sutras, so for generations, people can go on writing bhashyas, vartikas, tikas. There is so much to tell about this Jivan Mukti. This one word, take this as an essence of whatever I want to say about this book. Every day, spend 21 minutes with the powerful cognitions expressed in this book. I guarantee within 1 year, you will manifest powerful cognitions and powers. You will be enlightened and empowered. Every day, 21 minutes to the powerful cognitions in this book. That's all I'm asking. In a year, you will manifest the state of enlightenment and space of enlightenment and powers of enlightenment. state of Mahasadashiva, space of Mahasadashiva, powers of Mahasadashiva. Yes, it is time for making Jivan Mukti Aushada. Understand the concept of Aushada. In Hindu tradition, thought current or a powerful cognition can be infused into matter and it can be shared with you all. So now all the powerful cognitions manifested in this Jivan Mukti book, I am adding them into the Aushadha, matter. Understand, it is a very powerful science our ancient Hindu masters have developed. So now I am going to make those thought currents into that matter which is called Aushadha. So even if you sit in this area silently with a receptive passive space, means do not have active inner image. Just sit with a passive inner image. These powerful cognitions can get into your system. The mirroring of the neuron can happen. These powerful cognitions can become your experience and you can manifest powers. That's all is the whole process of Aushadha. And let me start. Sit with a passive inner image, a deep passions and silence. So these powerful cognitions from Jivan Mukti can enter into your being and manifest as powers. You can keep your eyes closed or open, that is up to you. But sit with passive inner image. So I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Shuddhatvaita Saivam, Maha Sadashivoham, the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
On this beautiful occasion of Jivan Mukti Jayanti, we have some important milestones that we have covered. The Nithyananda University Press releases the Bengali translation of Living Enlightenment, the Science of Jivan Mukti, which will be released now as an e-book on our website. The link is going to be projected for all of you. We sincerely, with our deepest love and respect, thank Mr. T.T. Das for translating this book into Bengali. We now request Swamiji to bless this release. The next milestone is the Nithyanandeshwara Sadashiva temple in Tambaram successfully completes 3 years. We request Swamiji's blessings.
प्रसूश्च मे सीरं च मे रयश्च मरुतं च मे वृतं च मे अयक्ष्मं च मे अनामयश्च मे जीवातुश्च मे दीर्घायुत्वं च मे अनमित्रं च मे अभयं च मे सुखं च मे शयनं च मे सोषा च मे सुदिनं च मे च मे मधु च मे सक्तिश्च मे सपीतिश्च मे कृषिश्च मे वृष्टिश्च मे चैत्रं च मा औतिथ्यं च मे रयिश्च मे रायश्च मे पुष्टं च मे पुष्टिश्च मे विभु च मे प्रभु च मे बहु च मे भूयश्च मे पूर्णं च मे पूर्णतरं च मे अक्षितिश्च मे भूयवाश्च मे अन्नं च मे अक्षुश्च मे व्रीहयश्च मे यवाश्च मे आशाश्च मे तिलाश्च मे मुद्गाश्च मे कल्पाश्च मे गोधूमाश्च मे मसुराश्च मे प्रियङ्गवश्च मे अणवश्च मे शामाकाश्च मे नीवाराश्च मे अश्माश्च मे मृत्तिका च मे गिरयश्च मे पर्वताश्च मे गताश्च मे वनस्पतयश्च मे हिरण्यं च मे अयश्च मे सीसं च मे ऋपुश्च मे शापं च मे लोहं च मे अग्निश्च मा आपश्च मे विरुदश्च मा औषधयश्च मे कृष्णपच्यं च मे अकृष्णपच्यं च मे ग्राम्याश्च मे पशव आरण्याश्च यज्ञेन कल्पन्तां वित्तं च मे वित्तिश्च मे भूतं च मे भूतिश्च मे वसु च मे वसतिश्च मे कर्म च मे शक्तिश्च मे अर्थश्च मा हेमश्च मा इसिश्च मे गतिश्च मे अग्निश्च मा इन्द्रश्च मे सोमश्च मा इन्द्रश्च मे सविता च मा इन्द्रश्च मे सरस्वती च मा इन्द्रश्च मे पूषा च मा इन्द्रश्च मे बृहस्पतिश्च मा इन्द्रश्च मे मित्रश्च मा इन्द्रश्च मे वरुणश्च मा इन्द्रश्च मे त्वष्टा च मा इन्द्रश्च मे दाता च मा इन्द्रश्च मे विष्णुश्च मा इन्द्रश्च मे अश्विनौ च मा इन्द्रश्च मे मरुतश्च मा इन्द्रश्च मे विश्वे च मे देवा इन्द्रश्च मे पृथिवी च मा इन्द्रश्च मे अन्तरिक्षं च मा इन्द्रश्च मे यौ च मा इन्द्रश्च मे दिशश्च मा इन्द्रश्च मे मूर्धा च मा इन्द्रश्च मे प्रजापतिश्च मा इन्द्रश्च मे अगुंशुश्च मे रश्मिश्च मे अदाभ्यश्च मे अधिपतिश्च मा उपागुंशुश्च मे अन्तर्यामश्च मा ऐन्द्रवायवश्च मे मैत्रावरुणश्च मा आश्विनश्च मे प्रतिप्रस्थानश्च मे शुक्रश्च मे मन्ती च मा आग्रयणश्च मे वैश्वदेवश्च मे ध्रुवश्च मे वैश्वानरश्च मा ऋतुग्रहाश्च मे अधिग्राह्याश्च मा ऐन्द्राग्नश्च मे वैश्वदेवश्च मे मरुत्पतीयाश्च मे महेन्द्रश्च मा आदित्यश्च मे सावित्रश्च मे सारस्वतश्च मे पौष्णश्च मे वाग्निपतश्च मे हारियोजनश्च मे जिह्मश्च मे बर्हिश्च मे वेदिश्च मे दिष्टियाश्च मे सृजश्च मे चमसाश्च मे ग्रावाणश्च मे परवश्च मा उपरवाच्च मे दिशवणे च मे द्रोणकलशश्च मे वायव्यानि च मे भूतभृच्च मा आधवनीयश्च मा आग्नेयीत्रं च मे हविर्दानं च मे गृहश्च मे सदश्च मे पुरोडाशाश्च मे पचताश्च मे अवृतश्च मे स्वागाकारश्च मे अग्निश्च मे कर्मश्च च मे वशा च मां वृषभश्च मे देहश्च मे अनड्वाच्च मे धेनुश्च आयुर्यज्ञेन कल्पतां प्राणो यज्ञेन कल्पतां अपानो यज्ञेन कल्पतां व्यानो यज्ञेन कल्पतां चक्षुर्यज्ञेन कल्पतां श्रोत्रं यज्ञेन कल्पतां मनो यज्ञेन कल्पतां वाग्यज्ञेन कल्पतामात्मा यज्ञेन कल्पतां यज्ञो यज्ञेन कल्पताम् एका च मे तिस्रश्च मे पञ्च च मे सप्त च मे नव च मा एकादश च मे त्रयोदश च मे पञ्चदश च मे सप्तदश च मे नवदश च मा एकविंशतिश्च मे त्रयोविंशतिश्च मे पञ्चविंशतिश्च मे सप्तविंशतिश्च मे नवविंशतिश्च मा एकत्रिंशत् सद्यो जातं प्रपद्यामि सद्यो जाताय वै नमो नमः भवे भवेनाति भवे भवस्व भवोद्भवाय नमः वामदेवाय नमो ज्येष्ठाय नमः श्रेष्ठाय नमो रुद्राय नमः कालाय नमः कलविकर्णाय नमो कलविकर्णाय नमो कलाय नमो बलप्रमथनाय नमः सर्वभूतदमनाय नमो मनोन्मनाय नमः अघोरेभ्यो घोरेभ्यो घोरघोरतरेभ्यः सर्वेभ्यः सर्वशर्वेभ्यो नमस्ते अस्तु रुद्ररूपेभ्यः तत्पुरुषाय विद्महे महादेवाय धीमहि तन्नो रुद्र प्रचोदयात् ईशानः सर्वविद्यानाम् ईश्वरः सर्वभूतानां ब्रह्माधिपति ब्रह्मणोऽधिपति ब्रह्मा शिवो मे अस्तु सदा शिवो नमो हिरण्यबाहवे हिरण्यवर्णाय हिरण्यरूपाय हिरण्यपतये अम्बिकापतय उमापतये पशुपतये नमो नमः कृतकं सत्यं परं ब्रह्म पुरुषं कृष्णपिङ्गलम् ऊर्ध्वरेतं विरूपाक्षं विश्वरूपाय वै नमो नमः सर्वो वै रुद्र
many of you might be extremely curious about how Swamiji first started this unique Aushada creating process. He first used a very traditional wooden contraption called the Arani Kattai, where while placing camphor into a wooden contraption, Swamiji will be invoking the presence of fire. Fire invoked in such a manner is used for sacred rituals. And now, as you can see, Swamiji is placing all the traditional ingredients described in the Agamas for creating the sacred Jivan Mukti Aushada. You can pay close attention to the mudras Swamiji is performing. Aushada is a very sacred combination of life force energies, cosmic energies, and specially chosen very rare herbs energized by the avatar himself. And as he mentioned before, the beautiful science of Jivan Mukti, the very cognition, the powerful cognitions in the book of Jivan Mukti will be placed into this Aushada. You can also see the fire ritual, which is simultaneously happening. And sacred ingredients are being poured into the sacrificial fire. Now you just saw that the fire from the sacred Homa has been brought to light a lamp next to Swamiji, and this fire is going to be used in the process of creating the Jivan Mukti Aushada. You can now see that Swamiji is grinding special ingredients like turmeric, kumkum, haritaki, and few others in a traditional grinding stone called the kalvam. Every single ingredient and the tools being used are specifically mentioned in the Shaiva Agamas, and they are so elaborate, decoding them is not left to the hands of any mortal being. Only the very embodiment of Mahasadashiva himself can decode these instructions and make it available for humanity in a way that benefits them. While you observe this mystical process of creating Aushada, you should know that Swamiji has revealed why the science of Aushada is so beneficial for humanity. He has once told that we humans are like fragmented pieces of a mirror. Only when you are completely when you are complete, when you're like a full, complete mirror, then you're able to reflect the source without interruption, without hindrance. So this Aushada helps our being, a fragmented being, to become whole once again. That is the reason why whenever we express extraordinary powers, if we feel, oh, it is not for me, or it might be too difficult because I am so diseased, I have so many problems in my life, Aushada, just one application of it, makes you manifest to such a multifold degree that you begin to understand the sacred process of enlightenment itself is locked into these unique preparations, making you whole once again, making you a perfect reflection of the source once again, making it extremely easy for you to live the state of Sadashiva, radiate the space of Sadashiva, and manifest the powers of Sadashiva.
वाचीश्रितः वाग्हृदये हृदयं मयि अहममृते अमृतं ब्रह्मणि वायुर्मे प्राणे श्रितः प्राणो हृदये हृदयं मयि अहममृते अमृतं ब्रह्मणि सूर्यो मे चक्षुषि श्रितः चक्षुर्हृदये हृदयं मयि अहममृते अमृतं ब्रह्मणि चन्द्रमा मे मनसि श्रितः मनो हृदये हृदयं मयि अहममृते अमृतं ब्रह्मणि दिशो मे श्रोत्रे श्रिताः श्रोत्रगुं हृदये हृदयं मयि अहममृते अमृतं ब्रह्मणि आपो मे रेतसि श्रिताः रेतो हृदये हृदयं मयि अहममृते अमृतं ब्रह्मणि.
You can simultaneously see that more than 50 sacred ingredients are being offered into the ritualistic fire, which includes dry fruits, special herbs, Ayurvedic Siddha ingredients, even sitting in the breathing space Whether you are here physically or online, it has a deep impact on your physiology, psychology, on your very being. This is a reason why just witnessing the Aushadha process can set off a powerful alchemical reaction in you, which creates a superconscious breakthrough and invokes your consciousness to become a power manifesting consciousness.
नमस्ते रुद्रमन्यवमुतोतयिषवे नमः नमस्ते अस्तु दन्वने बाहुभ्यामुदते नमः यातयिषु शिवतमा शिवं बभूव ते धनुः शिवा शरव्या यातवतया नो रुद्रमृडय याते रुद्रशिवा तनूरघोरा पापकाशिनी दया नस्तनुभाषन्तमया गिरिशन्तापि चाकशीः यामिषुं गिरिशन्तहस्ते बिभर्ष्यस्तवे शिवां गिरित्रतां कुरु माहि गुंसि पुरुषं जगत् शिवेन वचसा त्वा गिरिशा च वदामसि यथा न सर्वमिज्जगदयक्ष्मगुं सुमना असत् अध्यवोचदधिवक्ता प्रथमो दैव्योऽभिषक् अहिगुश्च सर्वाः जम्बयन् सर्वाश्च यातु धान्यः असौ यस्ताम्रो अरुण उदबभ्रुः सुमङ्गलः ये चेमागुं रुद्रा अभितो दिक्षु श्रुता सहस्रशो अवैशाकुं हेड ईमहे असौ यो अवसर्पति नीलग्रीवो विलोहितः उदैनं गोपा अदृशन्नदृशन्नुदहार्यः उदैनं विश्वभूतानि सदृष्टो मृडयातिनः नमो अस्तु नीलग्रीवाय सहस्राक्षाय मीडुषे अतो ये अस्य सत्त्वानोऽहं तेभ्यो अकरन्नमः प्रमुञ्च तन्वनस्त्वमुभयोरात्रियोज्याम् याश्च ते हस्त इषवः पराता भगवो वप अवदद्य तनुस्त्वगुं सहस्राक्षशतेषु ते निशीर्य शल्यानामुखा शिवो न सुमना भव त्रिज्यं धनुःकपर्दिनो विशल्यो बाणवागुं उत अनेशन्नस्येषव आहुरस्य दिशङ्गतिः याते हेतिर्मीडुष्टमहस्ते
everyone seated at the Bangalore Adinam in Adi Kailash, you can actually see that very large quantities of sandal powder, haritaki powder, kumkum, bhasma, the sacred ash, turmeric are being added to large traditional urns. These are very special herbs which have the ability to hold the energization process that Swamiji will be performing.
नमो हिरण्यबाहवे सेनान्ये दिशां च पतये नमो नमो वृक्षेभ्यो हरिकेशेभ्यः पशूनां पतये नमो नमः सस्मिञ्जराय द्विषीमते पथीनां पतये नमो नमो बभ्रुषाय दिव्यादिनेनानां पतये नमो नमो हरिकेशायोपवीतिने पुष्टानां पतये नमो नमो भवस्य हेत्यै जगतां पतये नमो नमो रुद्राय तथाभिने क्षेत्राणां पतये नमो नमः भूताय हन्त्याय वनानां पतये नमो नमो रोहिताय सपतये वृक्षाणां पतये नमो नमो मन्त्रिणे वाणिजाय गक्षाणां पतये नमो नमो भुवन्तये वारिवस्कृतायौषधीनां पतये नमो नमः उच्चैर्घोषाय क्रन्दयते पद्धीनां पतये नमो नमः कृत्स्नवीताय जावते सत्त्वनां पतये नमः नमः सहमानाय निर्व्याधिन अव्याधिनीनां पतये नमो नमः कुकुभाय निषङ्गिणे स्तेनानां पतये नमो नमो निषङ्गिण विशुधिमते तस्कराणां पतये नमो नमो वञ्चते परिवञ्चते स्थायूनां पतये नमो नमो निचेरदे परिचरायारण्यानां पतये नमो नमः सखाभिभ्यो जिगागुंसद्भ्यो मुष्णतां पतये नमो नमो वसिमद्भ्यो नक्तं चरद्भ्यः प्रकृन्तानां पतये नमो नमः पुष्णीषिणे गिरिचराय कुलुञ्चानां पतये नमो नमः शूराय च बभिन्दते च नमो वर्मिणे च वरूधिने च नमो बिल्मिने च कवचिने च नमः श्रुताय च श्रुतसेनाय च नमो दुन्दुभ्याय च हनन्याय च नमो दृष्णवे च प्रमृषाय च नमो दूताय च प्रहिताय च नमो निषङ्गिणे चेषु दिवते च नमस्तीक्ष्णे शवे च युधिने च नमः स्वायुधाय च सुदन्वने च नमः श्रुत्याय च पत्याय च नमः काट्याय च नीत्याय च नमः सूध्याय च सरस्याय च नमो नाथ्याय च वैशन्ताय च नमः कूप्याय च भट्याय च नमो वर्ष्याय च वर्ष्याय च नमो मेद्याय च विद्युत्याय च नमः ईत्रियाय च तप्याय च नमो वात्याय च रेश्मियाय च नमो वास्तव्याय च वास्तुपाय च नमः सोमाय च रुद्राय च नमस्ताम्राय च रुणाय च नमः शङ्गाय च पशुपतये च नमः उग्राय च भीमाय च नमो अग्रे वधाय च दूरे वधाय च नमो हन्त्रे च हनीयसे च नमो वृक्षेभ्यो हरिकेशेभ्यो नमस्ताराय नमः शम्भवे च मयो भवे च नमः शङ्कराय च मयस्कराय च नमः शिवाय च शिवतराय च नमस्तीर्त्याय च कूल्याय च नमः पार्याय च भार्याय च नमः प्रतरणाय चोत्तरणाय च नमः आधार्याय च लाध्याय च नमः षष्ट्याय च पेन्याय च नमः सिकत्याय च प्रवाह्याय च नमः हिरण्याय च प्रपत्याय च नमः किगुंशिलाय च क्षयनाय च शिवा तनु शिवा विश्वाह भेषजी शिवा रुद्रस्य भेषजी तया नो मृडजीवसे इमागुं रुद्राय तवसे कपर्दिने शयद्वीराय प्रवरामहे मतिम् यथा दशमसद्विपदे चतुष्पदे विश्वं पुष्टं ग्रामे अस्मिन् ददातुरम्
while you are taking in the sights, the divine sights of the venue where this unique Jivan Mukti Aushadha is being created, you can see all the gods and goddesses are depicted in this Tirukailaya courtyard. While you are taking in the sights, the divine sights of the venue where this unique Jivan Mukti Aushadha is being created, you can see all the gods and goddesses are depicted in this Tirukailaya courtyard. You are currently seeing the entire venue. You see all the gods and siddhas, rishis, munis, devas who constitute Kailash. And you should know that even as per the scriptures, this is exactly how the Aushadha preparation process happens in the space of Kailash itself.